YouTube. Give me a second. Let me just sort this out. We're going to have a good stream today. A really good stream. Call my phone. Pull up late night. Okay. Is this thing gonna work or what? Is it gonna work? Just give me a second, y'all. Apologize. It's showing I'm online. It's a little odd. Give me a second. Just confirming. Okay. Pardon me, by the way. I know this computer's acting like incredibly slow right now. Trying to get King Academics online, and then we're good to go. That should do it. Welcome, my people. I see you guys on Kick. We about 4,000 on there strong. K-Block in the building. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what's up? Maybe we send out a tweet. Maybe, yeah, you know what? Let's hit the mainstream. It's all good. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. It's all playing out according to plan, people. It's all playing out according to plan. I hope after today's stream, you guys get a little bit clearer understanding. Academics might tell a joke, but he rarely tells a lie. A lot of things should be very clear after today's stream. Also, I do have an update for inquiring minds into Operation Let's Figure Out Who Behind This Shit. I think we got a big hint yesterday. Okay? I'll explain in the flow of things. But welcome, all my chat niggas, my chat queens, my chat kings. We in the building. I know some of y'all wanted me to go live immediately last night. You know, Grandpa was up past his bedtime. I'm not talking about me. You got a few things off, and, you know, at least we got some shit to talk about today. We're going to get surgical and diabolical with what happened and how we're going to take it. But I'm trying to figure out how much of an impact or lack of impact this is. Ironically, I will say this. I've seen detractors say, you know what? Nigga dropped 3 albums, but one moment is outshining it. Of course, I pity the fool who would even have that opinion, but have y'all noticed that ain't no big moment in hip-hop without one person being the common denominator? All of these moments are centered around one nigga. At some point, you got to say either he's the problem, the stimulus, or maybe he's just him. So I like how people are trying to mince like, oh, no, this is bigger than that. It's all based around the same guy. It's like saying, yo, yeah, Not Like Us was the biggest. It's still based around the same guy. So basically, whether you like him or you hate him, all these moments getting created are still based around him, right? Riddle me that. Okay. Chat, yesterday, the Roots picnic went down. If you guys didn't know, if you guys were in the Philadelphia area, maybe you guys attended. From what I could tell from the, people that showed up and people who were there. Ironically, I saw a lot of the same media there that supposedly have been allies, or remember I told you about this dossier? All of them got it. And they all showed up to the Roots picnic. Thought that was interesting. We'll get into it. We do have a freestyle that's kind of like circulating across the net by Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, that is now being interpreted as a diss response to many who have maybe either prodded or poked or sneak dissed Jay-Z. So this is his way of firing back. It's about 3 minutes in length. We're going to listen to it. He touches on a lot of topics. And I kind of want to do this in a more orderly way than I normally do this. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen the clip, so it's not like you guys are going to see it for the first time, but I never know. Do you want me to interject with my opinions as we go, or should I just let it fly? Let it go, and then we'll talk more about it afterwards. What do y'all want? You guys are the boss, okay? Okay, all right. All right, I'm seeing mixed opinions here. I think for the first time, we should just let it go. We're going to break this shit down like a kilo of Coke. I really only got 2 topics today, even though I actually have a lot more. I have an extensive list here, which we'll see how far we get to. But we're going to focus on this Jay-Z freestyle that was aimed at many in the game. Hov looked like he's departed the retirement home. He laced up them Timbs, and he's ready to get back in the field, according to him. He's ready to get back in the field. Well, I did tell y'all, chat. If you sent one shooter and he ain't come back, you sent another shooter, he said he shot up the block, didn't hit nobody. You sent another shooter, he said, yo, he spun 3 times, he's sure he got a leg us, but the nigga playing basketball the next week. You sent another shooter, he swore he stood over him, but 3 years later, the nigga's on the top of the podium. Maybe at some goddamn point, you got to go take that rusty, crusty 38 out and go handle business yourself. I like this. I like this. All the losers who tried to come at Aubrey before, they all failed one after the other. And no. For the simple minds here, and we're going to hear Hov say it himself. This is not just about rap battling. This is big business type of things. So we're going to get to it. So Hov has came out to play, seemingly. A little bit jittery if you ask me. A little bit unhinged. I haven't seen this version of Hov. I'm pretty sure some people are going to interpret like, nah, he's back in the field. Okay. Still a worthy freestyle to discuss, but I do want to tell you my overall takeaways before we go into this here in the clip. There's a little bit mumbling and fumbling there. I was a little bit shocked by that. Usually Jay, who I give immense credit for being a great performer, he's one of those rappers who rap every single word. He doesn't use backing tracks. He is definitely a top and elite MC. I know this was a freestyle, but he got up there and it wasn't, if you've ever seen the B-side freestyles or anytime he kicks one of these like freestyle soliloquies, if we're being fair, there was something slightly off. It felt a little bit jittery, wasn't as smooth, but he did get off a few points, and we will discuss those points. Afro J is out, okay? And we're going to analyze his freestyle and what he's saying, how potent it is, what prompted it, timing of it. And y'all got to remember at the top of the year, and I'm going to take all the credit I need to take. Yes, I'll break my hand patting myself on the back. I told you this was a year that was supposed to be a rebranding year for Jay. Not only was it the 30th anniversary of the release of Reasonable Doubt, Jay was going to put on a campaign. This was going to be a campaign. I told you guys, I knew it. He's going to put on a campaign because the last year and a half, he went through hell. They're mixing him up with certain files and lists, redactions here and there. I mean, quite frankly, people have just said it. The jig is up. He is no longer this protected figure. We're watching him hang with the likes of Harvey Weinstein. Hasn't been the most positive year in the past. I think he's tried his best to lean on exactly what he normally does to switch the narrative, and we'll get to it. Okay. So, yeah, the Roots picnic went down, and I think we could get like a very clear video of what the hell Jay was talking about on stage. Jay-Z, 3 minutes, about 3 minutes. So let's see if we could get through the entire thing. Okay. Does this one sound better, or should I use a different one? I want the audio to be crisp.
The rock's not crumb.
Okay, so I want this one. So I'll play this so you could get the full context from the beginning. But once it gets to this rock not crumbling part, I'll switch to the other one with better audio.
You had to cash cow and thunk it. When you pump this, I'm the one who struck the pain. That hill you can die on. There's way too much flat that comes from those plains. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm mauling you niggas gang. I ain't much for me, it's no how. Cancel the brunches, I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a fee to even say my name. You ever heard of a wonder king? My children is some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin. Ask unharmed players. Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane. You're no maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink. I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut-ass nigga still stuttering. And Chatty Patty down on his luck again. Oh! Quest introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him.
Right here is where we switch.
Yeah. You wonder why I do the freestyle rehearsal. That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her king can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government.
Let me switch to this.
The leper 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1 I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. Your son on a federal jail line mumbling something about having too much in his drink. You know how dumb that is? Another one fumbled his, wonder how I get the blame. Niggas' teeth is tumbling out their mouth and somehow I'm the one who done it. It's a mystery gang. You had to cash cow and thunk it. When you pumped his, I'm the one who strung the pain. That hill you can die on. It's way too much flat that comes from those plains. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm mauling you niggas gang. I ain't much for me, it's no how. Cancel the brunches, I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a fee to even say my name. You ever heard of the Wonder King? My children and some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin. Ask unharmed player. Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane. You're no maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink. I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut-ass nigga still stuttering. And Chatty Patty down on his luck again. Quest introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him.
okay, that's still the first part. I need to get. I want a better audio of the second part. God damn. I think Complex Music had a pretty decent version. Let's see if we could, here we go.
Hattie's turned unharmed player. Them shots came from the very top. I wonder why I do the freestyle rehearsal.
Here we go.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her kid can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God. You trying to break the government. I rained for 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrist get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never looked up to them. Your publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me. You niggas is workers. In perpetuity is how your contract is worded. Don't make me go fuck, man. The roots remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much of my name. Don't forget who I am. Hattie loves her Shawnees. S-H-A-W-N. I find it adorable she put the S at the end. You don't know, the show ain't even begin. I said, you don't know, the show ain't even begin.
Okay. So Jay-Z, during his set at Roots Picnic, he started with a freestyle seemingly addressing any and everybody who has, grieved him over the last couple of years. The list includes Nicki Minaj, of course, El Drake, Drake, of course, Kanye West, Oskino, he caught some bars. Of course, Dame Dash caught some bars. Tory Lanez and his pops caught some bars. Okay, so it was a family lashing at that point. I said Nicki before, right? Yeah, that's about it. Oh, and Kanye West, right? Did I say that before? Okay, anyway. We're going to kind of break this down. Again, I've given my overall takeaways from this. Overall, this is how I look at it. I haven't seen Jay-Z look this upset. He looked a little bit unhinged. There's nothing wrong with being passionate, and even if you're upset, but this wasn't, to me, in a Jay-Z character that I've seen him build and foster over the years when he's kind of laying down this boss talk. This actually seemed like someone who was very upset, perturbed, and disgusted by, I think, his legacy being criticized. I think his name being thrown into things. And I think this was more of a frustrated Jay-Z that was lashing out rather than the Jay-Z we normally see who seems to have it all in control and is kicking this high-level game. Okay? You guys can disagree with me if you want. This felt like reactionary with the reactionary, like, man, fuck you niggas, more than this, like, usually cool, calm, like, where he's baiting niggas and almost kind of like being so ominous where he's kind of like, yo, when he did Dear Summer, keep inching into the danger zone, gonna make that, like, he always kind of like did this really dope way of making people feel like they were half delusional, but also, hey, I'm taking it light right now. It looked like, the gloves were off this time with Jay, wasn't it? The gloves was off. The gloves is off for a lot of people. Trust. Anyway, there's a lot of parallel and drawbacks that we're going to have in breaking down these lyrics, and I hope you come along with me on this journey. It's about 3 minutes and 24 seconds. At least what's up here, I'm pretty sure it was a little bit longer, but this is all we kind of have recorded that we're going to break down. All right? So we'll start from the beginning. Now, before we even get into that, I think everybody is pretty much aware of this. I don't even know if I want to call it tension. What this did tell me, though, this told me a lot, and I'll say this off top. You know, I had a conversation with Charlemagne about a few days ago on the phone, and you know, in me trying to explain or explain like some of the weird stuff that I was starting to see on social media about specifically mostly my team and even myself. You know, I don't know if he was not in the know or plain stupid, but we don't know. You know, again, I'm very transparent. Whatever I say privately, I will say publicly. There's not that much of a secret with me. However, and I'll make this make sense, I questioned where certain things were coming from. And I said, listen, I have a strong belief that a lot of this is coming from Roc Nation. Now, I never knew this. Apparently, Charlemagne has some strong ties to Roc Nation. He's pretty cool with them. Apparently, the CEO of Roc Nation, Desiree Perez, got him like a therapist. I don't know what the hell this is, right? So they're cool. He actually gave an offer. He said, listen, I'll call up to Roc. Again, I don't know if any of this is being facetious or, you know, I'm green, but listen, I'm honest. He said, listen, I'm going to call up there. I'm going to see if they got a problem with you. And I'm like, really? He said, yeah, I'm going to see if they got a problem with you. Because I don't know if Roc Nation had a problem with you, they would just come at you. And I'm like, you sure? He said, yeah. He said, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'll make a call. Safe to say I never got a return on that call, but it's okay. He told me he was going to tell me no matter how it went. So anyway, throughout the conversation, I said, listen, you know what? You know, I've never met Jay-Z. I haven't had a conversation with him. But, you know, there are certain things that kind of line up. And that's why I think, you know, people are safe to have these assumptions that maybe Jay is, whether he is commissioning certain things to happen, but he's in cahoots. Now, this is one of the few things that I was told by Charlemagne, which I'm like, again, I'm not going to accuse him of being a liar. But he's clearly wrong. He says to me, and I think we started talking about Drake a bit too. And he says, yo, you heard what Jay said on the interview with, what's the guy's name? Fraser, GQ interview. He's like, yo, Jay's like Lil Wayne. Jay's so high up, he don't know what's going on. He wouldn't know. You think he cares about like a Drake issue, whatever going on with you? Jay's too high up. He's too high up. He just wouldn't know. And I'm like, well, I'm not saying like Jay-Z maybe is doing everything, but I think he's knowledgeable of what's going on out here. It's like, nah, Jay's in another world. He's like Wayne. He don't know what's going on. It's like, yo, even Drake thinking that. I said, really? Now, either Charlemagne was misinformed or he just lied. Because I listened to this freestyle and he was in tune with everything going on. How ironic. So I'm like, huh? Okay, all right. But that's what I was told. The second thing, before we get into it, was while I'm trying to figure out where all these, like, you know, smear campaigns, and it's clear, like, you know, there's, I hate to say it, but it's now like sides to this shit. This is like, hip hop has turned into fucking the Avengers, the Civil War, or whatever it is. Like, you get there's an entity or entities that are clearly attacking, stalking, harassing. There's certain people that are on this side. I'll tell you who the people who seem to fall on this side is: the Tories, is the ACT, is the Drake, the Nickis, and those people. And on the other side, I think you probably could kind of figure it out. Anyway, while trying to figure out, because again, remember, I got presented some information. Really, they're like, yo, these people who are kind of in your orbit, people got pictures of outside their house, got all their financial documents, da-da-da-da. I'm like, what's going on? It was like, they even got some stuff on you. They got all transactions. They might have tapped into the bank account. Whoa, what's going on? One thing I did, because I was trying to figure it out, honestly. And again, I'm always being honest and upfront. This is why I like to present myself honest and upfront. I don't got no time to play games with niggas. I ain't got time to, like, we're going to get straight to it. So, I remember saying to Charlemagne, I said, Charlemagne, so here's where my confusion is. There's nothing illegal here. Also, number two, I'm like the most honest person in media. So if I did do something, I would have said it. Number three, they're just like making up these wild conspiracies that actually don't connect. I said, but who would do this? I said, I think it's Roc Nation. I got gaslit to say Jay-Z is so big above this. He don't think about Nicki. He don't think about Drake. He don't think about nothing going on with this. He don't think about nothing. He's just too big. He's in the sky. Okay, fine. I believe that. So I got gaslit. But I'm like, no, I kind of think that they might be in the mix. They might be behind the shit. After I got gaslit on that, what I got told, I said, listen, this is something that's bigger than music. Now, this threw me for a loop. Like, really, honestly. It said, this shit seems like it's coming from politics. This is why you see all these guys are now trying to throw the politics thing. I said, what do you mean politics? They're like, well, if all of this is like funded to get all this expose stuff, you know, I think what's happening is there's Democratic. Trust me, this is like blowing my mind. But it made sense here. That's when I realized I'm like, nigga, this shit came from Jay-Z and them, bro. Like, yo, Charlamagne just gaslit me on the phone acting like he didn't know where it came. Nigga, this from Jay-Z, nigga. Jay-Z rapped about the same thing Charlamagne told me on the phone, gang. Like, literally. Like, because the whole time I'm saying this is some rap shit. That's what I'm saying to Charlamagne. I'm like, I might have ops. I don't know. He's saying, nah, this is bigger than that. This is politics. Like, this is about this is how they feel they're using these mouthpieces and paying them to push political propaganda. And I'm like, the fuck that got to do with me? You get what I'm saying? And then I hear Jay-Z rap about, oh yeah, the shots is coming from the top. It's MAGA Republican. Wait, how both of y'all got the same chat? How both of them got the same type of shit going on? Remember, I can't tell who it's from. Like, show me where it came from. I don't know. I don't know. They just sending it around. All right, bet. Cool. I listen to the Jay-Z shit. Jay-Z saying the same thing Charlamagne saying. He just rapping. What? The whole time I'm confused because Charles literally says to me, this is bigger than that. And he said it's an election year. I'm like, okay, like academics is campaigning. Okay. But it's like, yo, the way how they're looking into things, they're seeing if the politics is funding all of these people. Then from the same document, you hear Jeremy jump out saying, why isn't Drake denouncing MAGA? Then when I respond, he says, oh, you're getting paid by MAGA too. So now we're seeing there is like some type of cabal consortium inside info. Here's the thing, I just been wondering who behind it. To me, we finally found the head of the snake. Because I was connected to Roc Nation immediately. But they're like, nah, Jay-Z's too big. He doesn't know what's going on. Jay-Z? You think Jay-Z? Bruh, they told me, you think Jay-Z be thinking about Drake when he picking Super Bowl people? Okay. All right. Anyway. So I want to give you that context. So the clarity that I have experienced since hearing this is some of this clarity I have been seeking ever since a few days ago. I have found behavior extremely odd. When I'm now hearing there's dossiers like that exist and pictures of people in private dwellings and whatever, this seems very interesting. But if there is no source, now I'm kind of honing in. I won't say definitively, but it's hella ironic that what Charlamagne told me on the phone privately, Jay-Z just rapped about publicly. What the fuck? How y'all got the same talking points? How to make sense? This shit don't make no goddamn sense. But okay, it's fine. Let's get on to these raps and let's try to break them down. All right?
Hattie's turning 100. If she would have transitioned before I cleared my name, I would have hunted them. Every one of them playing these silly games. That 1-800 ambulance chaser would have wished one came. But 911 is a joke.
Okay, so I think he's starting out here by saying, I don't know, is the person he's talking about like his grandma or something like that? Can't tell. He said what?
Hattie's turning 100.
He says Hattie's turning 100. That sounds like it might be his grandma or something, right? And he says if she would have passed away before my name got cleared of some of these allegations that kind of came out in the last year and a half about me, oh, I would have been pissed, even more pissed. Somebody would have to go. So he's saying, and that's what I'm saying, the tone of this thing was, you know, we heard what Jay-Z said in that interview with Fraser. We should probably pull it up on the side here because we might have to reference it, right? The GQ interview, Jay-Z. What was important, let me see if I could go to the transcript, is that Jay-Z specifically says this year he's going on offense. Okay, he said 2026 is all offense. I want to play that part that we're on the same page as we're breaking this down.
End of the day, it still reigns supreme.
When you're feeling these feelings, how do you then bounce back and get back to being Jay-Z?
I don't know. This is the first thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
Actually, it was just like, all right, man, we played enough defense. 2026 is all offense.
Interesting. So it's important to note this has been a concerted effort from Hove the entire year. He has said this in an interview. By the way, how did he get them locks or them wicks, whatever you want to call it, into being a straight afro? That got to be some skill, okay? Or a wig cap. I don't know. That's Steve Harvey. Anyway, so he's already stated he's on offense. So again, you know, I'll give him, you know, I think I've never seen Jay look this. He didn't look like just a cool, smooth, unbothered. He kind of came across a little bit jittery. Obviously, you know, he's freestyling, but he came off a little bit more abrasive than I've ever seen him. And I was like, if this was a rapper that some people wouldn't like, they would say that might be also spiraling, or, oh, you're bothered. You know how they like to do that. But anyway, he's told us what he's doing. He's on offense this year, right? He's on offense. So he starts out by rapping that, yo, listen, you know, if my name didn't get clear up in some of them allegations before my, like, was it grandmother dies or whatever, and she died witnessing, hearing all this stuff, but not hearing the full cleanup that it were lies, I'd probably have to go crazy on you niggas, right?
Hattie's turning 100. If she would have transitioned before I cleared my name, I would have hunted them. Every one of them playing these silly games. That 1-800 ambulance chaser would have wished one.
Now, he's talking about, he's talking about, what do you call it again? Tony Busby. So he's making not even a thinly veiled threat. He's like, yo, listen, I was going to go crazy on him. And by the way, I want to be fair. Jay-Z's still applying full court pressure against Tony Busby in court, even as recently. Okay. There's another article that just came out a day ago. Okay. Jay-Z accuses lawyer of Tony Busby of faking a death threat and illegally practicing law in New York federal court. Okay. While last year, Tony Busby did get a slight victory with the defamation lawsuit getting dismissed, right? Which, by the way, that was always going to be a tough sell. Trying to sue a lawyer for defamation, given the fact that they could always run back to, oh no, I was just actually practicing law or representing the client. It was going to always be tough. But yes, you know, there's many other legal remedies that Jay-Z's going about to try to get. He's trying to get his get back at Tony Busby, and he's trying to teach him a lesson. I'm going to be honest with you. Jay-Z has been unrelenting. I will be honest about that. All right. So let's go back to this. So he's talking about Tony Busby at first, right?
Games. That 1-800 ambulance chaser would have wished one came. But 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. Your son on a federal jail line mumbling something about having too much in his drink.
Now, he then goes into Tory Lanez and Tory Lanez's father, which is Tory Lanez's real name is Daystar Peterson. His father's name is Sunstar Peterson. Check this out as how he smoothly goes into that. Now, basically what he's trying to, like, he kind of, after he starts out with the allegations and he said, yo, if a lot of that shit didn't get cleared up, I was about to really done these niggas out here. He then goes into addressing what a lot of people have said, right? Whereas, you know, their misfortune or their demise might be connected to him or Rock Nation, right? So, by the way, all of this stuff where Charlamagne's like, he has no idea what's going on. It sounds like he knows every fucking detail, right? Because he mentions a jail call that later Tory admitted that he was very drunk on when the incident happened, which obviously helped and led to his conviction. But I want to, kind of spell out everything.
Came, but 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling.
So the rock's not crumbling is a callback to Tory Lanez's father, Sunstar Peterson, saying outside the courthouse and making a public prayer to God, saying that because of the injustice that his son was facing and was going through, that Rock Nation would crumble. And if you don't know, this is Sunstar Peterson, which is the father of Tory Lanez, and not only the father of Tory Lanez, but I believe he's an ordained minister. So he is a religious figure, and, he's calling upon God to strike down the, let's not say mighty, but the evil Rock Nation.
LAPD's office, tell me how there's no fingerprints. My God Almighty, I call heaven and earth to be a record today. That Rock Nation, you will crumble. I am an apostle of God, and you will know who I am.
That's right.
He says, I call the mighty God. Rock Nation will crumble, and I am an apostle of God.
LAPD's office, tell me how there's no fingerprints. My God Almighty, I call heaven and earth to be a record today. That Rock Nation, you will crumble. I am an apostle of God, and you will know who I am.
That's right.
There we go. So that's why he gets addressed at that juncture. So he starts by addressing the father, then he gets to the son.
The leprechauns are enemy #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks.
Now, he then calls Tory Lanez a leprechaun. He says the leprechaun must have magically ran out of pranks.
Your son on the fed #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. Your son on the federal jail line.
Then that could also be attributed to the father. They're both short. But he then says, your son's on a jail recorded call mumbling about how something with his drink.
Mumbling something about having too much in his drink. You know how dumb that is? Another one fumbled his, wonder how I get the blame.
Okay, that's also important. So what Jay-Z is describing is that, y'all have been blaming everything on me. That nigga fumbled his own bag. That nigga put himself in jail. That nigga's an idiot. And now you're trying to put the blame on me. It ain't me. It's him. The rock ain't gonna crumble for that. Now, obviously, he's referring to this phone call, which Tory Lanez, while in lockup, he calls Kelsey Harris while in jail, and this is used heavily in his case.
This is a free call from
Tory?
an inmate at LAPD jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept the call. To deny this call, thank you for using Telmate.
Hello?
Hey.
Y'all got out safe and everything?
Huh?
Y'all got out and everything, y'all good?
Niggas still in the hospital. I'm outside the hospital.
What hospital y'all at?
About what?
You said what?
You're listening to Street
I
TV.
said Megan's in the hospital still. I'm outside the hospital waiting.
What hospital are you at?
I don't know. Let me see. Cedar, something like that. Cedar.
Bro.
Cedar Sinai.
Sure.
I know she probably never ever gonna talk to me ever again, but
Tone of voice here is why Jay's saying mumbling on the jail call.
bruh, I just want you to know, bruh. Nigga, I was just so fucking drunk, nigga. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, bro. That ass. I didn't even know.
Okay, so Jay's referring to Tory in a jail call admitting that he was very, very intoxicated. Now, granted, and I do want to be fair, to Tory as well, they were all drunk. Kelsey was so inebriated at a point, supposedly she had passed out. Right? So she was passed out for some of the happenings of the night before they left. Tory was drunk, and of course Meg Thee Stallion was drunk as well.
Know what the fuck was going on, bro? Like that ass nigga. I'd never do some shit like that, bro. Just that the nigga I was so fucking drunk, nigga. I just didn't even understand what the fuck was going on, bro. Like, so whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, regardless, that's not gonna make anything right, and that's not gonna make my actions right, bro. But I'm just deeply sorry, bro. I never even moved like that, bro. Like, never moved like that at all, bro. Like, for real, dog.
I know. There's a lot that happens, but
A whole lot, bro. Like, a whole lot, bro. I feel crazy, bro. But in this day, like, what happened already, bro. I can't take it back, bro. I'm just telling y'all, I'm sorry, bro. Like,
You're listening to Street TV.
I think I was just too drunk, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I got to the house, shorty, like, all top niggas, they gave me like 5 shots, like, off the door, like, you feel me? So I was out of there, like, wasn't in there with niggas, like, you feel me? So we was taking shots.
Okay, so accurately, Jay is painting this idea that Tory, in his own words, was blaming the alcohol, right? So I guess he's saying, hey, you were on the jail call blaming the alcohol, and now you're blaming me.
Past that time, I wasn't even there with niggas, like, bro. I don't even remember what we was even arguing about, bro. Like, feel me? Like,
yeah, no, I was already fucked up by the time you got there, so I don't know how much.
It's like, you know, but tell me what hospital she's in.
You're listening to Street TV.
I just told you, Cedar Medical Center.
Alright, you ain't got Quan's number, right? You ain't got my security number.
Quan, I do have his number.
Can you call this nigga Quan and tell this nigga, bruh, you get a chance, bro, just figure out what you gotta do to bail me out this shit.
It's already out.
Okay. All right. So let's continue with the freestyle.
His teeth is tumbling out they one. You know how dumb that is? Another one fumbled his leprechauns and magically run out of pranks. Your son on a federal jail line mumbling something about having too much in his drink. You know how dumb that is? Another one fumbled his, wonder how I get the blame. Niggas' teeth is tumbling out their mouth and somehow I'm the one who done it. It's a murder mystery gang. You had to cash cow and thunk it. Was you who pumped his? I'm the one who strung the pain. That hill you can die on. It's way too much flack that comes from those planes. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm all of you niggas gang. I ain't much for me, it's no how. Cancel the brunches, I remember the hunger pain.
All right, this is one that we're you know, we got to call a little bit cap on Jay for. He says, cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain. Jay-Z, you cancel the brunches because you had the all-star of predators at your brunches, and people were realizing that you were too close to all of the predators in hip-hop. Let's be honest. Like, he's trying. You didn't cancel the brunches to get back down to the streets, my nigga. You canceled the brunches because niggas realized there's some weirdo parties that was happening there, and you didn't want to be involved with that. And not saying you necessarily had the weirdo parties, but all the weirdos was at your party. So you stopped doing the brunches. That's really what it is. You know, the feds came in, started locking people up for some of the things that, you know, you stood next to Diddy for years. You called him my brother, my brother, my brother. And then when asked about him later on, you say you were just associates. Like, we have a whole supercut of you. Like, we have the whole supercut of y'all being buddy and being best friends. And then after a while, you're like, listen, I don't know that nigga like that. You know what I mean? Your lawyers presented like, yo, listen, this guy was a work associate. I knew nothing about him. Look, Jay-Z and Diddy. Here we go. Jay-Z, Diddy. there's one of those. There's one of them where he's publicly thanking you like, yo, this is my brother. I love him. Where's that clip? Diddy tells Jay-Z he loves him. Where is that clip? They scrub it from the internet, y'all? Oh, hell no. Y'all know what I'm talking about, though. And I'm only bringing this up because Jay conveniently is trying to rewrite the narrative. Let's call it what it is. You and Diddy, I don't know how close y'all were, but y'all seem more than just business associates. Y'all even talk to each other like y'all were brothers. Y'all have specific videos where y'all clearly are referring to each other. Wow, I can't find it. As more than just, hey, you're an associate. And once the feds came, there was no more brunches. Once the subpoenas came, there was no more brunches. And you stepped away because, which by the way, that's a smart idea too. But let's not rewrite it like, yo, you the reason why the brunches stopped is because you wanted to get back down to the trenches, or like no, nigga, like you stopped because you didn't want to get indicted. It made sense.
The price of the bread still on you suckers. I'm all of you niggas gang. I ain't much for meetings, no how. Cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a beat to even say my name. Heard of a wonder king? My children and some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin. As unharmed player.
Now, this is where he addresses Kanye. Kanye gets addressed really early on. He's one of the first people who gets addressed.
Have you niggas no shame? Even say my name.
Here we go.
I ain't much for meetings, no how. Cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain.
Now, also, this is slightly a callback. And he uses about 3 or 4 callbacks to The Wire, right? And even you subsequently, he's like, yo, you gonna need a B to say my name. And a lot of that, it embodies the energy. Does anyone know Marlo from The Wire? The Wire, Marlo disbands. He disbands, like, what do you call it, the co-op or whatever it's called. And he's like, yo, listen, man, I'm not in for meetings, no how. He's like, listen, man, y'all niggas holler about me. Holler at me if y'all got a problem. If not, niggas save that shit. You feel me? So he basically canceled like this weekly meeting. It was he dismantles a co-op. This is him right here.
Took some hits. Joe, Hungry Man, good people, especially Joe.
So the guy here, his name is Marlo. He's like the young nigga who basically takes over this. Like, this is a business meeting of all criminals. He takes over after they clip one of the leaders. So the leader, which is, I believe, Prop Joe, gets killed. He actually killed him. And they show up to the next meeting and they're like, damn, what's going to happen now? Because we were all partners on a Prop Joe. He stands up and he says, listen, basically, I'm the new sheriff and I'm not into these meetings no more. So they all walk in wondering what the fuck happened. Everybody's sitting down. Right? And then there's no head of the table. There's, because the guy got killed. And then Marlo stands up and basically starts addressing the room, but he's letting them know, man, we ain't doing this other shit, man. There we go. This is him. So this is who Jay-Z's trying to embody when he's kind of almost directly quoting him.
Y'all know the co-op took some hits. Joe.
Yeah, Joe got killed.
Hungry Man, good people, especially Joe. Their passing was for real cold-blooded. I know what you're thinking. So I'm gonna put it out there. I'm responsible.
So he basically tells them, I'm responsible for them niggas dying, which is crazy because this co-op is all the criminals from all over Baltimore working together to lower police exposure, this and third. So they will work together to sell drugs in their respective part to limit the violence. And now the guy who's the head of the co-op gets killed, and one of the guys just stands up and says, I'm responsible for that shit.
A week or so back, made a move on Omar with Joe's approval. Faggot ain't have hard enough to come at me, so he come at those close to me. Now he doesn't admit that he kills him. Again, I know this might be too much wire for you, but like I want to give you all these parallels because Jay is drawing these parallels. He doesn't admit directly to killing Joe. He actually blames it on a mutual op that they all share. Omar. He says, yo,
yeah, you know what? I'm responsible for him dying. Really, he killed him, but he said, yo, you know our op? Your op was trying to come at me, but that bitch ass nigga wasn't man enough to come at me, so he came at somebody we love, which is the guy. That's not true. He killed the guy, right?
I'm doubling the bounty. 100 large for a whiff of that dick suck. 250 for his head.
What about the connect?
I got that covered.
So now they realize he probably did kill him because they're like, all right, so we're blaming the death of the guy who led the co-op on the op, but he had the connect. What happened to the connect? And the guy says, oh, I got the connect now. So they're looking at him like, how you got the connect if you ain't kill him?
And in light of that fact, I'm going to take it upon myself to conduct this meet. Slim, I want you to take over Hungry Man's slice of the cake.
Meaning no disrespect, but I ain't cut out to be no CEO.
Cheese then.
No problem, man. Got you covered.
Until we settle up with Omar, I think it's best we suspend these meets.
That's Method Man, by the way.
In fact, I ain't really one for meets no how. Anybody got a problem from here on out, bring it to me or sit on that shit.
That's what Jay-Z's quoting right there. So he basically, he divides up one of the guys who died. He took his like area, gave it to someone else, and he said, yo, matter of fact, I'm not even on these meetings anymore, man. Like, fuck this shit. Y'all got a problem, come holler at me directly, or fuck it, sit on that shit, you know?
Suspend these meets.
Got you covered.
Until we settle up with Omar, I think it's best we suspend these meets. In fact, I ain't really one for meets no how. Anybody got a problem from here on out, bring it to me or sit on that shit. Those of you on the west side who need to re-up, holler at my man Monk.
Also, he's going to drop that line. By the way, Jay-Z uses this scene a lot. So Jay-Z been on his wire shit. Obviously, this is a show from like 2004. Really one of the best shows ever, I will say. He also says a line that Jay's going to say later. He says it's going to cost you a B to say my name. It's almost really a callback to I think he even says it. I think he even says it verbatim. But Marlo says, oh, and by the way, when he's walking out at this meeting, he says, oh, and by the way, the price of the brick going up. Gangster just walks out. So, by the way, if you've never watched The Wire, I'm trying to give you as much breakdown as I can that you don't have to go watch it, but you guys should. Marlo was this guy who, he kind of had everybody punked. He was really the big dog, you know? And he was a guy who, he loved the violence. He loved the bloodshed that came with it. And infamously, when he got arrested and he realized that like his ops was talking about him, but his team protected him from hearing about it, he said this, like, you know, at least for sitcoms, I think it's a notorious phrase. He's like, yo, my name is my name. And that was him saying that, yo, if somebody's talking shit about me, y'all got to let me know, because I'm not playing around out here. My name is everything. And you're going to hear Hov kind of really mentions and refers to a lot of what Marlo says.
You going to handle supply over there. On the east side, cheese. One more thing. Price of the brick going up. 30 more. Enough of this shit.
Gangster. By the way, this is a room with all Baltimore gangsters. The price of the brick going up. Shit. So this is what Jay's alluding to.
You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm all of you niggas gang. I ain't much for me, it's no how.
So you see, he's almost said it. In by the way, shout out to David Simon who wrote this. He always wrote it like you know, Jay-Z quoted how even he wrote it in like that Baltimore. Man, I ain't for meetings no how. That's how they talked in The Wire.
250. In fact, I'm gonna take it upon myself to conduct it.
Back.
Follow me.
I think it's best we suspend these meets. In fact, I ain't really one for meets no how.
Same exact wording. I ain't much for meetings no how. So so Jay's trying to compare him canceling the brunch to Marlo canceling. Somebody said a writer wrote the fucking sitcom. Are you fucking stupid? Do you think this is? They think you're freestyling this? Yes, a writer wrote, not a sitcom, but this TV show.
I ain't much for meetings no how. Cancel the brunches, I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a B to even say my name. Heard of a wonder kid? My children.
Okay, so it's gonna cost you a B to say my name. That's also, I think it's a Marlo a Marlo callback as well, where Marlo, when he got arrested and he finds out that niggas was talking shit about him, calling him pussy in the streets, and he said he never knew. Listen, I'm
saying, where the information come from? Only these people know about the deed is us right here.
Snoop knew. Shit. What about your youngin' Michael? Maybe it was him ran his mouth.
You got picked up, right?
I did that thing for him. Why were you talking about putting himself in?
You been tested on the streets. Maybe you act different in them rooms downtown.
How Junebug and his people got lit up. Crying about how Omar in the street running his mouth, calling for you to step too.
Omar say what?
Nothing.
So they're trying to protect him, like, yeah, don't tell our boss that niggas been calling him a bitch, right? And this is where Marlo kind of butts in.
Omar tried calling you out by name, but shit, it wasn't nothing.
What you say about me?
Nothing, man. Just talking shit.
Use my name. In the street? Talk, motherfucker.
He just, say that you need to step two in that. I don't know. He just running his mouth, son.
You call me a punk?
It was bullshit, man. You ain't need that on your mind.
What the fuck you know about what I need on my mind, motherfucker? My name was on the street. And we bounce from this shit here, I'm gonna go down in them corners, let them people know. Word did not get back to me. Let them know Marlo stepped to any motherfucker, Omar, Barksdale, whoever. My name is my name.
Yeah, my name is my name. And I think Jay did I thought this was clever and a great callback. Again, I'm gonna call a spade here, people.
I heard of a wonder kid. My children is some of them. Have you niggas no shame?
Now, I think he said, "Have you heard of a wonder kid?" or something like that. I might be messing up on the phrase he uses, but he says, "My children are some of them." So I guess he's talking about gifted kids, and he's saying, "My kids are some of them." He's actually now addressing Kanye, who actually put out there that he felt that Jay-Z's children were suffering from disabilities and they were hiding it. So he's directly addressing that, and he's addressing Kanye. So he's saying, yo, if you heard about whatever, my kids are some of them, they're talented. So he's dismissing him, then he's going to attack Kanye.
You're trying to get under skin?
And he makes a real threat to Kanye. He says, are you trying to get under my skin? Which I do believe. I think even Ye in our interview admitted, he said, well, I told you when I was walking out with Ye said, he says, I want them to hurt. And he was like, yo, I've been thinking about anything I could say to make them hurt like I've been hurt. So he was trying to hurt people's feelings. So I guess Jay's actually even addressing that. Yo, okay, so you wanted to get under my skin? Well, I really get on the skin. Ask Un, which is obviously, we'll get into that in a second, but a guy he stabbed back in the day.
Really get under skin.
Over Charlie Baltimore.
Ask Un how I'm playing.
So he's like, I really get under skin. Ask Un how I'm playing. And he's making that reference because he stabbed Un, right? So he's basically, that's a lightweight threat to Ye to say, oh, all right, nigga, I'll get under your skin. But trust me, nigga, shit, may not be with words, nigga. I might really stab you up. Obviously, Jay-Z's 70. Like, you know he's not doing it, but it sounded kind of cool.
Skin, I really get under skin. Ask Un how I'm playing. Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody.
So y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again.
You think they're the ones insane.
Now, this is still going at Ye. He says, and by the way, a lot of this did come from tweeting as well. By the way, Nicki also mentioned Jay-Z's kids as well. He mentioned Jay-Z kids as well, Nicki Minaj. But this felt like if we follow the sequence of bars, it feels more attributed to Kanye West because, or maybe even both, but I would say Kanye because he goes off on the stanza about being insane. And he's like, I know you're not insane because when you around me, you act you act in line when you're around me. So you're playing insane, but I could turn to a maniac, basically. Like he's playing on these words of not being mentally there. And I would think those more apply to Ye more than Nicki. Here we go.
You're no maniac. Watch out, Saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink. I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him.
Okay, so that's definitely Ye, not Nicki, because he says, y'all better not encourage him, not her.
Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut-ass nigga still stuck.
Okay, so let me go back again.
Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Shane, y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin. Ask unharmed playing.
Damn, even with the stab motion, huh? Jay-Z stabs Rivera. I'm gonna see if I can find like a 3-minute video that could probably help us explain it. Okay, this is speaking about it, right?
Spoke about the situation in his book Decoded.
Mm-hmm.
He said when Volume 3 hit the
By the way, who just dropped that big hundo in the building? Who just dropped that big hundo? We got a whole boss up in here. Who dropped that hundo? Hold on.
streets more than a month before the official release date, I was totally at a loss. Mm-hmm. This was really too much. I was slipping out on Def Jam staff, accusing people of having something to do with the bootleg copies of The Street. I just couldn't believe how flagrant it was and how much more damage on the microphone was like, fuck the bootleggers, have been floating around.
He came in with...
Here we go.
I mean, what happened that night?
Yeah.
Was, he came in with... I seen everybody that you just named at the party. Regular industry. I think Jacob and Jessica threw that party for Q-Tip. So I showed up to support. Jay, bunch of us is in there. I ended up getting surrounded by a bunch of people. It was probably 10 knives.
Oh, wow.
That I knew of. And I ended up getting stabbed.
Okay.
At the Kit Kat Club.
Was Jay-Z the one that actually stabbed you?
No. Jay-Z was not the guy who actually stabbed me that night.
But Jay-Z was there when you got stabbed. Was actually in front of you when you got stabbed.
It was like, yeah. Me and Jay-Z had a conversation while...
G Lambo, thank you for the honey. It says in perpetuity. Explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Keep up the good work. Yeah, we'll get to it. We're gonna break all this down. You know, thank you guys for even showing up here. You know, for the most in-depth breakdowns, and this is in our wheelhouse. I appreciate you guys trusting me with this.
You know, right before I got hit in the head with a champagne bottle, and it was a brief conversation, and I was
now. I don't know if he's on Vlad at this point, trying to not like, you know, do the snitching thing where people are like, oh my God, you went on fucking Vlad and you're just like snitching. But Charlie Baltimore, who also gave her side of the story, actually said that untold her that he got stabbed by Jay-Z. And she's actually confused. By the way, she kind of still look good, huh? Oh, holy shit. She's confused why his story's switching.
I agree with, because Lance was not in the bootleg business at the time or ever. So they ended up going to
he's saying that now.
Jay-Z and some of his people. Jay-Z said, you broke my heart. And then one of his people hit him in the head and then stabbed him up.
Mm-hmm.
He claims that Jay-Z never actually stabbed him.
He's saying that now, you mean?
Now
he wasn't saying that then.
Okay, and I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a second.
All right.
Okay. So in my interview with Lance said that Jay-Z did not stab him.
Okay, let's go to her.
You go to that party.
Yes.
After all the commotion happened.
Right. I walk in as everyone's running out. So I see, you know, all of everybody in hip hop, literally, because it was that crowded. Running out. I see Jay, I see Eve, I see all kinds of people, but they're like everybody's just, you know, in a panic. And I'm walking in and I'm not really knowing what's going on because I got there late. It was me and two of my girlfriends and we had been drinking. So we're like, you know, kind of like laxy dazzle with it, like just walking through like what the hell's going on? it cleared out so fast that by the time I walked towards the back, and mind you, I didn't know where Un was. I didn't know where anybody was. I was just like coming to the party. I actually walked up and Un was on the ground. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, you know, I'm stabbed. Jay stabbed me. So I'm like, what? And he's like, Jay-Z stabbed me. And I'm like, what are you saying? Like, I'm like, stop saying that pretty much. Like, what are you saying? Like, I just didn't think he knew what he was saying. I didn't know if he was.
So she's saying that in the moment, Un did say that Jay-Z stabbed him. She's saying over time his stance changed. And again, you know, they say Rock Nation in the Army, better yet the Navy, huh? We could kidnap your babies and duct tape your lady. Anyway.
Stabbed.
Or is it Rockefeller, not Rock Nation, huh?
If I'm not mistaken, he had on like this, either had on like some sort of big coat or big like shirt to the point where I didn't see any blood or anything. So I'm really not knowing what's going on. But by the time I, look up, it's nobody else in the club. It's literally just me and my 2 girlfriends and Un, and maybe like, some people that worked at the club or whatever. And he's, laying there and he kept saying it. So the police come and they take us all in for questioning. Once they got us in for questioning, by my girlfriends and I being drunk, they made us go in a cell and basically like take a nap. we wouldn't have been of any use.
Okay, so you guys are kind of getting it. So basically, Jay-Z allegedly stabbed this guy. Apparently the guy had admitted to it back in the day. Don't know why his tune has changed now. Maybe it's because he's on Vlad, or maybe it's because who knows. But we have Jay, who now is popping his shit, and he's putting it down there like, yo, if niggas want to get under my skin, I could do that. I'll really get on the skin. Ask on how I'm playing. So he's basically claiming it. Fuck it. All right, so this is a different Jay-Z. This is an aggressive Jay-Z. Also, this seems to be, and for the people who might be like, I'm being biased. I'm not being biased here. If you've watched some of these, like when Jay-Z's kind of doing these type of freestyles or whatever, I'm not going from Dear Summer to all the B-side stuff. He always kind of comes across as like this, like above the fray type of guy. Like, you have Jay basically saying, nigga, I'll stab you up. Like, Jay's talking gangster like Jay's talking like he's King Von. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I've never heard Jay this direct with threats. Keep in mind, Jay is the person who has pioneered all of this kind of like triple entendre. I'm dissing you, but I could just be talking about something else. It's just if the shoe fits, wear it type shit. And then people get more offended than what he meant to kick, and then he ignores them and he basically wins the beef without doing nothing. You get what I'm saying? So this, I'm seeing Jay, like, again, this is spirited. I've never seen him like this. You guys can take it either way. Anyway, let's go.
Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane.
He said, y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the one insane. And I don't know if that was a little bit too Nicki, definitely yay, but we're just going to assume it's mostly yay because, he's continuing from the kids thing, right? And he said how much the kids thing bother him. He might stab a nigga up for it. Then he says, yo, y'all think y'all insane. And then he starts talking about his own mental health.
You're no maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink.
He says, you're not a maniac because watch how sane he acts. We saw about Kanye. He's basically saying when Kanye's ever been around him, Kanye don't act like what we are seeing online in terms of, this batshit crazy, like bouncing off the wall guy. Kanye's very sane. And I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of inclined to believe that a bit. But I believe it not because Ye is not going through things mentally. I think Ye has a tremendous respect for Jay. And I think this is where Jay has the advantage on everybody in the game right here. Jay, when he gets to addressing Drake, he's going to mention, well, y'all looked up to me, right? And it's one of those things that at some point, Iverson got a crossover Michael Jordan. And at some point, you might have to, whether it's a mentor, whether it's a favorite rapper, whether it's an idol, you might have to dunk on that nigga. You might have to put him on a poster. And Jay always will have the backdrop of saying, well, y'all are my little niggas. Like, y'all know how to, like, y'all could act like that for the internet, but when you're around me, you know you know who I am, right? And he'll always have that because he is the guy who, you know, helped put Ye on. He is the guy who definitely Drake was showing a lot of respect, definitely in the early parts of his career, and saying he definitely looked up to him. So he gets those points, and that's going to be an easy bar for him to kind of like get off, right?
I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly
Now he says he needs a new therapist, right?
on the brink.
He said he's truly on the brink. So he's kind of having, and I'll say this is an introspective moment more than most of what he's rapping. He's basically saying that this shit has been bothering him. Now this makes sense. Going back to what we just played with the GQ interview, he says, I'm now on the offensive. You know, he was asked, how do you deal with this mentally? Like how, you know, how does this stuff affect you? And in trying to answer that question, it was an interesting, it was an interesting way how I saw Jay try to answer the question. Wait, let's go back to the GQ one. Because Frazier does ask him, how do you deal with this?
4,000 record. We were 6 is all like, all right, man, still reign supreme.
When you're feeling these feelings,
because, you know, first of all, it's not true. And the truth is,
okay, so it's going through his mental state about how he's been feeling with all these things happening. Now, here's my opinion, and you guys could agree or not. I think that Jay-Z's always been an invisible hand in the industry, him and Roc Nation. And I don't think until the last couple of years they've ever had narratives being spread about them, and they've never seen any opposition to what they were doing. Usually the artists that they cannibalized on, they fucking fucked over. Those guys didn't even have a platform, or he was even too scared to even speak the name of Roc Nation in a negative light. Remember, Jay-Z's always the backer of it, even if Desiree Perez is running most of the front lead. So in the last couple of years, Jay-Z has looked more mortal than he's ever looked, even though he's the richest he's ever been. How? Well, we've seen accusations that came up that was parallel to the Diddy case. And those were ones that he couldn't just wipe away, even though most of the people in the media, they felt no need to even discuss him or even whatever, despite everybody discussing the Diddy case. There's always been this air of protection around Jay. And, you know, it did get some bad press for him. You know, some people think it may have affected the decision on the casino. I think not. You know, salute to Nas, who did win the bid for out in Queens. But I think Resorts World in Queens. I will say, I think Jay looked at that, and if you look at the filing that he's doing versus Busby, he's trying to get like hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, and the damages, if you ask me, are some of those deals where I think successfully those allegations were talked about so much that, you know, he felt his reputation was damaged by the allegations and them being false. So that's one of the main things of how, you know. And I'll give credit to Frazier also for this interview, because he starts off the interview by asking Jay about his mental state of this. And I was actually surprised that Jay not only indulged in the question just straight up off the rip early into the interview, but felt like he was honest. He was, you know, you could tell he was basically saying this shit was bothering him a bit, and he couldn't act like it wasn't, right?
Almost like consequence is not.
Here we go. So it's like the first question.
How would you rate your 2025, like looking back on the last year?
It was hard, really hard. I was like heartbroken.
Really?
Yeah.
You said it was heartbroken.
I'm glad we got right to that, you know, so we could just get that out the way.
Okay.
So already we could tell off rip that Jay-Z, this has been his mindset. This has finally mentally affected him. You know, the guy who some describe as he's above the fray, he's too big to know what's going on the little old earth. He's admitting that, hey, some of this stuff has really affected me. And that's a human response.
Like, I was really heartbroken by, like, everything that occurred.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with all, like, you know, we in a space now where it's just, like, almost like consequence is not thought about enough. So everything is so instant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, like, that whole Busby.
The civil lawsuit that was dropped, dismissed.
That shit took a lot out of me. I was angry. I haven't been that angry in a long time.
By the way, he did this interview a few months ago. It appears if we're going, you know, for the people who are going to say you're a little bit biased or whatever because of Jay, he admitted in the previous interview he was angry. In this freestyle, he still comes across as angry. You get what I'm saying? Now, there's two ways to look at anger. You could look at it as, oh, that's not a bad thing. And some people might look as anger as, being kind of off your pivot. You're spiraling. It depends on how you want to look at it. But I think describing the demeanor of the freestyle as angry is fair. And he's admitted to being angry months before.
Uncontrollable anger. Like, you don't put that on someone. Like, that's the thing that you better be super sure.
By the way, the irony about Jay saying this, say you don't put certain stuff on people. And the irony of him saying it and how about his uncontrollable anger, that's what Drake literally says in the first song, Make Him Cry. He says it in many other songs. Like, there's a special place in hell for people who joke around about, certain type of allegations about other men. And so I would think they would have a parallel thought here, but I think Jay-Z only sees it from his perspective here. I don't think Jay, for some reason when it comes to the rap battle, people are like, nah, it's just a rap battle. It wasn't serious when he calls you like a PDF. It wasn't that serious.
It used to be like that. Like, you have to be super sure before you put those kind of things on a person, especially a person like me. Like, even when we were doing the worst things, we were doing bad, we had those kind of rules. There was a line, no women, no kids. You hear those sayings, but those are things that I took from the street. Morals, integrity, code. Those.
Interesting. So going back to this interview, Jay says no women, no kids. And you'll see a sort of attack. I'm not going to say she didn't provoke it, but you'll see an attack on, I think, his Nicki Minaj's kids soon. But remember what Jay is stating in this interview, and we're going to juxtapose that to what we're hearing on stage. So let's get back to on the stage stuff.
Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think.
He's still talking to Ye.
That nut-ass nigga still stuttering.
Now, he's talking about Oskino. Now, Oskino is a Philadelphia rapper, a rapper who was a part of, State Property Rockefeller. And Oskino, Jay-Z, Oskino has been one of the people who have responded to Jay-Z a lot and actually goaded Jay-Z out in a way by, one of the first criticisms I started seeing about him, like recently. Oskino said Jay-Z knows he's the father of that child. And he was one of the main people who was pushing it that, Jay-Z should take care of his son, right? This is what he says.
He told me that it was not dismissed everywhere. He's trying to get it in Philadelphia. So with that being said, I understand why Hov would not do it. I mean, it's his. Jay-Z knows his.
Here we go.
First of all, he looked like him.
Just like him.
Look just like him. So it's his. Jay-Z knows his. Hov knows his. The most hurtful part about it to me is that he don't have no mother. So no mother or no father.
Which is odd. Something wrong about that too, because how she died?
I don't know, but she died when he was young. And he's like telling me, oh, my brother had a dad. I mean, and I ain't had no dad or no mom. I mean, like, that shit hurtful. Like, when he talk, mind you, he never say nothing bad about Hov ever. Bro, he never.
So he's been pushing like partially a narrative saying, hey, Jay-Z needs to take care of his son, right? And he could have just paid some money to get this guy good, or at least show him some embracing rather than fighting him in court. And I don't think Jay-Z like that.
Think about him. I mean, they think academics. That lady that run Rock Nation, that lady, she not to be played with, bro.
That is true. Okay. Other things Oskino has said recently, he basically, what did he say? Hold on. He also said that Jay-Z was a biter more than a writer. He says Jay-Z would take unreleased or unheard of music from rappers that weren't that known, and he would kind of spit it himself, which is, when we think about the lore of Jay-Z, they act like he's this super top tier genius who inspiration came from him rather than he was inspired by other people. Now, obviously, we know like Big and stuff like that, but Oskino was talking mostly about smaller artists around him. They're saying that Jay would steal your song, and that's an unheard of That's an unheard of accusation, but I'll let you hear a little bit of that too.
Do it, but he do it. I don't know if he get writer's block, I don't know why the fuck he do it, but he's still a lot of shit. He's still more shit than an average record. You understand? This nigga, I ain't gonna lie. One thing I do know about him, he like a genius. You know what I'm saying? He really, really smart. He like calculated, smart person. You know what I'm saying? So he goes, but mind you, he still a lot of people verses and songs and lines and, you know what I'm saying? But he know how to put it together, but he don't have to do it, but he do it. I don't know if he get writer's block, I don't know why the fuck he do it, but he's still a lot of shit. He's still more shit than an average record.
Do you think do you think he was influenced by Philly though?
Yeah, he's influenced by us. For sure. Bro, when I rap for that nigga, bro, you gotta think about this, bro. All these people on this gonna watch this and all this shit, gonna have an opinion. I'm a 21-year-old that rapped for him and impressed him so bad he signed me that day. The next day. I spent the night up there and it's got signed. You don't think that influence a motherfucker would do? Think about that. I ain't nobody. You say so much right for 2 hours.
Now, the reason why this is even provocative is because, when people now talk about, say, Quentin Miller or whatever, with Drake, people try to bring down his legacy by saying, oh, well, he worked with people, he collaborated, maybe he was influenced by this and third. Jay-Z, they act like Jay-Z never got influenced by nobody, especially like smaller artists. And Oskino's kind of breaking a myth.
Hours. He said he only had 5 minutes. I didn't think nigga stayed there for 2 hours. Bro, you think he ain't thinking like, he not thinking, and he not thinking I'm gonna look out for this nigga. He thinking I can use him. I can use him to get some shit like him. He got, you know what I mean? So with Jay-Z, let me tell you what Jay-Z used to do. Every day you see him, you gotta have a new rap for him. You gotta say that new rap every time you see him. He's like, let me hear something. And mind you, if you say a rap once, he's gonna remember it, the whole rap. He'll sing your shit.
He'll remember it just like that.
It's crazy because I started learning how to do it afterwards. Like I can do it now. But before I was like, how the fuck he know your shit everywhere if you say it to him once. You know what I'm saying?
If you rap to him one time, he's gonna remember what you say.
So and when the studio we was in then was like
they're saying Jay-Z like a human copy machine, bro. This is crazy.
Like a fake car in there. It's like a car you could sit in, but it wasn't a car, it was like made like a car, so you could sit in there and shut the doors and listen to the music loud. It's in the hallway. So he said, come on, let's get in the car. And they had a CD player in it. So like we get in there, say if you want to rap over a beat, whatever, he listened to you. You could tell you listening intensely to see what he gonna steal. At first you ain't know that, you just hype with Jay-Z at the time. I mean, Jay-Z was like Michael Jackson back then. He was more famous back then than now. He's more richer now, but he's more famous then because everybody loved him then, right? So you sitting there like you with Hov, bro. So you thinking I'm with Hov no matter what, I'm gonna be rich. I'm good as shit. You gonna make sure Emmy go, Hov get on a song with you going. The nigga Sparks had a song with Hov on the hook. He wouldn't clear it, but he cleared Cassidy's song. I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. Cleared that, but won't clear Sparks joint with Hov on the hook. But took out the Give It To Me song. That shit. But the thing is this, people always got an opinion, but they ain't got no skin in the game.
Why did he clear Give It To Me, but not the other record with Sparks?
Give It To Me, his song. Sparks was trying to do a song with a Jay-Z sample in it. So it's gonna be Sparks' song. No, I can't have that. No, I can't have that. I mean, Sparks got a song with Jay-Z on it. He just talked on the beginning. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I had the song with.
Okay, so he has many different things where he's breaking down how Jay-Z steals people's songs or whatever.
Man, West Philly shooting dice. Like, you gonna do the song so I can come out to the sea too? You know what I mean? That's somebody who made for they. I'm going to this white man island for. But I got $1 billion. I gotta go somewhere. I don't want to go with y'all.
Okay. Anyway, now. It looks like Oskino has also responded to Jay-Z dissing him last night, so we'll jump into that immediately. But I just want to be very clear, what he's saying to Oskino was a simple line. He's like, yo, this stuttering ass nigga, okay? Because Oskino been doing a lot of interviews talking about him.
Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut ass nigga still stuttering.
And that's another thing that definitely points to Oskino. It says that nut ass nigga, that's a term that's used in Philly. So nut ass nigga is a colloquial phrase that you would hear in Philly describing, other like a young bull, like that Philly lingos in terms, whatever. So he's kind of making it clear he's talking about Oskino. Oskino does stutter a lot. And yes, so he's saying that nigga.
Want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut ass nigga still stuttering.
Said this nut ass nigga still stuttering and Oskino did respond 6 hours ago. Let me go see what he said.
Find out your dreadlocks was weed.
Here we go.
Dreadlocks could turn into a.
Here we go.
On that show, he had an afro. I did not know dreadlocks could turn into a full-blown afro. When you that rich, you could make your dreadlocks turn into an afro. He's filthy. Good Lord. I think he was Bone Thugs and Harmony. I think he was Lazy Bones. I think he was about to talk about he misses Uncle Charles. I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all. I said, that's Hovey, baby. Jay-Z. Good Lord. I can't believe you went on there and acted a fool in Philadelphia. Your feelings hurt. Your panties are in a bunch. Good Lord.
Also, keep in mind, Jay-Z from Marcy Projects, Brooklyn, he goes to Philadelphia, and this is a Philadelphia artist, Oskino. So think about that too.
Shame on you. You supposed to be up here. Let me tell y'all something. If I got $1 billion and my wife Beyonce, I would not be in Philadelphia on no stage talking about Dirty Oskino and whoever else he was talking about. Dame, I would not be doing it unless my feelings are hurt and I want to get payback and I want to feel like, bro, nobody don't care. Bro, you 60,000 years old, bro, and you don't know what hairstyle you want, bro. Before we get into it, you know how girls be like, I don't know what I want my hair down. I don't know if I want braids out. You 69,000 don't even know what hairstyle to get. You in the mirror like, what should I do? You 69,000. So let me find out your dreadlocks was weave. If your dreadlocks was weave, bro, listen, you got bigger fish to fry. You don't need to be talking about no dang teeth and all. If you got weave in your hair, bro, if you got weave dreadlocks, shame on you. Shame on you. First of all, I didn't like the fact that you trying to be Basquiat. And I mean, I understand you in fact, mind you, Jay-Z dressed like Basquiat 50,000 times at Halloween parties. And Basquiat was a gay artist from New York City, right? Why would, not because he's gay, and I'm bashing no gay people, so y'all calm down. I'm just saying, why would I want to be like him? Why would I want my hairstyle like him? Hov, you've been lost touch with reality with people, bro. You're gone. You live in that big house, empty, Beyonce in there dancing, put a ring on, practicing dance moves, you watching the kids, you're bored. You watch on YouTube with Nicki channels, watching everything, you're bored. That's okay. Listen, you said, remember who I am. I remember who you are. That's why I expect more from you. I expect you to carry like an OG billionaire. But now you're acting like a bookie butt. And I gotta check you, Hov. You're not exempt from this, okay? You stuttering, you a chatty patty. I would rather be a stuttering chatty patty than a man who spends millions of dollars not to take a DNA test for my son. Good Lord. Preach, Oskino, preach. I will. I ain't done. Yeah. So we go for this episode, we're not gonna call you Hov. We're gonna call you Hovey Bone. Because you was part of Bone Thugs and Harmony with that afro. You are easy. You was giving LA. You was giving I don't know what I want to be. I'm lost in the sauce. You was giving I'm confused. I'm lost in translation. Yo, we know you have money, you watches and all. Okay, but you got this narrative that people blame you for whatever they're going in their life and all that. Nobody blames you for anything. All they said was stop taking music and stuff like that and not paying people properly. If you give Sparks 5% of that Just Want to Love You song, he's making millions of dollars. But you don't want to see anybody with anything. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fair thing. I was there when you stole the song. I don't care what Guru lying. The people lie for you, bro. Ho, you got to respect the fact that I keep it the same. I don't care who you are, bro. You know what I'm saying? You said somebody down on their luck, right? Again, right? You said it to a crowd.
Still stuttering. And chatty patty down on his luck again.
Right? You said it to a crowd of people that's poor. So you lost in the sauce. See, when you from the ghetto, sometimes you have hard times, right? Even if I have hard times, it's okay. I'm from the ghetto for real, Jay-Z. The thing about hard times is they don't last forever when you built like a soldier like me. You see? So you should be happy. You want to call me a chatty patty? I ain't out there pushing my pistol like I used to be doing. Y'all should be very glad. And when your bozo friend Bleak, Memphis Bleak, that's never been to Memphis, you know, I'm Colorado O because of that, right? Talking to me with all this violence, right? Violence. I never said violence to nobody. I mean, come from Philadelphia, we did violence for real. You know I ain't never talk violent to him. I never say I'm gonna do this and I don't do that. Oh, I would say, oh, you say my name, all this is gonna get me paid, bro. Bro, I can't believe you, bro. If you got, let me tell you something. When you got $1 billion, you still want to be in Philly on the stage, that means you're an attention whore. You're an attention seeker. You want all the attention. He mad Drake popping. Drake, young, handsome, you took his spot. He want the attention. He not even the top artist in his house. He talking about Dame Dash lost his teeth. People fall off. It's okay. And everybody that talk about Dame broke or whoever broke, they probably broke too. Everybody been broke before. Maybe not you because you steal everything. You hoard all the money like this. What you do? You should have $1 billion. You say, yeah, you stole everybody's songs. Ain't pay nobody. Well, why wouldn't you have $1 billion? So just think about this. You say somebody have a hard time, right? So say you steal these songs and don't want to pay them for them. So mind you, anybody that got $1 billion and happy to see somebody have a hard time, that says a lot about their character. First of all, I would never have $1 billion because I would help so many people, right? But the fact of me bragging about somebody having hard times, that show your character for me. And y'all can say, I know Jay-Z fans, y'all gonna talk trash about me and all that. Mind you, I promise you, I swear on my son life, yo, I was out of town, went out to eat, went shopping. It was my business. Wasn't even, I really actually literally forgot about that. I went gambling, right? Wasn't think about it at all. I would never think Jay-Z would. He played cool, but I guess it's getting to him, right? Jay-Z, let me tell you something, Jay-Z. My life I lived, you wouldn't be able to deal with it. You wouldn't have been able to deal with it. I'm built for whatever, bro. You should respect the fact that I treat you just like I treat everybody else. I don't care about no money you got. Any man that do everything in his power to not take a DNA test, and when the kids he know they is, why would I respect that? I got kids, I didn't want to take the DNA test, but see, regular people, we don't have 1,000 billion trillion dollars. We can say paying judges and paying people that don't come do all the final loopholes. We men, we take the test. As soon as we know, I know I slept with you, I'm taking the test. I don't care how much I don't want to be in a situation. That's what men do. I will be a chatty patty all day in the marble before I be that. That was one thing. You don't have money, you can't take care of your kids. Their mom getting on your nerve. I'm talking about a person who outright flat says, I don't want nothing to do with you. You gonna see me with my other kids on TV? Especially when it's a daughter. I saw your daughter. I was out in Maryland. Your son, let me tell you, when your son called me, Jay-Z. First of all, Jay-Z offered him millions of dollars. I don't care what y'all say, not his son, whatever. My thing is this. He don't have a mother, right? Young boy throw. Young boy never see nothing bad about him. So when young boy wanted me to interview him, I said, listen, bro, I'm the wrong person to interview you because they're gonna say I'm biased because I be talking about your dad sometimes. Don't do it with me. I said, mind you, I'm not gonna talk about it until you talk about it yourself. He called me years ago. I swear, I'm married 20 years ago, right? You know what I'm saying? So I said, did your mom ever blame you on anybody else? But you can look at whole kids and tell who's kids, especially that girl. Good Lord, right? So my thing is this: when you think you so high and mighty because everybody cater to you, you know, like Beyonce saying that song, "Let me cater to you," all that cater to you, bro. I'm not catering to nobody. I don't care if you're the camel. I mean the goat. If you the
Okay, you guys can go watch the full video. We're gonna kind of keep moving on through this, but Oskino has responded. It's a 21-minute video, and you guys could go watch it. His channel is called Oskino Vasquez. You guys could watch it, or if we have some time, maybe after we get through this 3 minutes, we'll double back to it. Okay, let's continue. So the first one is that.
That chatty patty down on his luck again.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that this next line is for Dame Dash, the chatty patty down on his luck. By the way, I also missed a slight reference, which was a play on words by Jay. A callback to his wife when he says, you know, it's gonna cause you a B to say my name. Obviously,
cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a B to even say my name.
Now, remember, B also could stand for Beyonce. Say My Name is a very popular song by Beyonce. And I believe Destiny Child. Say my name, right? So, yeah, it's kind of like a callback and using his wife as kind of like the reference point to basically say niggas can't fuck with him, right? You know what I mean? And also start talking that billion dollar talk as well.
Quest introducing me to Jack.
Here we go.
That nut ass nigga still stuttering. That chatty patty down on his luck again.
I definitely believe he's talking about Dame Dash there, but he's going to call back directly, even more directly, to Dame Dash in a second.
Quest introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him.
Now, he also addresses Jaguar Wright, which, by the way, Jaguar Wright has been on Jay-Z's head for years, actually. You know, she's alleged that Jay-Z is behind the Diddy takedown, also said that Jay-Z's a monster. She has made a lot of severe allegations against Jay. Some people thought that she would be sued. I think there was some legal action, but not enough that she doesn't speak about him anymore. So, you know, obviously if she's speaking her story or what she believes is her side, she can't be sued for it. But if she's blatantly lying and just misrepresenting or stating things as facts, that's not facts, she could be sued, but she still continues to talk. So I don't know what that means. Okay. So he basically also like this is like almost a comedic break in the freestyle, because he says, "Yo, Questlove introduced me to Jaguar Wright," and he's like, "I don't know why I still even fuck with him." And obviously Questlove, you know, part of the Roots, he's one of the main people who put this event on. He's probably in the back playing drums or some shit like that. Actually, I think he's on stage, and that's why, like, you know, he's kind of laughing and he shares a chuckle with Questlove.
You wonder why I do the freestyle rehearsal.
And he basically says that's why I didn't do the freestyle in rehearsal, because obviously he was going to rehearse with the Roots, and he probably didn't want them to get that exclusive that, yo, I'm going to be mentioning you in this freestyle. It's not a diss to Questlove, though, just a kind of a reference.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him.
Oh, now this is seemingly directly at Nicki Minaj. It says this lady's back on the stuff.
Like she in love with him. Her kid can't even take their kids.
Now he fumbles his line a little bit. From what it appears that social media is even saying that he was trying to say, he's trying to say that her Ken or her and Ken can't even take their kids to school. Like, I think that's like the intention, but he cuts it off purposely because I think people could get it. But he's basically alluding to the fact of, yo, this woman must be on that stuff again. Her and her husband can't even take their kids, you know, to a school, you know? And obviously he's kind of referring to Nicki Minaj's husband, who is on the sexual offender registry list, which would, you know, have certain restrictions in when and where he could be around, you know, certain zones, especially school zones.
Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them.
Okay. Interesting.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him.
Now, there is some Nicki Minaj, some further Nicki Minaj stuff here. Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z. Some people claim that he was, with his hand motion, he was mimicking her. I'm not too sure. Let's see if, yeah, here we go. They said Jay-Z was stuttering on purpose to mock Nicki Minaj when she forgot her lyrics while performing years back in his 4 minutes freestyle. But
I don't fuck with horses. I said it's 700 horses when we fixing to leave.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her kid can't even take their kids. Enough of them.
So they're kind of acting like Jay didn't fumble his lyrics, and actually this was a concerted, directed fumble or, you know, stuttering to make fun of Nicki Minaj. The lyrics clearly are about Nicki Minaj, but they're saying the hand motion and the other stuff was about Nicki as well.
I mean, I don't fuck with horses.
I don't know if this was a reach, because I don't remember this clip being that viral or that embarrassing for Nicki for Jay to call back to this particular clip.
I said it's 700 horses when we fixing to leave.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her kid can't even take their kids. Enough of them.
Okay. All right.
Her kid can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye.
Now, this is where he gets at Drake.
A rapper can't be my eye. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans.
Now,
enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck.
Okay. Now, this kind of brings back this idea, and I keep telling you, you know, through the conversations I've had with Charlamagne, it's ironic that him and Jay-Z kind of have the same concepts. Now, I want to be very clear, right? So from what I heard from Charlamagne is that he believes that all of this Drake stuff, whatever, he believes that even propaganda, quote unquote, even through my channel, maybe not him, but the people that he won't tell me who they are, they believe that those propaganda is government funded and it's MAGA funded. Well, you wouldn't tell me where this is coming from. However, Jay-Z seems to share the same thought. How ironic, right? You literally hear Jay-Z raps that shots and whatever he's thinking in the smear campaign for him, he thinks that is a political thing and it's coming from the government. Now, I disagree. I really just, does politicians or politics try to get into music somewhat? Yes, but I don't think that they're funding an entire thing to clown Jay-Z. Like, that's just not what it is. They're not funding Drake albums, that sounded stupid to me. But it probably would make more sense if Jay-Z's thinking about it like this, and I'm not too sure what else he's into. Now, keep in mind, when Jay-Z says it as opposed to Charlemagne, it makes a little bit more sense. I'll tell you why. First of all, Charlemagne is a radio personality, just like me, right? He's an author. He does a couple more things, but like when Charlemagne is telling me about politics, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? When Jay-Z's talking about some of these things, I could see how Jay-Z would think that his business is being interfered by with politics, right? Jay-Z's been trying to make moves that align politically in a big way. For example, if you got to speak in front of these council boards, you're the guy who seemingly represents black people, blah, blah, blah. You're the person who's supposed to get the gambling license or whatever. If your reputation is constantly being sullied or your efforts being subverted, maybe you could come away with these like theories that, it's MAGA Republicans that's really beefing with you that want to make sure you're not winning, right? So I could understand Jay-Z saying it. Charlemagne saying it, it felt like he was just being a talking head for what Jay-Z thinks, honestly. Now, with me saying that, the most important thing, and even then, as I said, it's still one of the just confusing conversation I have with Charlemagne. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? They kept saying this politics thing and MAGA. And, somebody made a great point. Actually, I don't even want to mention who. Actually, I'll be honest, because I told you, I don't lie about shit. A nigga that's in the orbit of Trump's campaign finally hit their radar. They hit me up and they said, how is Jay-Z, literally what they said to me, how is Jay-Z claiming that and I guess they know a little bit of colloquial terms. How is Jay-Z saying that his ops is MAGA Republicans when we're the ones who pardoned his CEO? Literally what they said. It's in my text. One of the MAGA, actually a nigga connected to the campaign hit me up yesterday. And they said, no, not yesterday, this morning. They said, we just seen the Jay-Z thing. What's going on? How does this guy say that we're his enemies? We pardoned the CEO. Now, let me just play the part one more time.
That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her king can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots
MAGA Republicans
came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them.
So he says a rapper can't be my ops. I got MAGA Republicans. That shot came from the very top of the government. So let's actually do a Google search here. Desiree Perez. She's a CEO of Rock Nation. Okay? She's a CEO of Rock Nation. Right? Ironically, she has one of the biggest positions and most powerful people just in media, period. Because you see her, she was speaking with Telemundo on behalf of Rock Nation to talk about the Super Bowl halftime show last time, Bad Bunny performed. She not only controls Rock Nation, she basically controls a lot of this shit that Jay-Z supposedly is the front of. This Hispanic woman who supposedly cooperated against the cartel back in the day, she's the person that has this power. Now, if you don't know about her, I told you that she had a federal conviction where she cooperated against the cartel years ago. And look at this. Desiree Perez pardoned. So Desiree Perez, CEO of Rock Nation, received a full presidential pardon in 2021. So this is why it's confusing. So you have Jay-Z and Charlemagne's saying that basically Drake and them and we're like MAGA and MAGA funded, yet they won't address the CEO of Jay-Z's company, Rock Nation, who just got a full presidential pardon from Donald Trump. I'm telling you, the nigga connected to Donald Trump's thing. I think he also wants to do like an interview or something like that. Oh, he even said he's down to come on stream. Would love to have you on stream. I would. We got to expose these people fully. Keep in mind, they're accusing these people or certain people of being MAGA this and third. Well, MAGA gave a full presidential pardon to Jay-Z's CEO. So now, if I could get him, he said he's coming to New York City tonight. Would love to have you on stream. I would love, at this point, we got to get somebody from Trump's circle to actually speak on how Jay-Z once again is doing a double talk, acting like, he's beefing with MAGA. But like, brother, first of all, you're the guy who's in hip hop. You hired a certified snitch to be your CEO, and then you claim you don't like Trump, and then you got the certified snitch who got pardoned by Trump running your company. Like, make this make sense. Just make this make sense. Make this make sense. So I'm working on it. I'm going to try to get somebody from the Trump campaign actually that they could speak on how hypocritical Jay-Z is. Because Jay-Z and his cohorts have worked with MAGA in some capacity because there is a presidential pardon. It cleared a record of a 1994 conviction involving conspiracy to distribute narcotics, the conspiracy which she supposedly snitched on the cartel. The White House noted that she had taken full accountability, turned her life around, and became a notable advocate for criminal justice reform. Perez expressed gratitude for the pardon, stating it allowed her family to formally close the chapter of her life in the eyes of the law. Let's go to Variety. How did Roc Nation CEO receive a Trump pardon? How is Charlemagne talking about there's media and propaganda that's political? Jay-Z's rapping about it on stage, but none of them, and I'm hearing that that Charlemagne and Desiree Perez are pretty close. Someone told me that she got him his therapist. I don't know what that means. I know he's on a mental health journey. But if you're cool with Shorty like this, she's getting you your therapist, and you're coming over here claiming that there is these campaigns that are MAGA funded and you're being investigated and Drake and Nicki. Well, could you tell me the investigation that got done on Desiree Perez who received a presidential pardon? How does that work? Let's read through the article. In the days before outgoing Trump finally revealed his long list of his last-minute pardons and commutations around 1 a.m. The list includes, Lil Wayne, Kodak, Death Row, Harry O, and there was some inaccurate. He did not pardon Joe Exotic. But let's see. But a few expected to see the name of Desiree Perez, who is the CEO of Jay-Z's Roc Nation empire, along with her husband, Roc Nation chief Juan Perez. They're both longtime valued associates of the rapper. Trump granted a full pardon to Desiree Perez. The only relevant section of the statement from the press secretary regarding executive grants of clemency reads, Ms. Perez was involved in a conspiracy. She was involved in a conspiracy to distribute narcotics. Since her conviction, she's taken full accountability for her actions and has turned her life around. She has been gainfully employed and has been an advocate for criminal justice reform in her community. Gainfully employed is almost a comic understatement for the successful CEO of a billionaire's multifaceted, multi-million-dollar entertainment and sports company that oversees the careers of artists including Rihanna, Mariah Carey, Alicia Keys, Shakira, J. Cole, Big Sean, Meg Thee Stallion, and many others, along with multiple successful athletes and programs, the Super Bowl halftime show, and other aspects of the NFL entertainment. It says no coincidence that last year's halftime performer were Shakira and longtime friend of The Rock, Jennifer Lopez. And Perez's past offenses are among the less notorious in Trump's extremely long list of executive pardons and commutation. After her 1994 arrest for conspiracy with the intent to distribute narcotics, Perez cooperated. The U.S. Attorney's Office and Perez cooperated in the U.S. Attorney's Office. What? Perez cooperated the U.S. Attorney's Office? Huh? and received a sentence of 5 years probation. Among other offenses, she was later charged with parole violation and served 9 months in 1999. I'm grateful to have received a pardon and to formally close that chapter of my life in the eyes of the law. She's now 52, and she said in a statement, I've taken full accountability for my mistakes from 25 years ago. I also take tremendous pride in my personal growth, perseverance, and accomplishments since then. This pardon reinforces my lifelong commitment to advocate for criminal justice reform and social justice initiatives. He says, I feel good, but a little numb, she told the New York Times separately, noting that she had applied for the pardon just 2 days before she received it. She applied for the pardon 2 days before. And we talking about me and Drake got political connects to MAGA. She replied 2 days before. Charlemagne, could you help explain this? I would love for Charlemagne to try to help explain this. I haven't forgiven myself, and I'm not sure I ever will. Perez did decline Variety's interview request for an interview. And said, well, how did the pardon come about? Insiders speculate that Van Jones, a lawyer, author, and CNN correspondent who is represented by Roc Nation, may have helped navigate the treacherous waters of the Trump administration. Although a source close to the situation denied that Van Jones was involved. It's an easy assumption to make. While he was outwardly no fan of the former president, Van Jones worked closely with the administration on many occasions and is said to be close with Trump's advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He also worked with Kim Kardashian to procure the release of Alice Marie Johnson, who had been serving a life sentence for a nonviolent drug offense. After meeting with the Kardashian in September 2018, Trump commuted Johnson's sentence, and she walked free after 21 years. The connection came after Jones and members of Cut 50, the criminal justice organization he launched in 2015, met there with the president and Kushner, whose father spent 14 months in prison for tax evasion and illegal campaign contributions, to discuss the criminal justice reform bill. Cut 50 was joined in an effort by Kim Kardashian, who has aspirations for a legal career that year. The First Step Act, which is okay. So Perez's pardon took many by surprise and also spurred some question related to the Roc Nation roster. Namely, did efforts to obtain the presidential favor explain why so few Roc Nation artists campaigned on the behalf of the Democratic ticket? So this is what I realize is going on, chat. I don't know if Charlemagne is now a politician. I'm not a politician. And if I ever speak on politics, I'm just speaking as somebody, but you don't see me on The Daily Show. You don't see me on CNN, Fox News. That's where Charlemagne is now trying to make his bones. So Charlemagne is much more politically inclined, more than even hip hop inclined, I would say at this point. So when he told me that there's a bunch of politics involved in in Grand Wizard Chat nigga, I'm like, yo, are you fucking kidding me? Like, brother, if someone try to convince you that Grand Wizard Chat nigga is ran by the fucking MAGA Republicans, you might be like, bro, this is just like a fucking guy with a sense of humor, my nigga. And that's what I thought. But now I'm kind of seeing how Jay-Z put this across, but then it's so hypocritical because even the people on Trump's team, they're like, whoa, hold on now. I'm wondering if Trump regrets that pardon. You have Jay-Z, who his CEO, who you gave a pardon to, Jay-Z shit talking you. All right, bet. So they're saying, this is Variety, by the way. They're saying maybe this is the reason why Roc Nation artists basically didn't campaign that much on the behalf of the Democratic ticket, both in the presidential race and in Georgia, where 2 Senate seats were hotly contested. While Alicia Keys and Meg Thee Stallion showed support on social media and through other organizations, their participation hardly compared to the appearances Beyonce and Jay-Z made on behalf of the Obama-Biden ticket. While the number of voters who may be swayed by celebrity endorsements might not seem significant high in a race that both sides knew was likely to be decided by razor-thin margins in many districts and states, Republicans knew that every vote they could keep out of the other side's camp was important. Close source of the situation stressed that Roc Nation does not impose itself into political involvement. Now, what is that saying, chat? It's basically saying that maybe Trump and his administration offered a pardon to Roc Nation CEO and said, yo, if you have none of your artists start going crazy for our op, which is Kamala, and just don't have them show up for Kamala, because if they don't show up, we're probably going to win. We'll give you a pardon, right? We'll give you a pardon, but just don't have them campaign too crazy for, Kamala, because we don't want to, we don't want people pulling out hot sauce out of the bag no more, okay? However, one source familiar with Perez and the former administration wouldn't blame Roc Nation for playing it safe. Look, whoa. So now we get to find out. I get I get accused of having people around me. They're saying Grand Wizard and Academics TV in terms of like the platform. They're saying that these things are now mouthpieces for political agenda. And he said something very, 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 very poignant to me as well. He said, you know, you got to think that Democrats might be looking at it like, yo, you know, they don't get a fair shake. And I was like, we don't really post about politics. And actually, I will be honest, Charlemagne quoted two articles that he said, well, nah, I've seen Academics TV post some shit. It was about Biden. I was like, how the fuck do you remember that? So Charlemagne is, I don't know if Charlemagne is in some politician like hotbed or something like that, but clear as day, they claim they got all my receipts. You know, they ain't no politician on it. I think now we got to hold the mirror up and start looking at Charlemagne, Jay-Z, Desiree Perez, because they got the political affiliation. We just got to be honest, right? Because they're combing through all my financials with a fine teeth comb, and the closest thing that they could claim was a political payment for anything. You have the idiot Jeremy jump out and say, "Oh, Academics got paid by Truth Social." Turns out it was Rumble. So another idiotic thing. So we got to think about these things. They're the only people telling me that this is politics. I'm like, why? Because this whole time I'm like, it might be Meg Thee Stallion and those people, because Meg was doing a lot. They're like, nah, this shit's got to do with some politics. And I'm like, politics? What the fuck? Politics? So now I hear Jay-Z rapping about MAGA Republicans and shots coming from the government. I'm like, oh, him and Charlemagne's on the same page. Except the question I got to him and Charlemagne is that, could we have an open discussion on, if y'all believe that there are meme pages and Twitter pages being ran by MAGA Republicans, could you tell us what the fuck is going on with Rock Nation since the CEO got a pardon from MAGA? We don't want to talk about that, do we? We don't want to talk about that. It's ain't never fun when the rabbit got the gun. You get what I'm saying? You know, somehow illegally, our, you know, either finances or whatever, it's on the Summer Jam screen. It's gotten through whatever illicit method. I would love to comb through the, you know, the 1099 or the W-2s of the, like these other unscrupulous media members who seem to be echoing this political thing, because it's now aligning with Jay-Z. And again, I'm going to keep asking the question, how does Jay-Z, who says his ops is MAGA, how does his ops pardon his CEO? And his CEO is his best friend. How? Okay, so one source familiar with Perez and the former administration wouldn't blame Rock Nation for playing it safe. Anyone who's worked with Trump, White House, know you can't piss him off or you'll take revenge. Why is the pardon important for Perez, who's already in the upper ranks of business? Well, insiders point to global ambitions for the executive, who was promoted from COO to CEO of Rock Nation in December 2019, as well as the company's ambitions to move into businesses like cannabis. So you see, that's another thing I was saying. So Jay-Z's playing these political high-level games. He has his mouthpieces, whether it's Charlemagne or other people, like bringing it down to another level, because when Jay-Z gets attacked, it hurts their entire bottom line. And they're thinking that if we have reasonable criticisms of Jay-Z, or we're not like fucking cock riding and cock sucking, it is now some smear campaign that is paid for by MAGA, except they're working with MAGA. MAGA done pardon Desiree Perez. Y'all think we'll hear any type of response? Charlemagne? Rock Nation? Jigga? Will any of y'all tell us how Rock Nation is your op, but he pardoned you? No. How's MAGA y'all op, but you got pardoned by MAGA? How does that work? To give an analogy of that, that's like saying, fuck them niggas on 63rd, and then saying the niggas on 63rd saved your life after you got shot. Huh? That's not your op. That's your friend. How is MAGA the op, but MAGA is pardoning y'all? The equivalent is like saying 63rd your op, and 63rd just saved your life from bleeding out. Something ain't right here, chat. Something's not right. Now, we're hearing that it's because of Jay-Z's aspirations. That's why he's thinking politics, right? Jay-Z wants to get into cannabis. I keep telling you, Jay-Z is he's a ruthless capitalist. I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh, he's doing something wrong necessarily. But for anybody who think he's like, for the culture, or when he starts like throwing these things out, like, the boy is shaming MAGA or people that supposedly might be connected to MAGA while he's getting pardoned by MAGA. This guy got no backbone. Jay-Z's like a nigga who protests outside of Planned Parenthood, talking about abortions are bad. Abortions are bad. He gets his side bitch pregnant. He got an appointment the next morning. He in the lobby waiting for her to get her stomach pumped. This guy's a hypocrite. Basically, Jay-Z is MAGA. Or let's say Rock Nation at least. They're getting pardoned. You think you getting a pardon? You ain't getting no fucking pardon. Jay-Z just launched a brand called Monogram and Spirits. As a convicted felon, there are certain things you can't do, like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Bingo. Bingo. This is why all this politics shit is coming up, chat. As a convicted felon, there are certain things you can't do, like run a public company. So Desiree Perez couldn't be the head of a public company because she had a conviction on her bill. Now it's been pardoned and wiped off. And that might have been done on some quid pro quo type of thing to say, hey, listen, we won't have Rock Nation artists campaigning for Kamala, so we'll leave the coast clear for y'all, but if y'all win, give us that pardon. So they're saying that because Rock Nation was getting held back because Desiree Perez was a felon. And we get to find out that MAGA repealed her felon status by issuing a full pardon. Interesting. Let's get back to freestyle.
I'm governed by God. You're trying to break the government. I can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God. You're trying to break the government. I rained for 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrist get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up.
This is where he gets at Drake. Now let's play this little interlude before he tries to get at Drake. Here we go.
Wrist get flooded again. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God. You're trying to break the government. I rained for 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrist get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up.
Now, if you guys don't know, two people have mentioned that the jig is up. Nicki Minaj has tweeted that a lot. She's tweeted that a lot. This is what she tweeted in July 8th, 2025. Dear Jay-Z and Deseret, you ruined hip-hop, you ruined football, you ruined basketball, you ruined touring, you ruined Instagram, you ruined Twitter. The jig is up. She said this multiple times. Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly bloodshed. However, the jig is up. Okay? So she kept calling them out. She kept calling them even Satanist. All right? Satanist. Yeah. Here's a few more. On good form, it says the jig up is stick up, run me my money, cause I be the baddie B, Barbie tings, banging body B. Okay. Also on Scene Green, she says no one bitch could be my op. That shit offends me. By the way, that's a callback to what Jay was saying. A rapper can't be my op. So they think that she's playing off of Nicki's bars. No one bitch could be my op. That shit offends me. It's corporate giants and machines that went against me. Right? Also on Big Difference, Nicki said, you said you look up to her, but you really look up to me. I can't be playing with niggas. I'm married to G. And not too sure what. They think this is the look up to bar. That look up to bar was straight for Drake. It says, this day funeral, start the service, say my name, make him nervous. Nah, I don't think that had nothing to do. So these first two, I definitely think I think Jay used this first one, and the second one was kind of like, possibly jabbing at Jay-Z. Okay, here's another one. Doesn't even matter. How could 4 different artists all approximately lose 30 million listeners or streams in the last couple months while actively releasing music or touring? They're rushing out those stats because the jig is up with all the botted enhancements. I don't even know SZA was still at it, child. Who is it? Jay-Z, you better come get her. You better tell their executive to say what he called me begging for more than once before I release PF2. But because I knew Rock Nation was affiliated with them and I was trying to use the Queen again, I kept turning the request down bookie. It's been tough for you and Desiree Perez now that you can't use my fans and me anymore, huh? It's been tough now that the smear campaigns ain't smearing the same, huh? I mean, it was a real video of her begging for 40 million. Now the video in question is this video here, 40 Desiree Perez, 40 million. By the way, Drill, I want you to crop this out. You got to crop this out. Desiree and her underhanded illegal tactics have been striking YouTubers for this, claiming that because it's a secret recording out of her home that supposedly it should not be. She scrubbed it from the internet, but she was talking to her daughter hidden camera, or her daughter actually put it on hidden camera or whatever. Let's see if we could see, I don't even think it's like anywhere. See, I think it's on like Drill's page. Here we go. Idea. Anyway.
I say all that to you to say.
Here we go. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to Desiree Perez's daughter. Yo, Desiree Perez's daughter. I know you've been like reaching.
During the COVID stuff when everything was shut down, my overhead.
So now we found out, at least in 2022 or 2021, Rock Nation overhead was $260 million. Wow.
$260 million a year. Mike's the CEO of Rock Nation, my partner, the multi-billionaire company, Rock Nation and Ticketmaster. We needed $40 million just to stay alive. I called them, Michael Rapino. I said, Rapino, there's this issue here, Desiree. I might not be here 6 months from now.
Michael Rapino is the CEO of Live Nation. Live Nation has a 50-50 stake in Rock Nation. Wow. So she calls the billionaire owner up and says, I might not be here 6 months from now. Meaning this company could go under. I might get fired. Right?
I hope you're here when things get better. I can't help. Basically, Rock Nation.
So supposedly Live Nation told him no.
Fucking done if I had to write you a check.
Whoa.
Rock Nation fucking done if I.
So all this is recorded, was put out by the daughter, right? And this is what Nicki's referring to. It's been tough for you and Desiree Perez, now that you can't use my fan. Okay. The real video begging for 40 million. Should I tell them the real story of why you came to listen to the Queen album in my studio and why you were on the phone with me and G. Robeson telling me that someone else needed the beat I had already gotten lawyers involved with for my song with The Weeknd. The beat was taken from me and my producer. He made another beat and I was sued because apparently the new beat was still too similar. Should we discuss the role G. Robeson played in all of this when I had no idea? Remember the line that you said about Future and his son? Why did you say that? Life comes to you fast, Jigga Man. Okay. Jay, how is Desiree? Did she do her deposition? Had no idea. She and I use the same law firms. I just terminated them once I learned. I wonder if she did to her daughter, if what she did to her daughter is proven true, if herself should be Baker acted. Wouldn't you say the same insane behavior if your Rock Nation CEO was doing to these kind of things? LOL, remember how niggas try to lowball me for what I make a show on my Gag City tour? Haha, but then competition came along and a real offer had to be made, huh? That would make someone split a lot less, right? Then Future toured with the other touring company, had a real successful tour. It's funny. All Future did was say he had a song he co-wrote was taken from him without his knowledge. I'm paraphrasing here, but it seems like certain people end up hating the people they can't get money from, huh? Oh, no. It's funny how much more my Gag City tour made than all my others. Isn't it funny how me taking Monica got people mad because they couldn't get their artists on tour as an opener? LOL, we got a lot of requests. Isn't it funny that that touring data page stopped posting touring data during a certain other person's tour? Were you the one that helped Desiree get pardoned? Lil Wayne was the only one that got punished for his pardon, though, huh? I wonder if you guys have any control over the blogs that make them not want to post stuff about you that they post about plenty others. Inside, you're just an insecure guy who would rather pay for bots at 55 than do the right thing. Huh. Allegedly, of course. Interesting.
My next update, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never look.
Okay, now here are the bars for Drake.
Wrong chart, champ. My next update, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never looked up to them.
Okay. So he says, give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, so what the fuck? He says, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. Niggas looked up to Hove. I ain't never look up to them. Now, am I reading into this wrong? Or is he alluding that he's up $10 billion? I think Forbes estimates him to be at like 2. He says, I'm up 10. Forbes, net worth, Jay-Z. Yeah, they have him at $2.5 billion. I think also he's kind of trying to stun on Drake because Drake has been talking bees on the table, bees. And I don't even know where Forbes has Drake at, but I think some people would be thinking Drake is either hovering around or trying to officially be announced as a billionaire, even though I know he's made $1 billion. That's a fact. But currently, that's his earning for 1 year. I want to see what his net worth is. Yeah, I don't think they even have a net worth on him right now, but apparently he's not $1 billion yet. And it's according to Forbes, this is 11 months ago. They said, okay, this is a joke. So according to Forbes, Drake been worth $250 million for the last 6 years. Did I misread that bar, by the way? Did I misread that bar? He says, I want to make sure. He says, the jig is up, nigga, I'm up 10. Right? Keep in mind, Drake says the jig is up on Shut the Fuck Up, Janice.
$1 million. Only come home to on camera inside of your hood. Damn, against your will. How many money on paper like? Yeah, money just came in for free for real. Like how long you been running this? Flight out to
No, it's right here.
you, cause they feel some guilt. Off a tree, been running the streets for real.
Wait, why can't I find it? Did I miss it?
On camera inside of your hood, then you deal. Difference between niggas get it.
I'm missing it. It's not in the first verse, is it?
No. Free, what mine is gonna stream while you watching HD. They say that karma could take an eternity. Yours is dropping the same night as me. Funny thing is that they ain't gonna compare. Baby, thought they had me street.
Am I missing it? It's the first 8 bars? Bro, y'all are playing.
You just resurrected me. Beach me over you. Free me. He's rocking already, my nigga.
Oh, right, my bad. Damn, it's at the beginning of the song. Never mind.
Boys got big on my name. That's big enough. We know how you OGs rocking already, my nigga. The jig is up.
This is why I also thought, when people said the title is meant for Joe Budden, I was like, which lines are you saying? And I've seen some people incorrectly. I don't think Drake looks at Joe as an OG. Now Joe's a little bit older than Drake, but like I don't think he looks at him as an OG. When I hear OG, I think definitely we're talking about just Jay-Z status. So he's like, and we know how you OGs rocking already, my nigga. The jig is up. That's okay. So the lines go, nigga, he says, my next update, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You got to look up again. Okay. Then he says, niggas look up to Hove. I ain't never look up to them.
Nigga, I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up to Hove.
Which, by the way, what this told me was that, I know y'all gonna say this ain't true, but Jay's a little bit bothered by, like, Drake kind of passing these records, if you ask me. Drake has skated past so many of these different records, and he's just flexing with it. And I do believe that Jay himself is kind of looking at these records and probably being like, man, I think he feels salty. I always told you I felt he felt a little salty. Because he's directly addressing, I don't know when he wrote this, but he's directly addressing the charts. He's at wrong charts. You know, he's basically saying, wrong chart, champ, you got to look up again. Like he values this idea of, being ranked ahead of Drake. So now Drake has beat him in the musical charts. He's now telling Drake, look up. I'm beating you in the money game chart. So he's kind of moving the goalpost, but he's saying, nah, that's the chart that matters. Then he says, niggas looked up to Hove. Hove never looked up to them. Now, I told you, I think he could always get this line off on Jay-Z, on Drake and Kanye. However, I do think, if Drake ever wants to respond, which, by the way, I think Drake should ignore this nigga. He should ignore this fuck nigga. This senile, Alzheimer's, fungus-infested ass motherfucker should be ignored. Honestly. I'm going to be honest with you. My advice is that Drake should treat him like how he would have. You remember how Jay-Z treated like niggas like Jim Jones in The Game back in the day? That's how Drake should treat Jay-Z now. Boy, I just dropped the hottest album. I'm the only thing moving in hip hop right now, gang. Even your moment you had to make about me. This is your first pop out. Nobody remembers. Yes, by the way, he reunited back with Freeway and Beanie Siegel on stage. Nobody's talking about nothing else other than him dissing Drake. If I'm Drake, I treat Hove like the little nigga like that he is. I don't even give him a response. Get out of here, sucker. Get out of here. You ain't gonna come. That boy popped out with a 22. His main man, the sniper, couldn't do it. The other nigga that came in with the Uzi couldn't do it. The other nigga with the Glock 19 couldn't do it. The other nigga with the Glock with a switchy on it couldn't do it. Now he coming out with a little 22 like he hunting birds or something like that. Fuck out of here. You hunting deer? Nah. Treat Jay-Z like the bum he is. Give him no response. Pay him dust. Pay him dust. That's how you, listen, Drake fans, trust me. I'm going to Bill Belichick this one. You give this nigga, first of all, we wouldn't even respect it or even think it's valued a response unless you even had a beat to it. Put out a song, but maybe then we'll think about it. But this right here, this is a mad ramblings from a nigga that's losing his marbles. A nigga that's probably suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's, and all that type of shit. Maybe even arthritis, nigga. Listen, while you figure out what type of hairstyle you want to go with, you want to go back to some wigs, you want a dread wig, whatever you want to do, you ain't going to engage with Drake. Nigga, he passed you already, boy. Why you ain't trying to get up with him last summer? Why you ain't trying to get up with him the summer before? What you think, you about to come over here and just like indulge you? Nigga, you at the Roots picnic, nigga. You couldn't even wait till you got to your Yankee Stadium show. Pay this nigga dust. This was cool, but this nigga, this ain't what we think it is. This shit was cool. This was light. This shit was light. And we should probably like make sure we put it in the air. Hey, for the people who've been acting like, I told you, that boy Kung Fu Kenny couldn't finish the job. He did a good job starting it though. Listen, y'all seen that one playoff game where niggas was up like 30? And in the last like 11 minutes, niggas is lost. I think it was like the Raptors or something. Was it Raptors? No, it was the Cavs. Bum ass niggas. That's Kendrick. Now Kendrick was up for a bit, but nobody thinking about Kendrick no more. The boy still prevails. And for the people who thinking that Jay's a different beast, remember Jay got thoroughly spanked by Nas. Like Jay's not the winner you want to describe. You know how y'all dick ride Kendrick? Jay's not a winner neither. Okay? Jay's not a winner neither. Jay's not a winner neither, okay? Jay is Mr. Consolation Prize. Let's just put this in perspective. So there ain't nobody scared of Jay-Z. This was cute and amusing, nice moment, but trust me, the boy not gonna fall for the same banana in the tailpipe thing twice. Jay, if you want the current king attention, boy, you got to come better than that. Boy, you got to come better than that one. You gonna have to come a lot better than that one. You gonna have to come a lot better than that one. And for all the dick riders who used to say the same thing about Drake, even though Drake was actually dropping real tracks, remember y'all said that, why Drake dissing 20 people instead of the one nigga he should focus on? Yeah. Well, we going to treat Jay-Z the same. Jay, we don't respect it till you drop the whole verse at Drake. We waiting. Go in front of that mirror again, pick your hair out, and come with another verse. We'll wait for, when is it, July? We'll wait for the Yankee Stadium shit. Matter of fact, just drop the song. Fuck it. Just drop the song, gang. What you think? Nigga thought this is Def Jam poetry? The fuck you think this is? You about to come with some spoken word? We think you Loaded Lux, nigga? You Calico, nigga? You think you Holler the Dawn, nigga? What the fuck you think? What the fuck you think this is, nigga? Iceman killing the streets, nigga, like, bruh, calm that down. Calm it down. Calm it down. And by the way, Jay, it's interesting how you popping all that shit to the boy. You know I got dirt on you, doggy. I heard about that secret dinner, man. When you thought the boy was dissing you back in the day, you were panicking. You asked him to go to dinner to clarify, yo, bro, we got issues, bro. You was copping it then. I don't know if you forgot. It might be a little bit of dementia. Yeah, you was copping it then. You was trying to clarify if the boy was giving you bars. That was probably over a decade. Happened in LA. We'll just leave it there. Happened in LA. Happened in LA. You asked the homie to dinner to ask him if he was dissing you. Now you on stage talking crazy. After you done sent like 10 niggas at him. The audacity of you niggas, man. Maybe you could have invited him to a brunch this time around and ask him if he was dissing you. Interesting. Damn, man. The switch up from this nigga is different. Back in the day, when the boy was getting busy with the bars, he want to sit down for dinner like, yo, let's have some caviar, some fucking ravioli. You ain't want no smoke with the boy then. I'm going to tell you this. You don't want no smoke with him now neither, trust. That was a nice freestyle. We're not going to say his ass. But if you thought that was the one to get Drake to respond, nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it, okay? But I hear you. Now, we're going to continue because you weren't done trying to get your bars off at Drake. Let's hear this shit.
Niggas up. I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the Hove. I never looked up to them.
A lot of energy here, man. Jigga, remember that Beverly Hills Hotel, man? Remember that dinner, brother?
Publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Got your publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me. You niggas is workers. In perpetuities, how your contract is worded. Don't make me go man.
Okay. Here we go.
Niggas look up the Hove. I never looked up to them.
Now, I do think, well, so I had to go on that spiel to say, my official advice is that Drake should pay this man dust. This is a mad rambling of a old senile has-been. Okay? Yes, he's still Jay-Z, but if I asked y'all, would y'all want to see Jay-Z and Drake rap at each other? I think you would probably say no. We're good. It's okay. It's okay, old man. Like, let's, you ever see the meme where they're bringing the old man to, we're going back out here, sir. It's okay. It's okay. So, really, I think no response for this guy. It's okay. It's okay. We let you get it off, but come, you know, no. Now,
niggas look up the Hove.
Now, if Drake did need to respond, I think he already has the response. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The same response he did to Pusha T would apply to Jay-Z. Remember, he did it really well on Duppy Freestyle. On Duppy Freestyle, because, obviously you're going to have Pusha T who's saying, basically he's using the, yo, you were my fan type of thing to try to get that, like, one up. When you kind of look at it, Drake had a dope response to it. Because, he bought the microphone. He bought Pusha T microphone back in the day. And he said, yo, I had a microphone of yours, but the signature faded. That pretty much resembles what's been happening lately. I like that response. Yeah. So we could sit here and you could bring up everything where it's like, well, Drake said if Hove died, he would cry. Yeah. Until you forget he's looking at Jay-Z like a walking fucking corpse at this point. You get what I'm saying? The nigga been died. Metaphorically. You get what I'm saying? I even always thought that, you kind of look at, is it Whisper My Name? I think it's Whisper My Name. Yeah, Whisper My Name. I always thought this had some parallel to Jay-Z. You had Drake with, like, I don't know, if these are diamond encrusted things that were supposed to be tears. He's at a funeral home. He's at a cemetery. I felt that was completing the whole thing with Drake talking. You see the white doves in the background. I thought I was completing the whole thing with Drake saying that, he would cry when Hove dies. Hove's been a corpse in terms of just relevant musical shit. Like, is he a legend? Of course, we're not taking that away from him. But again, I don't think you want, if Jay-Z was dropping a new song, unless he was doing some dissing, would you want to hear this shit? You want to hear the next on to the next one? That's what you want to hear? You don't want to hear that shit, brother. So unless he comes out and he admits that he's cheating on Beyonce again, maybe he's finally going to cop to some of these kids that he's not claiming. Maybe he's just going to try to beef with a rapper who's still in his prime. And that's the thing. The biggest misstep Drake could make is to, like, and I know, trust me, I know, out of pure competition, Drake is not a pussy. And this is why we love Drake. He's not like J. Cole. So I know, if he hears this, he's going to be like, yo, man, I'm down to get it in with anybody. That's the true MC. That's the the fearless competitor that's within him. But he has to learn from how things happened last time in terms of the artist that is not in your relevance trying to eat off your wave. You should pay him dust. Tell that nigga to go about his way and go get Blue Ivy to fucking braid his hair or something. Move, nigga. Move. Get your old ass on out of here, nigga. Move. Just like that. Move, nigga. That's what he should say to that nigga. Get out of here. Gallop, nigga. Get your camel-looking ass on out of here. Point blank, period, nigga. Point blank, period. Get that nigga out of here. So for all the people, and I know hip-hop media is going to gas it up. Listen, I can't control what Drake does, but I will tell you my recommendation. My recommendation is we're going to treat Jay-Z like a unhinged lunatic. A guy losing his marbles. We ain't rapping with a nigga. Okay? Maybe if it comes to something better, but he got a couple more chances. We might see him at Yankee Stadium, but other than that, it's Iceman season still. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If Drake was really a troll, he'd really drop the real remix, and it wouldn't be shut the fuck up Janis. It'd be shut the fuck up Jay-Z, but you can't give him that. Jay-Z is like, remember when Jim Jones started beefing with Jay-Z? That Jim Jones in this situation is Jay-Z, and Jay-Z in this situation is Drake. Pay that old man dust. Take your walker and walk outside. Go to DJ Khaled's studio in Miami and you give him a hit, motherfucker. We're not giving you no more stimmies. You bitch ass niggas done came up enough. You got Kendrick over here crip walking and whining to a fucking diss song for 2 fucking years. Now your old ass is coming over here trying to get a stimmy. No, we're not doing it. Go on, old man. Go on. Old man, go on. We don't even want to squabble with you. It's not even a fair fight. Jay, them bars you spitting there, you ain't on the level where Drake is rapping right now. Go on, old man. We want no issue. Just bring your old lame ass on. Go on. You popping out don't scare nobody. You've never won a beef. I don't remember. Well, we ain't giving the Prodigy shit. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that shit, man. Cam washed you. Nas washed you. Man, get out of here, man. And Jay-Z and 50 been washing you without even records. Like, come on. Oh, listen. Senior citizen, please step to the left. Step to the left. Aubrey is in his prime. He wants nothing to do with you. Go ahead, old man. Bye. Let me tell you this. This was a weak-ass attempt. They think they could do the same trick on the boy twice. Try to bait him out. You know why Drake should just ignore this nigga and pay him dust? Because as soon as Drake starts to even responds anything, now they start trying to they're always going to do this culture shit. Oh, you Canadian. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from Marcy. I'm with the culture. Nah. Go make a hit song, Jay. Go make a fucking hit. Get out of here, nigga. What's that SpongeBob joint? How many times we got to tell you, old man? Yes. This is what our official response is to Jay-Z.
You're gonna kick my butt! How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
That's what we're saying to you, Jay-Z. That's the official response. Nothing on wax. Listen, I'm pretty sure your mouthpieces, that's in media, is going to try to make it seem for the next week. Oh, no, Drake better. Nah, this is different. Nah, Drake better get in his bag. No, he don't. He needs to ignore this fuck nigga who's clearly sleepwalking, sleep talking. He admitted he trying to change his therapist. This nigga is 60, still having mental breakdowns. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. No response. Let him die in silence. How about you show up to your Yankee Stadium show and perform songs from 30 years ago? Good job, buddy. Good job. You're amazing. Take your victory lap. Perform the 30-year-old songs. But this crop, this current generation, 2026, other than the 45-year-old niggas who still stuck up under your nutsack, nobody gives a fuck about you. I'm sorry. At this point, I would rather Jay Fold respond than who to give. Now, I got no problem with Drake still shitting on this nigga. And I don't care if Jay-Z responds. We're not giving Jay-Z don't qualify for the back and forth. Sorry. This nigga's an old man, bruh. Irrelevant, like, bruh. Nah, we not doing that. Nope. They're trying to bait Drake into it too, right? Drake, if you could do your audience a favor, man, please stop saving these niggas. This shit was cool. I have this being out of here after all the podcasts go and they dick crowd all this shit. This shit is out of here by Thursday. We're still going to be talking about Iceman for the third week next week. So on Friday, we're going to be talking about Iceman for the third week at number 1. Ignore this fuck nigga. We don't give a fuck what he said. Good attempt, but mid, skip, trash, delete. Yup. I'm sorry. Yo, Drake fans, let me tell you this. All of these niggas been talking shit, but all of them want to use Aubrey for clout. They're all like, oh, this would go diss each other or find some other way to get yourself popping. And then we see what's up. Find a way to go get popping right now, currently, in this current market, and we'll see what's up. All of y'all. But the whole, like, bait and switch thing, like, oh, I know his ego not going to let me talk to him like this. Them bars was cool. Nothing to phone home about. Nothing. Okay? Yo, you have Jay-Z talking about this, that, and third about, and we'll talk about, like, the contract stuff. Yo, Jay, he could shit on you. He could shit on you and your whole catalog. He made more money off, nigga, you made your music, you made your money off robbing other artists. You made money off clothing, off everything else, management. Drake made $1 billion from music. You ain't make $1 billion from music. That's just facts we talking about. He made $1 billion from his own catalog. So you could say, oh, the white people own it in perpetuity. Ain't nobody made more money than this nigga. He talking about a B. When you try to get your B, you had to go link up with Live Nation. You talking about independence. You so titled to Square. How you talking about independence? You the first nigga to sell. How you talk independence? You the first nigga to sell in every situation. You walk people to the water and just put some poison in there until they die. You just like run off with a check. How you talking about independence? How that work? In most of the situations you got going on, you just a face card for these people. You sold title to get on the board of Square. You sold title, a black-owned supposed business that's a streaming company that was supposed to represent artists to get on the board of Square. I'm lying? So what you talking about independence? What you talking about in perpetuity? You talking about his catalog? Nigga, your companies are owned in perpetuity by Live Nation. The fuck are we talking about? Closes the deal. $350 million to Square. Look, and then we're going to, look, joins board. Square buys it. Square buys title. Jay-Z joins the board. Come on, stop playing. What are you talking about? You can't talk about that. You trying to use a talking point that Dame Dash been trying to shit on you about. Because Dame Dash didn't agree with none of the partnerships you went into. So now you're talking about, oh, okay. So let's get into it. What do you say directly?
He's turning up. Enough of them. I'm governed by God. You trying to... My next update, the jig is up. I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never looked up to them. Got your publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me, you niggas is workers. In perpetuity's how your contract is worded. Don't make me go man. The roots remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much of my name. Don't forget who I am.
Here we go.
The roots remember. The crackers got your publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me, you niggas is workers. In perpetuity's how your contract is worded. Don't make me go man.
Listen, I don't know how Drake's full deal is structured. I do know this is a clever way of Jay-Z trying to throw it in Drake's face like he doesn't have like ownership. But the reality is this. Every album since Scorpion, Drake owns the masters of these albums. So now he doesn't talk masters, he talks publishing. Now, if you go back to when Drake supposedly signed the $400 million deal, Lucian Grange actually mentioned that it was, I think he mentioned publishing directly. Yes. So it says it includes the rapper's publishing interests, right? Now, here's the thing with even talking about deals like that. I know some of you guys might not be familiar with publishing. So masters, Drake owns the masters. Now, you have masters and publishing. Now, when it comes to publishing, we don't know if Drake is basically like Kanye did this too. It's not necessarily selling your publishing, but you could probably license your publishing to them, right? So you would license your publishing interest to them probably on a 10-year basis, and then you get that money up front, which would probably be that lion's share of, you know, whatever hundreds of millions he's getting. Here's the thing. You get you're going to get those, you're going to get over time, you're going to get the publishing back. Like there's nothing that indicates that Drake sold his publishing, but he probably did a publishing deal with Universal alongside the distribution deal with Universal. Why? It could help incentivize them to recoup their money if they gave him $400 million. So what am I saying? At some point, the publishing that they were probably exploiting is going to return back to him, even if they're still exploiting it now. Now, obviously, that's looking at it in a nuanced way, but if you're trying to diss somebody, you're just going to be like, the C words got your fucking publishing, right? By the way, publishing deals are very, very, they're everybody basically does them. Okay, so Drake entered into an expansive, multifaceted deal with the company and encompasses recordings, publishing, merchandise, and visual media projects. Okay, let's see if we could hear about it. Da-da-da. Lucian Grange, Q1. I'm trying to see if I can find the call. Anyway, usually you can find like the recording of the call. It's probably, actually I could just look it up. UMG earned quarterly calls. Let's see if we can sort it real quick. If not, fuck it. That's an annual report. Keyword, we're going to go from 2022. And all we got to do is look at by type. Financial results. No. Oh, maybe they don't have the call stuff here. Financial reports, share info. Okay, here we go. There's a webcast. Okay. 2022. Okay. This is Q1. Let's hear the webcast. It should connect me to a thing. Here we go.
Good evening and welcome.
It's a term you will all know well. It's what we call our portfolio approach.
So this is Lucian Grange talking about a bunch of stuff.
Mentioned for a few minutes now on the importance of our geographic portfolio. after our recent Def Jam launches in the UK, Europe and Africa, Hybe's BTS was named by IFPI as the top-selling. Further, through an extended exclusive global music publishing agreement, Universal Music Publishing will represent Gabriel's entire iconic catalogue.
Okay, they're talking about
uniting his musical legacy under the film. The Weeknd had both 2020 and 2021's biggest selling global singles, the first artist in IFPI history to ever achieve that. Building on the relationship he's had with Republic Records since 2012, the new expanded relationship formed in 2021. Of course, encompasses future albums and singles, but it also makes our music publishing division the home to his songwriting catalogue and all his future works. In addition, Bravado, our leading brand management and merchandise company, will continue to work closely with The Weeknd. It did not come overnight. But after almost a decade of UMG's working closely with the band, prospects of UMG today dwarfs those of previous heights.
Press release we just issued, but let me provide some additional color. I'd remind you that any growth rates we discussed today are in developing music markets across a broad. We are seeing is our
to keep the top of funnel robust.
Those services. SVOD platforms focused on.
We'd add on pricing.
I wanted to come back on the margin mix.
May include forward-looking statements.
It's definitely at the beginning.
Merchandising operations. Our touring merchandise is coming from the likes of Billie Eilish, Imagine Dragons, Justin Bieber, and Elton John. And on our direct-to-consumer and on our own diversity of revenue sources makes UMG a healthier and stronger company. But just as importantly, it also serves as a all-off album of the year went to Jean-Baptiste, a jazz artist, on the importance of our geographic portfolio, which is vast. As I've said, we have company operations in 60 countries across the wider region and been committed to supporting and investing in the next wave of talent from the region, having spearheaded the transition in the US. The partnership has now been expanded to include JYP's boy band, Straight Geffen Alliance will be releasing new. Overall, we've seen substantial growth in our Japanese business, and Virgin Music is also catalogue artists of the past, like Juan Gabriel. The biggest artists of today are also leaning in and expanding their relationship with UMG in every region, and for this we're particularly proud. Drake is a prime example. At our Capital Markets Day last year, we shared with you our new long-term worldwide partnership with Drake, which expanded from recorded music to music publishing, film, television, and brands.
Now, it's so funny, too, where Jay-Z's mentioning, like, the publishing stuff. We had Future, who just sold his publishing. Justin Bieber sold his publishing. Like, a lot of artists are selling their publishing to cash out. There's no indication that Drake sold his publishing, but probably has licensed his publishing through UMG-PG, which is Universal Music Group Publishing, or UMPG. I forget what that is. But there's a publishing arm of this. That would be the thing that if Drake wants hundreds of millions, they could kind of almost front him on his own money, but he still owns an asset. We don't know if he owns an asset or not, you know?
And we couldn't be more excited about what lies ahead for our relationship. The same holds true for other artists who may have begun their relationship with us through a traditional label, publishing deal, or even an artist distribution deal. Over time, as they see the results of what our global teams can deliver and the care with which we treat their art.
All right, so that is, you know, if anyone cares.
Talk success to me, you niggas is workers. In perpetuity is how your contract is worded.
So Jay-Z says, yo, you think it's his workers. He's kind of almost still alluding to Drake, but he says in perpetuity is how your contract is worded. Somebody tell Jay-Z that's how Big Sean's contract was worded. That's literally Kanye West's contract and how it was worded. That's how his contract was worded. In perpetuity, if you don't know what that means, in perpetuity means forever. So usually what happens is when you get signed by a label and you don't have enough leverage, the master recordings of that particular album that you put out or music that you put out is usually owned by the label. And they usually say they own this master, they own this masters basically like in perpetuity, even though there's challenges to that with copyright law, because now, you know, after a certain amount of time, you can actually re-record a master. But still, the point is, in perpetuity is a standard term in every music contract, because when a label signs you and they're putting out your work, they're actually owning your work in the foreseeable future, unless you do a deal to get it back somehow or you buy it back yourself. Notably, Jay-Z had purchased his masters back. Jay-Z purchased his masters. And he purchased his master recordings from Def Jam. By the way, I guarantee his contract was saying in perpetuity as well. By the way, let's look up. Remember Kanye West uploaded his contract? Kanye West uploads contract. If we could find that contract, if we could find this contract, I would love to show you where most likely his contract probably uses the same language of perpetuity. Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, here. All right, now I gotta go like this. What the fuck? Here we go. Okay, perfect. So this is Kanye West's contract from 2002, right? And it shows six terms, right, that he's getting into his deal with. And hold on. They talk about the end date. The first one was college dropout. Then he had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, damn. Yeah, they had 6 options. Oh, my God. So they signed him for one deal, but they had 6 options. So college dropout, late registration, graduation. Then we're talking about 808 and heartbreaks. My Dark Twisted Fantasy, Yeezus. Wow. This is really voluminous, huh? Okay, so where it would say it's owned in perpetuity would be the term of the ownership, or how they could exploit the master recordings. We need to see more of the contract. We need to see more of the contract. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we need to see a little bit more. Does no one have like the full thing? I know he was tweeting out page by page. Kanye West tweets out page of contract. Maybe this is one of the pages right here. Yeah, we've seen that already. When you sign a music deal, you sign away your rights. Without the master, you can't do anything with your own music. Yep. I wanted to show you it in writing, So I know some people feel like, you know, where most people don't even understand music, they think that Jay-Z said some crazy shit. At the end of the day, whether it's Kendrick, whether it's Drake, they're all working through the major label system. That's a fact. Kendrick supposedly went independent. He's still being distributed by was it Interscope or at least Universal? Drake owns the masters. He's still being distributed by Universal. Universal is the bank. They got the paycheck. They got the infrastructure. These artists want to use it. Over time, they get more and more leverage to have their to own their music. But it's not a got you as people might think. Yeah, I can't find it. Fuck it. Let me see. What's this? Oh, then he renegotiated. Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah, renegotiated. So remember, the first was for like 6 albums. Then he renegotiated, and it was 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Oh my sweet Jesus. What? Yeah. Yeah, these are so this was an amendment. So his first record deal gets an amendment to this. That's crazy. Anyway. Okay. Back to this again.
Crackers got your publishing gangster, go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me, you niggas is workers. In perpetuity's how your contract is worded. Don't make me go man.
Light, man. It was light.
The roots remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much of my name.
Okay. This Cold War is going on for a while, huh? Oh, man. Here we go.
I used to want to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay.
Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about that I really bought.
And that's around the time that you...
Now, yeah, so they've constantly like traded a little bit of like a little static, you know?
The idols become your rivals. You make friends with Mike, but gotta AI him for your survival.
I had Benzes for you had braces.
My favorite rappers either lost it or they ain't alive.
Y'all kill X, let's enemy live. Streets is done.
If you want to watch this video completely uncensored and uncut, make sure subliminals. Drake has certainly proved himself worthy as being right there with Hove with the subliminal wars he's been involved in over the course of his career. How did these two actually end up in a subliminal battle? This beef has a couple of different reasonings behind it. The competitiveness of both Jay-Z and Drake is the common denominator to the beef, but something also was underlying. So let's take you back into the year of 2008. Drake was one of the most buzzing artists on the scene, dropping multiple mixtapes, which gained him a ton of buzz. Drake would eventually become the protege of the...
Let's move on a little bit into this.
...titled Off That, which was set to be... Jay-Z was on one of his biggest runs commercially, gearing up for the 3rd installment of the legendary Blueprint series. Jay-Z, being a highly competitive rapper, was definitely putting Drake on his radar during his major blow-up, so the two would link up to do a track together called Off That, which was set to be the first single off of the Blueprint 3. This unfortunately did not end up happening due to the track leaking, which Jay-Z would put the blame mostly on the producer of the track, Timbaland. On September 8th, 2009, Jay-Z dropped his album The Blueprint 3. The track Off That with Drake would appear on this album, marking their first ever official collaboration. Now, Drake didn't have an actual verse.
This is before Was this before J. Cole? Oh, no. J. Cole had one. It was Star is Born.
First ever official collaboration. Now, Drake didn't have an actual verse on the record, just performed in the chorus, which most fans would be disappointed with. Track 9, titled A Star is Born, is Jay-Z chronicling all the artists he witnessed become stars in the rap game. On the second verse, he says that Drake is up next.
Drake's up next. See what he do with it.
A week later, on September 5th.
So disrespectful. You're on your artist song, and you say another man's up next. That's not your man. That's not your man's.
15th, 2009, Drake dropped the So Far Gone EP. On this was a track called Fear. And on the second verse, Drake says that he didn't cry when Pac died, but will probably cry when Hove does. Then goes on to say that Jay-Z taught him values. Drake has cited Jay-Z as one of his inspirations, and he widely considers Jay-Z to be the GOAT of hip-hop.
I never cried when Pac died, but I probably will when Hove does.
The next month, on October 31st, 2009, Jay-Z was at Much Music in Toronto, and when asked about Drake, he gave him some advice.
Okay, so Drake, amazing. I know that you're a fan. I know you've worked with him, and he speaks really highly of you. So, I mean, he is already at that point where he could blow up into craziness. So what do you wish that somebody would have told you at that point?
I just, he just needs to focus. I mean, he's proved that he's very talented, with that mixtape, which was phenomenal. He proves she likes it. He proved that he's very talented, so he just has to maintain that focus because right now all the eyes are on him and not lose that. And if he I think he's gonna be fine. If he stays focused, he'll be fine.
Good things? Okay, yeah. Next one more photo.
That same night, Drake and Jay-Z took to stage performing Drake's song Successful from So Far Gone. In December 2009, Drake did an interview with Wrap Up TV where he would reveal that he and Jay-Z did a song for his debut album called Light Up. The next year, on March 5th, 2010, Drake, along with Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj, would take the stage at Jay-Z's Blueprint 3 concert at Madison Square Garden when Jeezy would bring all three of them out. On June 15th, 2010, Drake dropped his debut studio album Thank Me Later, which would debut at number 1, selling over 470,000 copies in the first week, making Drake the hottest up-and-coming rapper in the world. Track 10, titled Light Up, features Jay-Z, and on his verse, he would warn Drake about what's going to happen to him when he's at the top of the game, saying that they're going to start beef with him to try and take his spot.
Drake, here's how they gon' come at you with silly rap views trying to distract you.
Jay-Z was talking about himself the whole fucking time, gang. Jay-Z was talking about himself the whole time, bruv. Whole time, gang.
These lyrics aged extremely well, given that Jay-Z seemingly predicted what would happen to Drake later on in his career. Drake would speak on this collab in an interview with MTV News a week later.
The joint with you and Jay-Z on the album, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I know you and Jay are cool, but it still has to be a little competitive when you go and laying your verse and him going and laying his verse, because I know you trying to eat him up, he trying to eat you up.
Yeah.
Now, when you listen to his verse, you be like, whoa, he's going in, or same thing with Jeezy's verse or Wayne's verse.
Yeah, usually when it's your album, you gotta do your verse first. It's kind of like rare that someone will send you a song and be like, get on my album.
Did you ever want to do your verse over and be like, you know what?
You know what, actually, my verse was way harder on Light Up before, and a song that I had used I had done a song, and then the song was never supposed to, nothing was supposed to happen with it, and it leaked. And then the bars from that song were just so hard. It was a song with Big Sean, and those bars, there were some bars on that song that.
By the way, a little side quest detour. We got some question for Jay-Z, Roc Nation, and Charlemagne. Remember they said that Drake is MAGA? Well, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? We got him, y'all. You see this right here? This is Beyonce, right? All right, hold on. I'm going to show you another picture. You see this picture right here? All right, let me describe the people who's there. You see this guy right here, right? That's Jay-Z, right? That's Jay-Z? Y'all just seen Beyonce? You see this person right here? That's Desiree Perez, right? Y'all see that person, right? Y'all see them? They're having dinner like they're having dinner with these people. They're breaking bread with these people. They're getting pardons. They're breaking bread with these people. So you're wondering who this guy is, right? Oh, you don't know who this is? You know who this is? Okay. Jared Kushner. Married to Trump's daughter, Ivanka. Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv. Come on. Come on. So essentially, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump made headlines when they were photographed laughing and sitting at the same table with Jay-Z and Beyonce. The unexpected mingling took place on September 13 at Oceans Casino and Resorts in Atlantic City during the Reform Alliance. What the fuck were they doing here? I thought they're not into that MAGA shit. How you with Trump's daughter, but you're not into the MAGA? How's they your ops? How you eating dinner with your ops? How are you eating dinner with your ops? How? Jay came like this with Beyonce. Jared Kushner came with Trump's daughter. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is how they giving it up. And they got Charlamagne out there and the rest of the media niggas saying that Drake is MAGA. How that work? Holy. They're at dinner with the motherfuckers. They're at dinner. They're at dinner, y'all. They're at dinner. They're right here. Look, they're right here. Look. Y'all don't see the shit? These are the niggas telling you about MAGA. Look. Jay-Z smiling like a fucking camel sitting there. Desiree Perez looking like a goddamn Nutri-Rat from Louisiana. They're culling up with MAGA. They're MAGA. Bruv, we got them. They don't want to talk about... Yo, this ain't like 20 years ago. This last year, gang. This last year, bro. This ain't 20 years ago. This is last year, dog. This is last year, bro. Somebody said, nah, Jay-Z's a double agent. That boy was scarfing out that food. Stop it, man. Them niggas was having a good time, bruv. They got Beyonce there. They're trying to just make sure Beyonce could read the menu. Like, not like that. I'm just saying, just make sure Beyonce could get the nutrients she needs. We love Beyonce. Beyonce's the best. We love Beyonce. The best. You get what I'm saying? But we got them in 4K. They're hanging with MAGA. They're hanging with MAGA. We got them. We got them, y'all. We got him, Joe. We got him. Holy. Back to this.
Fit so much better on Light Up. It made so much more sense. And like the last night before mastering, I had to go in and switch the first like 12 bars. So on Light Up, I lost my footing a bit. Jay came and killed me on that. Jay killed me. That's what I think anyway. Jay killed me on that. Like
he was upset. He was upset on that record. Somebody pissed him off that day.
But it was just the conversations me and Jay have. He's so like intrigued by where my life is at because it's almost like he's seeing it happen again for somebody else.
Yeah, the jealous niggas always trying to stay right close to you, man. They want to stay right close to you, man. They're going to put that knife in your back the moment you least expect it. That was Jay.
So he was like, I'm just going to tell you all I've learned. Right. You know, and it was like a beautiful moment. I've really never heard Jay get that personal in a long time.
On the track called Thank Me Now, from that very same album, it's speculated that Drake threw some shots at Jay-Z. On the first verse, Drake says that eventually your idols become your rivals, then saying that you make friends with Mike, meaning Michael Jordan, but have to AI him for your survival. Drake is referring to when a rookie Allen Iverson crossed up his idol, Michael Jordan. Drake is referring to Jay-Z, who frequently refers to himself as the Jordan of rap, saying that he's going to have to be like AI and cross him up to stay on top, with both having that competitive mindset. Bring out Jay-Z at the 2010 OVO Fest in Toronto to perform Run This Town. That same summer, Drake would do an interview with Tim Westwood to announce that he and Lil Wayne were planning on dropping a collab album together.
Oh man, I got hit on the bat signal, man. They said, "Ack, yo, oh," they said, "Tell Drill, this picture, you gotta blur it out on YouTube." They said Jay-Z and Desiree Perez, after get caught eating with MAGA, they've been working overtime. They hired teams to delete this photo and put copyright strikes. So Drill, please take this off. Yeah, if y'all put this on all of my Twitter people, my Clippers, y'all could put this on y'all Twitter pages, but at your own risk. Desiree Perez and Jay-Z does not want people to know they were at dinner with the Trumps and they're calling other people MAGA. They don't want people to know that. So they're going to be striking you. So put this on. You could use this. I'll give you permission. But if you put this on your Twitter, you're doing it at your own risk. Desiree and Jay-Z, they're devious. I'm just letting y'all niggas know. Okay? So Drill. Is Drill in the chat? Make sure you blur this out and chat this message on our stream Instagram. It will self-implode in less than 5 minutes. So get your screenshots in. They've been trying to scrub this. By the way, I hear there's also a video. I'm gonna put it up. You see, they ain't strike these people. But you know they're gonna try to strike us. Look, fans divided over Beyonce and Jay-Z cozying up to the Kushners at Reform event. Keep in mind, people, that's Trump's son-in-law and his daughter. Here we go. 4
Plus 2 friends is going to be joining you down on the Treasure Coast in Florida.
Caught him.
Right, Tom? 3 people.
We got him, y'all. We got him. They've been working overtime. They don't want these pictures out there. That's Jay-Z. We know how Jay-Z get down. Yo, Jay-Z, Trump's daughter, not Becky with the good hair, gang. That's not Becky with the good hair, gang. That's not Margot with the good hair. Get him out of here. Beyonce, where you at, shorty? Beyonce, where you at? Where the mace at? Where's Solange when you need him? Solange, he's trying to fuck one of the MAGA joints. Get him. Put him in a headlock and get in the elevator. What is he doing, y'all? Why is he cheesing with Trump's daughter? Why is he cheesing with Jared Kushner? I want to, look. I want y'all got to know who these people are. We called them 4K. They're at dinner. Okay? American businessman, blah, 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 through his marriage to Ivanka Trump. He is the son-in-law of the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. He has served in official and unofficial roles in the first and second Trump administration. Holy. So basically, Jay-Z was working with MAGA all along. Got him. Exposed. Finally. Exposed.
The winning bidder plus 2 friends is going to be joining you. Down on the
boy getting drunk off of that champagne, man. Doing anything. Anyway.
At this time, it wasn't really a big trend to do collab albums. It was more of a special occasion to see, but it would later become a huge thing in rap. In September of that year, Drake and Jay-Z would perform their track Light Up at the Yankee Stadium for the Home and Home tour. Later that year, Jay-Z and Kanye West would announce that they are working on a collab album together called Watch the Throne, with the Throne being Jay and Ye's name as a collective. In January of 2011, Drake would claim that they both stole that idea from himself and Lil Wayne after hearing his Tim Westwood interview.
I mean, you know that we still gotta do that album.
Yes, you still got to do that
Some
album.
other guys are coming out with an album too. There's 2 other guys that are coming out with an album together. 2 other rappers that are coming out with an album together. I don't know where they got that idea, but...
That same month, on January 11th, 2011, the first single from Watch the Throne dropped called Ham, where Jay-Z infamously dissed Birdman for his comments claiming that Lil Wayne has more money than him. If you want to know exactly what happened behind that, I highly recommend you watch my Lil Wayne versus Jay-Z video to get a better understanding. It would be after this that Drake and Jay-Z's friendship would fall apart, because Drake would directly inherit this beef from Lil Wayne. Plus, at the same time, Drake and Kanye West were starting to have their own differences, so it was just a disdain and a competition on both sides of the camp. On May 20th, 2011, DJ Khaled dropped his track I'm On One with Rick Ross, Lil Wayne, and Drake. At the end of Drake's verse, it's speculated that he sent subliminal shots towards Jay-Z and Kanye, saying that the throne is for the taking, telling everyone to watch him take it, which is a clear reference to Watch the Throne.
I'm just feeling like the throne is for the taking. Watch me take it.
Immediate speculation would begin circulating about this line, so Drake would take to Twitter that same day to deny that he was dissing Jay-Z. Hove diss? Hove, of all people, has not lost it. That's God Body Flow. That same day, as Drake was rolling out his second album, Take Care, he dropped a track called Dreams Money Can Buy on his OVO blog site. On this track, it's speculated that Drake sent more subliminals at Jay-Z. This track would eventually be re-released in 2019 on the compilation album Care Package.
And I feel like lately it went from top 5 to remaining 5. My favorite rappers either lost it or they ain't alive.
That summer, on August 29th, 2011, Lil Wayne dropped his album The Carter 4. On the track It's Good, featuring Drake and Jadakiss, Wayne would respond to Jay-Z's disses towards Birdman on Ham, where he would threaten to kidnap Beyonce and take out Jay-Z. Drake, on the other hand, would throw some shots towards Jay-Z as well, in defense of Lil Wayne and Birdman at the beginning of his verse.
Please pardon my brother, he's just angry at you who don't have your heart in your rap shit.
On November 11th, 2011, Drake would sit down with Billboard for an interview, and during the interview, he was asked about never winning a Grammy despite having 6 nominations at this point. In 2009, Drake's track Best I Ever Had lost to Jay-Z's track DOA. So in this interview, Drake speaks about how losing to Hove angered him. But the one that really got to me was when I lost to DOA for Best I Ever Had. That one to me was like, really? Not to say that Jay-Z isn't the most incredible rapper and that DOA wasn't a good song. I just felt like they had an option to give me a Grammy for a mixtape, and they just didn't do it, because it goes against the grain of everything that is traditional. On November 15th, 2011, Drake dropped his album Take Care. On the track The Ride, it's once again speculated that Drake took subliminal shots at Jay-Z.
Getting older, I see no threat in Yoda.
A couple of weeks later, Jay-Z would share a handwritten note on the OVO blog site congratulating Drake on selling 631,000 copies in the first week with Take Care, saying, quote, "Monster numbers comes in. Proud of your journey. Peace, Hove." After this, beef rumors would be quieted following Jay's comments, and things would settle down in 2012, and in 2013, Drake was gearing up for the release of his third album, Nothing Was the Same. Now, by this time, Drake was just dominating. Everything he touched was a colossal hit record. On July 25th, 2013, Jay-Z did an interview with Elliott Wilson, where he would speak on his competition with Drake, saying that Drake's the Kobe Bryant to his Michael Jordan. There's a respect thing there, but there's also a competitive thing, and it's done in the right way. He's definitely the one that's reared his head as the guy. He's definitely Kobe Bryant. That August, Drake brought out Kanye at the 2013 OVO Fest, where Ye would say that him and Jay wouldn't have done Watch the Throne if it wasn't for Drake putting so much pressure on them by taking over the game.
And we wouldn't be able to make the music that we make. Me and Ho would have never made Watch the Throne if this wasn't putting pressure on us like that.
On September 24th, 2013, Drake dropped his album Nothing Was the Same. On the track Pound Cake, Jay-Z is featured. Now, it is said that Jay-Z actually ended up sending Drake 2 verses that were set to appear on his album Magna Carta Holy Grail, but he decided to send it to Drake instead to put on Pound Cake. On the first line of his verse, Jay-Z actually dissed Drake when he said that he had Benzes before Drake had braces.
I had Benzes before you had braces.
On part 2 of the track called Paris Morton Music 2, Drake would seemingly respond to Jay's line. Later in the verse, he says that he studied the game from past artists like Jay-Z, but now he's doing it better.
Like I didn't study the game to the letter and understand that I'm not doing it the same and I'm doing it better.
That same day, Drake appeared on Hot 97 for an interview to speak on his album, and he spoke on Pound Cake and his relationship with Jay-Z. Drake would say that they have a great relationship and that Hov is a great mentor to him.
Rap.
So you have like built a nice relationship with him.
I mean, yeah, I think like one of the strongest, I think, if not the strongest.
Of all the other rappers?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Who knew?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's like he's just like an incredible mentor to me and gives me great guidance and is very, very supportive. And
is that a new relationship or were you guys always cool?
No, it's always been like that. You
really?
know, I mean, I think the more I make him proud, you know,
that's
I
so
think,
cute.
yeah, like, you know, the more I show him.
Yo, Drake, I know one of them ones, man. You think you're impressing your mentor, that nigga just start hating, man. Jay been hating on you from day one, gang. Day one, bruv.
Prove like that
he wanted you to be a J. Cole ass nigga. That's a fact.
The like, you know, that's where the relationship grows. You know, it's just like the more he has to say to me, you know, and I've been consistent enough to sort of deserve or warrant advice from him.
Right.
And he gives it to me, you know, and he's just I saw him last night. He's like he's the best, man, for real.
Wow.
He's just a solid dude.
Yeah, we like Hov up here.
Oh yeah, of course.
After this, it seemed as if everything was cool between the two, but that would be short-lived. Just months later, in February of 2014, Drake did an interview with Rolling Stone where he would take a jab at Jay-Z for having art references in his songs. It's like Hov can't drop bars these days without at least 4 art references. I would love to collect at some point, but I think the whole rap/art world thing is getting kind of corny. Now, Drake of all people calling you corny is just crazy, so of course, Jay-Z was not going to go for this. The next month, on March 23rd, 2014, Jay-Z and his Roc Nation protege, Jay Electronica, dropped a freestyle over Soulja Boy's We Made It beat. Now, this in itself was a shot at Drake, because in late 2013, Drake did his own version over this exact beat. On his verse, Jay-Z would directly respond to Drake's comments in his Rolling Stone interview, where he would apologize to Drake for the art references, but calls him Mrs. Drizzy.
Sorry, Mrs. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about that I really bought. Why these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot.
A week later, on April 1st, 2014, Drake would drop a track called Draft Day, which is dedicated to the then rookie football star, Johnny Manziel. On this track, it's speculated that he clapped back at Jay-Z with some subliminals.
I think I'm on my 8th flow, just watch me paint flow. We all do it for the art, so I can never hate though.
Later that month, during an NBA playoff game between the Toronto Raptors and the Brooklyn Nets, which of course Drake, hailing from Toronto, supports the Raptors, and Jay-Z, being from Brooklyn, supports the Nets. During an encore interview, Drake would send more shots at Jay-Z, saying, "This is the people's team out here tonight. You know what I mean? Toronto Raptors." Jay-Z somewhere eating a fondue plate. On May 13th, 2014, DJ Khaled dropped the track They Don't Love You No More with Meek Mill, French Montana, Rick Ross, and Jay-Z. On his verse, Jay-Z clapped back at Drake for his disses on his track Draft Day.
Haters wanna ball, let me tighten up my drawstring. Wrong sports ball, you know you're soft as a lacrosse team.
Fast forward to February 13th, 2015, Drake dropped his album If You're Reading This, It's Too Late. And on the track 6 p.m. in New York, he sent more subliminal shots towards Jay-Z, saying that he should be the third member of the Throne duo.
You rapping like the Throne should be the three of y'all.
That same year in 2015, Jay-Z would announce the relaunch of his newly bought streaming service called Tidal. At the launch announcement, a bunch of big names were on stage, except for Drake. That's because it was reported that Drake turned down Jay's offer to partner with Tidal. According to Billboard, Drake was supposed to be one of the many celebrities that signed on for joint ownership of Tidal at a star-studded launch ceremony back in March, but he dropped out as late as 2 days before the event. Drake seemingly rejected the offer because he did not want to be under Jay-Z and would end up signing a $19 million deal with Apple, which was a direct competitor of Tidal. In the summer of 2015, Drake and Meek Mill would be engaged in a beef, prompting Drake to drop a diss track called Charged Up on July 27th, 2015. On this track, he speaks about signing the deal with Apple and throws shots at Jay-Z's Tidal, keeping in mind that Meek Mill is a Roc Nation artist. Drake uses the word entitled to do a play on Tidal.
I'm trying to take the high road. I still got love for my idols. I got me a deal with Apple and I still feel entitled.
On January 31st, 2016, Drake would start off the year dropping a track called Summer 16. On this track, Drake took a really disrespectful jab at Jay-Z.
I used to want to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay.
A couple of months later, on April 5th, 2016, Drake would drop his album Views. That same day, he dropped the track called Pop Style, along with One Dance as singles promoting the album. The tracks were released for exclusive digital download on iTunes. On the single version of the track, Pop Style features the duo of Kanye West and Jay-Z, listed as The Throne. On this track, Jay-Z just did a single line, not a verse. Now on the album itself, Drake did his own version of the track, leaving Jay-Z and Ye off it. Drake would later explain why Jay-Z only had a single line on the track the next month in an interview with Zane Lowe. Of course, people want to hear Jay-Z rap, so hearing him do 2 lines might be frustrating to a certain audience. That's just landed in my lap. I just dealt with it accordingly. It didn't play out how I wanted it to as far as business or whatever goes, so I figured it would be easier to go with my version. Sometimes we just fall on opposite sides of the spectrum. It's always mutual respect, but sometimes it has to be from afar. According to Kanye, at a show during his St. Pablo tour in October of that year, the track was scrapped from Drake's album due to streaming politics with Apple and Tidal, also out of respect for Meek Mill.
But then it went out of that territory, went into some Tidal, some political about percentages on songs.
That summer, on June 26, 2016, DJ Khaled dropped his track I Got the Keys with Future and Jay-Z. Throughout the track, Jay-Z took more subliminals at Drake. On the first verse, he opened up responding to Drake's Summer 16 jab, saying that he can't be him until he owns his masters.
It's always asking me the key. Till you own your own, you can't be free. Till you own your own, you can't be me.
On the second verse, he once again sent subliminal shots at Drake.
In real life, they like me. In real life, I'm like, no.
A couple of months later, on October 23rd, 2016, Drake and 21 Savage dropped their track Sneakin', and on his verse, Drake sent subliminals at Jay-Z for saying that he has to own his masters to be like him. He says that Jay didn't own his masters right away, which is true, because Jay-Z didn't own his masters until 2015, so Drake says to have some patience and he'll be right there with him.
right away, you had to wait on niggas. Man, I'm only 29, had some patience with us.
A couple of months later, on February 12th, 2017, DJ Khaled dropped the track Shining with Jay-Z and Beyonce. On his verse, Jay-Z sent subliminal shots back at Drake once again, referencing the Summer 16 record.
12 solo albums all platinum. I know you ain't out here talking numbers right. I know you ain't out here talking summers right.
Later that year, in November 2017, Jay-Z was on his 444 tour, and he decided to pay homage to Drake, remixing his tracks Know Yourself and KMT, while Drake was actually in attendance in Toronto. After this, people would think that the beef would be squashed, as the two appeared to be on good terms. The next year, on June 29th, 2018, Drake dropped his album Scorpion, and on the track Talk Up, Jay-Z would be featured. One line in particular I want to mention was at the very end of Jay's verse. He talks about killing X, which is a reference to the murder of the late rapper XXXTentacion. Drake has been heavily speculated to have allegedly had something to do with X's murder, so I find it funny that Jay mentioned this here. It's also been said that Hove recorded his verse while in Europe for the On the Run 2 tour days before the album's release, and X was killed 11 days prior.
Y'all kill X, let Zinneman live. Streets is done.
On that album was a track called Survival, where Drake would reference how he's trading shots with the GOAT, which is referring to Jay-Z, and how they talked about their subliminal beef.
Taking shots with the gold and talking about shots that we sending.
The next month, while Jay and Beyonce were still on their On the Run 2 tour, they stopped in Detroit, where Drake and Jay-Z would link up, being photographed by Roc Nation Senior Vice President Lenny S. This would mark their first time being photographed together in over 5 years. In December of 2019, Drake did his infamous Rap Radar interview, where he would speak on his beef with Jay-Z.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We smoke. But you like the sparring, though, you know, because, like, you say you take shots with the GOAT, you talk about the shots that you send with Jay-Z. Like, why has that relation remained intact? Why has it never gone left?
I think Jay has a lot of respect for me, and he's aware of the massive amount of respect that I have for him at the end of the day. And I think we both enjoyed our moments of, you know, him, you know, checking the young boy and me trying to be like, nah, I'm here, you know, like.
After this, nothing else happened, and in late 2021, on Drake's album Certified Lover Boy, Jay-Z was featured on the track called Love All. Who do you think had the upper hand in this subliminal match? Drake or Jay-Z?
Interesting. Now, the big takeaway as we kind of wrap that is we got to remind everyone that this was Jay-Z not too long ago. So Jay-Z GQ interview, we had Jay-Z who came out and when he spoke about Kendrick and Drake, he said that he felt like rap battles were no longer needed in the culture. That's what Jay-Z said, y'all.
Work that I've done, they're bad. It's just like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Aesthetically, it was beautiful. You know, at level. Isn't the fallout lands, especially on like go. Sport. So that's dead. It's really about what he say he's about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to ask you this only as a participant, and
you don't have to. You don't have to give a disclaimer first.
Well, I'm just saying, as someone who was part of probably the genre's biggest rap beef.
Well, until now.
As a spectator, what did you think of the 2024 back and forth between him and Drake?
I'm going to have an answer you're not going to like.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you're going to like that. That's presumptuous. I think that, look, there was 4 pillars of hip-hop. There are 4 pillars of hip-hop, right?
Yep.
There's breakdancing.
Yep.
And it's graffiti.
Yep.
There's DJing and battling.
Yep.
Break dance is not at the forefront of rap anymore. It's actually an Olympics sport. So that's dead. Graffiti.
Yeah.
Beautiful. you know, in certain places.
Yeah.
And even in like, you know, major art and like Keith Haring.
Yeah.
And Basquiat, actually, a street artist.
Yeah.
Took it to a next level. It's not part of hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
DJing. The DJ was in the forefront. It was Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
Right, yeah.
Eric B. and Rakim.
Yeah.
You don't even know the DJ for half of the artists anymore. Who's Drake DJ? I have no idea. Okay.
Couldn't tell you off top.
That no longer exists. And the last pillar is battling. We love the excitement. And I love the sparring and the music you get.
Mm-hmm.
But in this day and age, it's so much negative stuff that comes with it that you almost wish it didn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, because it's almost like it's a final thing. Now people that like Kendrick hate Drake.
Yeah.
No matter what he makes, no matter what he says, and it goes far too. It's like attack on his character and his thing and it's like, I don't know if I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's helpful to our growth. Where the fallout lands, especially on like, you know, on social media, which takes place every day.
Yeah.
And now you have these pods of cult.
The Stan armies fighting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's too far.
Yeah.
It's like bringing people kids in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like that. You know, maybe I've grown in a space that is probably, you know, I sound like the old guy wagging the thing. But I think we can achieve the same thing as far as like sparring with music, with collaborations more so than breaking the whole thing apart.
Yeah.
It could stand it before because there was no social media and there was no thing. And, you know, you had the battle and it was fun and then you moved on.
Right.
Right now, I don't know if it could stand it with the technology that we have.
Because it takes up so much oxygen.
It takes up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And now it's just like every day they're just trying
they're
to
still talking about it.
It's not just talking about it. Not like, yo, this song, I like this.
Yeah.
No, it's like trying to tear down the people's life.
Yeah.
And this is who Charlamagne was telling me is not tapped in. This nigga look like he on Twitter. If he knows the happenings of the Dark Kenny fans, the K-bots, he's clearly really tapped in.
Yeah.
It's like trying to, you know, wreck this guy's marriage or this guy's relationship with his child. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Again, I love the idea that we got so much music in such a short period of time.
Great music.
Just everything around it was just like, man, it's like taking us a couple steps back.
Yeah.
And we just grown so much that I don't know if, I guess I'm gonna say it, I don't know if battling needs to be part of the culture anymore.
Interesting.
I hate that I have this point of view. I do, because I know what it sounds like. I know what it feels like. I hate it. It's just how I feel about it.
Well, it even kind of extended to you, right? Because people made it a personal thing that you chose Kendrick for the Super Bowl. It's like, oh man, he's choosing the side and he's he's not.
Like I don't have, what do I have to do with that? I chose the guy that was having a monster year. I think it was the right choice.
Word.
It wasn't in some sort of alliance to a battle. I don't.
Yeah.
What I care about them two guys battling, like, what's that got to do with me?
Word.
Have at it. Have fun. It's almost like, not just me, by the way. They drag everybody in it. Like, everyone's part of this conspiracy to undermine Drake, I guess. But it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? I'm fucking Jay-Z.
That's like the reassurance thing. He's trying to let people know, like, nah, wait, I don't need Drake. Like, I'm Jay. No, right now it's Drake time. It's Iceman season, nigga.
or do respect to him. I'm fucking old. Do respectfully.
Word.
Like, for what? To what end?
Yeah.
It couldn't be that these guys just don't like each other.
Yeah.
And I think they haven't liked each other for a long time.
Before you had anything to do with it.
For a while.
Yeah.
I think this has been brewing, just like me and Nas was brewing.
Yeah.
It didn't happen at the Summer Jam. That happened, the Lexington TV sets, the minimum, whatever. It was a whole bunch of stuff leading up to that point.
Myth Fleek, what is the Myth Fleek slugs in your hat, right?
It was slugs in your hat. It was a bunch of like little things that led up to that point. And then when it happened, I actually regret that because I really like Nas. He's a really nice guy.
But also to your point, like I remember I was like 10 or 11 when that happened. I
You
was
had to
like,
pick a side.
well, I was on your side.
Yeah, I get clearly.
But my position was I can't go out and buy Stillmatic or ask my parents to buy Stillmatic.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna borrow it and burn it because I can't deny one mic. You know.
Like I want to hear it.
Yeah.
But I ain't supporting them.
Word.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, man. Shout out to Sean Maga Carter, man. Sean Maga Carter. Now we get to realize this nigga didn't drop the Magna Carta. He dropped the Maga Carta. Anyway, yo, this is the craziest thing ever, man. Buried in the deep dark webs is that the first Diddy sex tape done dropped. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Diddy Freak Off tape, you can see the infamous red background, is dropped. I ain't gonna tell you where to find it. But it is out. It about 38 minutes. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I question your sexuality if you don't cut it off after the first 7 minutes. I'm gonna tell you why. Yo, the video is weird as shit, bro. It's weird as shit. First of all, it does contain 50 Cent baby mama. Daphne Joy's in the video. She's sucking up all type of cock. Not gonna lie, she know how to clean a motherfucking sword. Can't cap. You feel me? That mouth is there for a reason. But I will tell you this though, brother. You're gonna cut that tape off because of one fucking reason. The tape is gonna give you, you know what Drake said, the only thing you get in secondhand is embarrassment. You gonna get secondhand weirdness out of this because Diddy in the video admiring the nigga and he's clearly into the nigga. He don't even give a fuck about the bitch. I'm not even gonna cap with you, bro. He don't give a fuck about the bitch, bro. Diddy in there getting pleasure from the nigga getting pleasure. This shit crazy. The nigga getting his dick sucked and Diddy feel like he getting sucked up. This shit is crazy, Chad. This shit's crazy. I've never seen such a thing like this before. Diddy was on a whole nother level of cuckoldry, bro. Like, yo, I gotta figure out what the hell was Young Miami doing or who the hell was piping out Young Miami on behalf of Diddy. Diddy was having more fun watching the nigga getting his balls sucked than he actually was. Like, he not even pleasuring himself to the girl. He pleasured himself to the man. This shit's crazy. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. I want to warn y'all. Don't go looking for this shit. Don't go looking for this shit. This shit was traumatizing. I don't even know how I ended up clicking on it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know nothing about it. All I know is that Diddy is one freaky ass boy. Also, I think Diddy's the one filming this. Supposedly, the way it got out, Diddy filmed this on the guy's phone and forgot. And the guy took the phone home. So Diddy would film these things on multiple devices. Laptop, camcorder, his cell phone. He had all type of angles. But apparently one time he grabs a phone thinking it's his, but it's the phone of the sex worker. Part of the filming that's so fucked up, chat, it's clear Diddy wanted to see the nigga's body. He didn't give a fuck about showing the girl that much, gang. He wasn't really trying to, Diddy wasn't that interested in seeing the girl. He was into seeing the man. I want to warn y'all, please don't go looking for that video. Anyway, 50 Cent has responded to this. He says she's not a victim. Sire, as you can imagine, going to 8th grade to find out this is your mama. By the way, Sire is his son's name that he has with Daphne Joy. Sire is his son's name. It says, yo, imagine going to 8th grade to find out this is your mom. He said the court system in LA think this is fine. Holy shit. Chat, let me tell you this, man. I watched that tape and everybody know I'm very anti-pain for vagina. But if you tell me that Diddy was giving this bitch $10,000 a month and he was getting her to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do, I might have to reconsider, gang. Now, I don't want no other nigga smashing my girl now. That's some other shit. But I'm going to be honest with you. For the shit she was in this video doing, gang, and I don't think there was no pee There was no pee in the video, but I might have to watch again. Well, I don't know if I'm going to see it again. But was there any pee? This was some freaky shit, man. It had the red lights in the background. I don't know what the red lights does to Diddy. I guess it brings out the demon in him. I highly suggest y'all don't watch these videos. At times you'll hear Diddy's voice in the video. Yo, Playboy, you like that? You like that, son? He's asking the man if it's feeling good, if he like it. He don't give a fuck about what she feeling. He don't give two fucks. He don't give a fuck about what she got going on. He care about the man. Somebody say, you want me to watch it to come back with a review? No, sir. No, sir. Maybe Wale intern could go watch it. Something. Wale intern. Also, when you watch the video, you could tell that was a regular Thursday night for Daphne Joy. Regular. That wasn't no one-on-one thing. That wasn't no, oh, okay, I'm going to try something for you because I love you. That was a regular Thursday. Chat. That was a practice game. Imagine what the All-Star Freak-Off looked like. Holy. That was a practice game, y'all. Remember, she was giving Diddy All-Star Freak-Offs. Imagine what those look like, Chad. Imagine what those look like. Insane. At one point, Diddy up in the video, he telling the bitch to shut up. He want to hear the nigga moan. This shit's crazy. You don't even want to watch this shit, man. This shit would make you just... The nigga telling her to be quiet, he want to hear the man moan. Diddy's a complete freakazoid. Y'all said Vlad leaked it? Maybe. Nigga, at one point, he telling her to shut up. He want to hear the man moan. He want to hear the nigga moan. This shit is crazy, Jeff. This shit is insane. This shit is insane. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. He is 69 God for real. Holy shit. Anyway, do you think 50's coping? I can't tell if 50's coping or not. You know, he's I think he jumps ahead of these things, so you can't really clown him. But, bro, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't care what 50 says. I don't care what 50 says. Brother, you're not fooling me. 50 not fooling me. This is love. Yo, Diddy had niggas punching dick in her stomach, gang. Telling her to shut the fuck up while he listened to the nigga moan. I gotta be honest with y'all. I know Fifth says he don't care, but bro, it's hard to just, bro, this some intense shit, man. Fifth, I think Fifth liked her. Fifth must have liked her, man. Nah, Fifth must have liked her, bro. Nigga, she was in that goddamn video wrangling all type of dicks, bro. This shit's crazy. Somebody said, why the hell would he tell his son this? They said, bro, it's like he's pointed out to his son. Now, I don't think his son got Instagram, but I'm pretty sure somebody at his school got Instagram. And when he go to school, somebody gonna be like, yo, bro, you see what your dad posts on Instagram, even if you don't got one? What my dad posts? He posted your mom getting piped out by Diddy. This is bad, chat. Now, Vlad did a whole thing. And I don't know why Vlad sound like he taking credit for like leaking this bitch. Listen to Vlad. Oh, by the way, the porn star who leaked this claimed that Diddy would look at him and say, boy, you packing. Oh, man. He said Diddy would analyze his man meat and comment that basically if he had that type of tool, it'd be dangerous work. He described Diddy's penis to be 3 inches. 3 inches.
He wanted to sign me to the company. It's either a nice dudes to get a.
Okay, so it was just in the moment.
Right, just in the moment shit. Like certain people like rough shit. Some people like to be more dominant. So
This is him talking about.
And so I came up with Sly. So the Diggler part signed by the company. So, you know, I knew that was like.
His own albums are dope. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, so we went back to the room and we did another round.
Okay.
Still, he on the right side, he watching. Then after I it'd be like, he'd give me a high five, give me my.
Diddy would give him a high five after he bust a nut. Good job, my nigga.
Good.
Wait, he gave you a high five.
Yeah, like he dab me up, like good, yeah, you can go chill out there, order some room service, and so I just go out there, take a nap, order some room service, chill, watch TV, then after
this nigga was literally a hired dick.
I woke up, she'd come out there and like wake me like, hey, you ready to come back to the room? Like, okay, yeah. I was like, yeah. Usually I got energy for a second round, so yeah. So we went back to the room and we did another round.
Okay. Are you using condoms?
No, we never used a condom.
No.
Never use condoms?
Never.
Okay. Did they ask about testing or anything else like that?
The only time she asked about testing, I think it was like on her birthday. And that's the only time she asked about testing. Because I don't know why she specifically asked that day, because we was doing it raw before that every other time. But he was like, he a porn star, he get tested regularly.
Yeah.
So he was like, nah, he didn't want to see the condom, I guess, either. But yeah.
Even Diddy telling that nigga he didn't want a condom on his dick.
She ain't never really asked about it. She only asked about it one time. I can give my girl anything in the world, but I can't get.
Here's this gay ass shit Diddy said.
Do my thing, but like he would only like be in and he'd be in and out quick, pound her real quick and then be out. So,
well, I guess the thing with Diddy,
you know what's crazy? He's still laughing at Diddy, bro. Like you could tell he laughing like, yeah, that nigga couldn't do nothing.
Was that he wasn't well endowed, so he was trying to give these girls something that he didn't have, but he wanted to control that, something like that. Because me and you talked about this.
So yeah, he told me I can give my girl anything in the world, but I can't give her that. Talking about my
pause.
So so yeah, it was just like, yeah, he can give her all.
But one time this nigga getting his dick sucked by Daphne, nigga Diddy gonna say to him, "You like that, daddy?" Like, yo, what's up? Nigga sound like he was talking to Meek Mill. I'm like, yo, what you mean? You ask man if you like that daddy? Like, what the fuck? Yo, Diddy asking niggas while they getting their dick sucked, yo, you like that daddy? Yo, Diddy gay, bro. Like, that nigga gay as a $2 bill, bro.
The gifts she want, but he.
That's gay, right? Like, if a man getting his dick sucked and you not even, yo, you could tell Diddy's focused on him. Damn, you like that daddy, huh? This is crazy, man.
Can't necessarily, some guys feel intimidated by not having a big, I guess, but and he just wanna, I don't know, I think he just like to see this. I think he just like to see this. You know, like.
Well, you actually ended up with a video of a freak off with Diddy.
Yo, here's the funny part about 50 just made another post. Yo, 50 a sick nigga. You could tell 50 watching the porn right now. Look, he put up this shit, it's kind of blurred, and he said, "Free Diddy. He has gone through enough being born with no penis, LOL." Yo, Fifth, I love you, brother, but you can't joke about a man having a small dick if he had yo bitch bent up like a pretzel and had whatever nigga he wanted fucking yo bitch. And I know you're going to say that's not your girl, but that's your baby mom's. I don't care if that nigga Diddy had a vagina, my nigga. That nigga has your girl. I guarantee, I promise you, like, with all due respect, I love 50. 50, don't get mad at me. You know, we're on the same team all the time. But listen, Fifth, I guarantee Diddy was having your girl do shit that you never thought she would even ever do, nigga. You was embarrassed to even be like, yo, you want to try this? Like, Diddy was having her do it, gang. Like, nigga, she was probably eating fecal matter, like, licking toes, getting peed on. 5 niggas fuck. Nigga, 5 niggas did fuck her. Bruv, you can't talk. You can't clown Diddy's dick size. I'm sorry. Yeah, even if, all right, bet, Diddy had a 1-inch dick, but he brought in the nigga with a 15-incher to fucking bruise her up that she couldn't basically walk home to take care of y'all's son. I'm sorry, Fifth. I'm sorry, Fifth. You can't do that. When she walking like this in the kitchen and she limping because you get Sly Diggler who just hit her with the 15-inch python, nigga, and she could barely walk. She over here limping. Yeah, and then that's y'all son. Y'all son is looking at it like, mommy, you good, mommy? Mommy, every time you come from Star Island, mommy. Nah, Fifth, you can't clown Diddy on that. Even if he ain't had the size, he brought the nigga in with the size. All right, bring in the bulldozer. Bring him in. 2 at a time, y'all. 2 at a time. All-Star freak off. I'm sorry, you can't. I don't care if Diddy got a vagina, my nigga. I promise you, bruv. I don't care if Diddy got the smallest dick in history. He had your chick sucking everything, getting peed on, 5 niggas fucking her. He used her motherfucking vagina basically like it was a scrimmage, nigga. This is football practice. Everybody getting on this shit. OTAs, nigga, 2-a-days, run that shit. Nah. Put it like this. He did that for 10 bands. You loved her. Let's be honest. You loved her. You loved her, Fifth. Fifth, we've all loved a hoe from time to time. I know. It kind of hurt when it's when you think she's not a hoe, like if she a public hoe, that's whatever. If you think she's not a hoe, and then you find out afterwards she a hoe, that feeling of you being a sucker as the only one that didn't see that she was a hoe, and you're the only one who wiped her, bro, I'm telling you, it kills you from inside, bro. I don't care what Fifth said. Real niggas been there. Yeah, listen, I'm not over here, maybe some Vlad TV shit, gonna talk about Diddy dick size and trying to clown him. Yo, you heard what that nigga said, don't worry if I write rhymes, I write checks. That nigga gonna get 5 niggas to fuck your bitch. Shit, at this point, if I'm 50, I would have wished Diddy could have handled the job by himself. Because all Diddy did was probably add on like a good 100 to her body count. Stretched her out. Now nobody could fit. Nobody could fit. She getting fucked with a nigga with a baby leg. The nigga got this T-Rex arm just chilling down there, like fucking your baby moms. You can't, like, now when you come pick your son up, you can't even say, come on, Daphne, let's go in that room. I want to beat that shit up. Damn, you looking good today. You know what happened. Diddy had the whole football practice running through there. Yep. It don't matter what Diddy had going on. What Diddy had up in her. Yeah, you can't say nothing about Diddy when it comes to that, bro. Nah, you can't clown Diddy. Nah. Nope. Diddy gay, we can say all that, but bro, I'm going to be honest with you. It'd be one thing if you be like, nah, this chick trapped me. Nah, y'all was trying to make a life.
Diddy and 50's baby mother on your phone.
Yeah, he accidentally recorded on my phone, so it stayed there.
It stayed there.
Right.
And while you and I took a break, you actually showed me this video.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I was not prepared for what I saw in that video. I was not.
Now, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I skimmed through the video. I still haven't seen Diddy's dick. So if a nigga saw Diddy's dick in that tape, they were looking for Diddy's dick. All I saw is this chick, I could tell she is sucking cock like it's going out of style, brother. She is like vacuum cleaner, gang. She is inhaling cock, like for real. The only time you know, like, she's a eater. Facts. Top eater. The only time you know Diddy in the room, because you hear his voice. Like, you could tell, like, he's like, you good, Playboy? You enjoying that? Like, what the fuck? These things must have been on drugs, because as soon as I heard a man's voice, my dick would just go limp. Like, what the fuck? Nigga over here doing Migos ad-libs to you getting your dick sucked, bruv.
Prepared. Because as we're watching...
Oh, my God. Yeah, this is it. Yo, I'm wondering if she gonna sue people. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, something's gonna come out of this. This is beyond revenge porn. You know, right? This is beyond revenge porn. The prosecutors use this as evidence to try to put somebody in jail, as this was basically a part of an illegal act. How is this video out? I'm surprised if Vlad even put up the screenshot, my nigga. This is like revenge porn. I know they're blurring it out, but it's like, bro, what the fuck?
And it's got you and the girl. Suddenly you see an oiled up Diddy walk by.
I see. I skimmed through the video. I never seen. You see, you got to be watching this video real closely to see when Diddy walks through the camera. Nah, nigga, I'm not looking at it that closely.
The camera. Actually say this out loud. All right. But when you said that he wasn't well endowed, I was not prepared for what I saw in this video.
Yeah, he's a smaller guy. Well, I mean, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, I mean, he's not that large in that area. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, as someone who is in the adult industry, and guys in that industry always measure themselves, and that's used as a marketing ploy and everything else like that. How big do you think Diddy is?
I mean,
yo, Vlad asking this man how big he think Diddy's cock was is crazy.
I was trying not to look as much as possible, but it's hard not to see it. But I would say maybe a couple inches, maybe 3. I don't know.
3 inches.
Yeah, it's
3.
Yeah, that's from what I seen. Yeah.
Right, because when
you
we
see
watch
the video, it's
I saw the video. I saw the video, and yeah, as he's pleasuring himself.
I ain't trying to judge the man on his.
I'm not judging him either, but
you know,
in this video, he's pleasuring himself, and all you can see is his hand. That's it. You can't see nothing else.
Vlad watching a different part of the video. I ain't never see that part of the video, bro.
That's just what it is. Yeah.
Right. I looked this up. This is a condition called micropenis.
Yeah.
There's a name for this. There's a term.
Yeah.
Micropenis.
Micropenis. Not everybody grows in, you know, those areas, I guess. I mean,
yeah.
I know everybody's built different. So, I mean, that's why I
Right.
was hired to do my thing.
Right. His new name gonna be Shrimp Daddy. Well, and here's the thing, right? And I am kind of uncomfortable talking about this as a straight man, but this is what I do for a living. It kind of explains everything.
Yeah, I think.
Now, Vlad did another video to talk about this shit. Look at this shit.
All right, here we go. This is DJ Vlad of Vlad TV, and this is something that I actually have to speak on because...
Nigga say I gotta speak on... No, you don't, Vlad. What the fuck? Vlad's like, I gotta speak on the sex tape.
This is something that we actually covered before, and now you're seeing some of it come to fruition. Now, a tape leaked recently of a situation involving adult film star Sly Diggler, 50's baby mother, and Sean Diddy Combs. This video has been circulating. I saw it on Twitter. Media Takeout mentioned it. Lipstick Alley has mentioned it. It's on the dark web, they say. It'll probably make its rounds and so forth. And in that video, you see the 3 people I mentioned, Sly Diggler, 50's baby mother, and Diddy on a couch with a very red background. They talk a little bit, a little something happens, and then they get to the action. It's about 54 seconds long. So if you remember, we'll play a little clip of this. Sly Diggler had a freak-off with Diddy and 50's baby mother. And as you know, Diddy liked to tape a lot of these freak-offs. But in this particular situation, the phones look very similar. So what happened was, according to Sly, Diddy grabbed Sly's phone and from this.
The problem here is, like, this shit was filmed in landscape mode. Shit was definitely filmed in landscape mode, bruv.
When you try not to look, it starts off with the exact same screen that I showed in my interview. And it goes for about 54 seconds. That's not on coincidence. That's not just by chance. Someone actually took it from the very beginning and did about 54 seconds. Now, I don't know where this came from. I never owned this video. I saw the video, saw a few minutes of it, and I got a screenshot from it, which I played before. But this right here that leaked is the actual video. And I just want to say I'm authenticating this video because a lot of people will say,
Vlad authenticating the video after seeing Diddy's dick, bro. This is crazy.
That this is AI or this is fake and so forth. But that video is 100% real. I have no idea where it came from. I've never had that video in my possession.
It came from Sly Diggler. What the fuck? What do you think? The prosecutors leaked the video?
I don't think Sly knows where the leak came from either. Maybe somebody hacked his phone. I'm not sure. But that video is 100% accurate. And if you take a look at that video, and we're not going to show it because I'm not trying to get sued, but you will see those 3 inches that I was saying way back when. No Diddy, or yes Diddy. I don't know. It's a Diddy situation. It is what it is. But like I'd always said, that video kind of made things a lot more clear for me. So it's like you got a guy that has a medical condition and he's compensating for it in all types of extreme ways. Unfortunately, some of those ways are violent. But listen, at the end of the day, that's a real video. If you have a copy of it, cool. If you don't, then you'll probably hear about it. But it's...
Yo, what's Vlad doing, bro? Anyway. All right. Is there more shit about the Jay-Z shit? Oh, you know what I want to get into? This Dr. Cheyenne Bryant shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap with you, bro. I just realized I seen this bitch twerking on a boat, and I realized, man, fuck Dr. Dre, fuck Dr. Pepper, fuck Dr. Oz, nigga. Shit, I'm cool with Dr. Luke, but nigga, this bitch right here, this is my favorite fake doctor, man. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She got them clappers. I could tell like she got a mouth on her. I know she could suck some good dick. She acting like she a doctor. We don't even care if she play one on TV, nigga. If she trying to role play, we could do it. But we got to bust open these cheeks, man. Like, she ain't no doctor, chat. Like, basically, people are up in arms because, like, apparently, like, she made it onto the scene acting like she's a doctor. She like, went to school for being a doctor, got no goddamn degrees to show for it, got no, like, records from her school to show for it. She looks sexy, you know what I mean? Like, to keep it real, man, niggas just need to fuck this chick, man. I don't even know. Like, we've been listening to this bitch, like, do too much talking, man. I'm trying to see her get a OnlyFans. Like, fuck this shit. Let me try to get, like, a little update or a little, like, synopsis on what the fuck is going on with her. All right, let me see. What video kind of, like, properly... Is it this? Nah. Now, we don't really kind of be in this world right here, chat, but, like, there's a world where, like, all the old niggas, like the Shannon Sharp and the grown-ups, I guess, they've been going viral by, well, first of all, let me just start by saying this. A lot of black dudes are, like, reverse cucked out. Like, they're on some feminist shit. So, shout out to my man, what's his name again? Kevin Samuels. He died, right? Kevin Samuels was keeping it P. He was giving great game, telling, you know, men how to really make themselves better, but also what they should tolerate from women. Basically, women hate anything that got to do with red pill. They'd be like, oh, those guys are misogynistic, this and third. So really, you know, anytime you see, like, feminism, They don't want equality. They want to be like superior. So basically, they got a female Kevin Samuels who's saying the exact opposite shit of Kevin Samuels, right? So Kevin Samuels would be like, yo, your girl shouldn't act like that. Basically, this chick is saying you're insecure if you don't let her act like that. Like, she basically says the exact opposite shit. These dudes are like super cucked out these days, so they let these girls just basically sit there and tell them all type of shit. Like, yo, you have Cam Newton, who like he's made hundreds of millions of dollars. He got to sit there with this black ghetto chick when she's like telling him, "Oh, you've created broken families," blah 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 blah. It goes viral because all the single baby mamas of like Shade Room and this and third, they're like, finally we have a woman that could put some of these men in their place. Again, come on, bruv. Okay, she was moving around and operating under this title of she's like a doctor. Gang, she's not a fucking doctor. Okay, she basically lied. Everyone's like, up in arms because she's like fucking exposed at this point. And I'm not that mad. Low key, like, to keep it real, I just want to see her in a bikini more. You feel what I'm saying? Let me see. Is there a video I could see? All right, where could I see this shit? Is it Abba and Preach I gotta watch? The truth about her credentials. Let's see if we can figure it out real quick. Okay, maybe this is it. No. Jesus Christ. Is there no fucking great video? Okay, anyway. Let me give you like a little super cut of like what she's done. Actually, no. I've seen some people. Ooh, I can't type. Can't type at all. I've seen some people actually talk about this in a pretty decent way. Let me try to find it. You could tell this is like just not in my world, bro. Okay. So she went viral for putting niggas like, Cam Newton in his place.
Have not met Mr. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough time to find a lot of things out.
I bet.
And yet, no kids,
Mm-hmm.
single.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, but I am saying, are women's expectations unrealistic?
No, I'm going to say, like I said on Nick, the question shouldn't be why isn't a woman of age, of success, of a certain caliber not married with kids? The question should be why are people rushing to the altar just to become divorcees or baby mamas and baby daddies? I think if anything, we need to be teaching our society, take your time, young man or young woman, so that you can get to know not just this person, but yourself first, so that you can choose.
Now, I'm going to keep it a being with y'all, bro. You damn well knew this bitch wasn't a fucking doctor, nigga. She has a bust down Dr. Brian chain. Come on, gang. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Like, come on, dog. Like, come on, dog. Like, why? Yo, how are we even, like, surprised by it? Yo, the bitch, come on, man. She got Dr. Brian on the chain, nigga. She don't got a name tag or none of that. Bitch don't got no stethoscope. She just got two big titties, gang. Like, who the fuck thought this bitch was a doctor, bro? Like, yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. I ain't even mad she was scamming these niggas. Like, yo, she gotta get her shit off. You stupid as fuck to think she was a doctor.
A life partner, not that person is.
Bro, I believe, what's that nigga name? Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. This nigga gave off more doctor vibes than him, bro. This nigga gave off more doctor vibes than Shorty, gang. Stop it, man. Like, who's falling for this shit? Like, bruh, this nigga look like more of a doctor than this chick, bruh. This chick was showing up in Aloe, Pretty Little Things, Body by Raven. Like, bro, if your doctor showing up in Body by Raven to give you therapy, it's not a doctor. Stop it. Bro, like, man, I ain't had nothing against her, nigga. Like, I seen her twerking on the boat, like, doing her thing. Nigga. I'm like, man, like, yo, who's cracking that, man? Like, first of all, I'm not listening to no chick to tell me about no relationship. Bitch, shut up, man. I ain't listening to you for nothing. So this is what y'all little mental health therapy niggas get. If you listen to a fucking bitch to fucking teach you, which this is what I want to see. OnlyFans, nigga. Oh yeah. 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 This chick is tolerable when she on mute. I ain't letting this chick sit in front of me, talk me down of whatever. Oh, you creating broken up. Shut up. Look at this. Oh, this is a tattoo cover. Which nigga name she had tattoo next to the puss? Ooh, okay. Is her body natural? Look good. Ooh, them lips look like she could suck a dick, man. Yeah. The fuck I look like making this chick over here like, yo, y'all get therapy from anybody, man. Y'all gotta stop with this therapy shit, man.
Isn't exempt to divorce instead of rushing to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama and have multiple kids.
I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. At first, I thought Joe Budden was trying to crack. I thought this nigga was. I ain't know they was really listening to this bitch. Bruv, I'm not listening to no chick like this, bro. You ain't telling me nothing. Like, you crazy? I thought, I'm like, hey, everybody know, listen, the big bro method, you know what method this is? This is like, it's like the fake therapist method. Like, this is the I respect woman method. Like, yo, you act like you value what she says and you fucking her later, nigga. We not listening to no fucking scallywag tell us how to live, nigga. What the fuck? Man, I thought this was like I like that method. We respect woman method. Listen to women method. Man, let's get to the fucking, what we doing? Yo, who the fuck listening to her? I thought this was all a joke. I'm seeing Cam Newton like scratches, like fucking whiskers, like looking at this chick. I'm like, yo, bro, you acting like you confused, like you still playing football and you confused at the playbook. Yeah, nigga, the two safeties is blitzing, nigga. Throw that ball over above. What you confused by, nigga? This nigga listen to this fucking hoochie, and he's over here acting like he's hearing some profound shit. This whole time I thought everybody was fucking her. I thought she was the Samaya of the big, of the grown-ass woman. The 40-year-old Samaya. I thought everybody's cracking. I'm like, damn. I seen her on Joe Budden. I'm like, Joe cracked. Facts. I seen her on The Breakfast Club. I'm like, who fucked her? Like, I'm thinking everybody's beaten. Now, man, y'all thought she was a doctor? Yo, come on. Y'all can't be this stupid, bro. Anybody who thought she was a doctor is dumb as shit. Nigga, I could see this from a mile away, nigga. She got the only thing that says doctor is her bust down chain, bro. Like, stop it. How are y'all believing this shit?
Kids by multiple women, just to say you have broken families everywhere. I don't see no benefit in that.
Drinking and driving is a decision.
See? Bunch of bullshit, man. So let me play, I think this got it right here. Cam James. Listen to this.
And telling me to talk about Cheyenne Bryant for a long time. And I hadn't covered it yet because I work for myself. I was doing other stuff this year, like earning lawsuit threats.
All right, man, hurry up, nigga.
So FD covered the ethical side of the situation recently, but he didn't look into the credentials piece. Allow me to pick that ball up and run with it. I don't blame you if you haven't heard of her before. Let's knock out a basic rundown of the resume. Cheyenne Bryant is a social media celebrity, producer of MTV's Teen Mom Family Reunion.
It's not a pretty exercise. Things happen.
Bro, the bitch was on Baddies and niggas thought she was a doctor, gang. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. Yo, black men are so thirsty, man. Like, bro, man, you could tell. Yo, y'all black niggas is too thirsty, gang. Like, you were taking therapy from this ratchet, bro. You out of pocket, man. Y'all niggas is out of pocket, gang. Y'all out of pocket.
Yeah, go ahead and get bitch, you've been faked in a bitch. Bitch, you do it then. Do it then.
This is the show she was on, gang. This not her, though. She in the back right here.
Do it then.
Yikes. President of an NAACP branch, author, and life coach guru who calls herself a doctor of counseling psychology, which she allegedly isn't, and claimed to get that degree from Argosy University. She's built her career on being a relatable street therapist which didn't fully hit me until I watched one of her interviews.
I'm letting you go raw on me. You busting nuts at me. But when I show you
Yo, bro, she got a Cuban chain on, bro. Yo, gang, if you going in for surgery, nigga, and right when they said, yo, hit him with the full anesthesia, 250 cc's, and right when you about to pass out, you see the doctor be like, this procedure gonna take like an hour, and right when they reach over to you with the scalpel, the last thing you see before you go out, nigga, is a fucking bust down, iced out Cuban link chain, nigga. Do you think you finna wake up? Fuck no, nigga. Everybody know this was no goddamn doctor. Bro, we gotta stop the bullshit, bro. We gotta stop the bullshit, bro. I'm not even mad at her because, like, to keep it real, we kind of salute male scammers. So she a female scammer. I'm not mad at her. I'm just saying niggas is too thirsty for the chick. Like, bruv, like, why the fuck were y'all interviewing with her in the first place?
wounds, I'm toxic. Who's really safe here? Because I'm not safe because you got a good stroke. And most women ain't even satisfied from it.
The more we hold off on what y'all usually want, that thing, the more y'all do anyways.
Yo, Shannon Sharp, I was disappointed, especially because of you. You know why? At least Joe Budden and them other niggas like black women, so they look like they probably wanted to fuck her. You, nigga, you don't even like black women. You like white snow bunnies. How the hell you let a black chick come fool you, nigga? Ain't you the big buff nigga from motherfucking white chicks? You don't fuck with chicks like this. You're supposed to call her that bullshit immediately, nigga. What the fuck? I'm disappointed in Shannon. Shannon, you, listen. We know you a white woman expert. How the hell you let a black chick come in there and start making you get?
The more y'all give and the more y'all do.
Just don't call her a therapist.
My biggest misconception about you, and I think, I mean, at the end of the day, it was me hearing from other people about you being a therapist and practicing.
So I'm a psychology expert, life coach.
Sorry, yes.
She curses more than any mental health professional I've ever seen, uses a lot more slang, drops some truly basic Tyler Perry movie-esque psychology sound bites, and intentionally targets low-income communities that would fall for this kind of grift, unfortunately. That's evidenced by the relatively affordable prices on her website. She's a social media star, so please believe her rates would be in the tens of thousands in private practice if she was charging based on all the clout she brags about on her site and her capacity. That might lead you to say, well, she wants to serve people who can't afford therapy in the black community, Cam. Interesting theory. We'll come back to that. One of her other honorary doctorates is from Harvest Christian University in 2025, which claims to be an indigenous university with multiple accreditations, all of which are bullshit. I searched for Harvest Christian University in the DAPIP database for accredited institutions in the US, and it doesn't show up. Their Royal Charter accreditation, maybe that will fly in the UK, but it definitely doesn't mean shit here. They list a
Expert. I start off as
it's literally designed to do that. Since she said herself that she doesn't operate with a license, I'm side-eyeing that degree too.
Where did you get your start?
You might start as far as like a therapist. I started off as a marriage, family, and child therapist about 18 years ago. Before I obtained my doctorate degree in counseling psychology. Once I became a doctor of psychology, I transitioned from a therapist to a psychology expert in private practice. And so I no longer practice under a license. I'm in private practice. That's what I'm saying. And that's what people don't understand, right? So just to educate some folks a little bit, a license is really only needed so you can bill insurance. And let me go a step further. Majority of people who know that.
Yo, bro, she got a tennis chain that says Doc. Like, bro, come on, bruv. Bruv, come on. Like, yo, if you believe she's a doctor, nigga, like, bro, you're like Bugs Bunny from like, what's that one anime joint be like, yo, what's up, Doc? Like, he called everybody Doc, nigga, the fuck? Like, bro, like, who the fuck would think this? Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. Niggas really stupid, dog. Like, who would believe this shit?
That in order to bill insurance as a therapist or a physician or a psychologist, psychiatrist, you have to diagnose.
Okay.
Most people don't want to have a diagnosis on their record. So what do they rather do? Pay out of pocket.
We see this excuse used time and time again by grifters.
But this nigga taking this shit serious, nigga. Bro, she not a doctor, nigga.
the reality is it's not about the degrees. I've never shouted, I have a bunch of degrees.
It is about the degrees. As for the part about servicing poor black people who can't afford to bill insurance, they were scammed. Slamming doctorate allegations, she said this on The Breakfast Club.
The conversation about your doctorate because people can't find your dissertation online.
Mm-hmm.
How are you responding to that in this new era of your life?
I'm going to clear it up once on here. I'm not doing it again. And I'm clearing it up for my doc squad, for my fan base, for my audience who deserve to hear me address it. For
My doc squad is crazy.
the folks who have already made up their mind to not like me or not understand me, listen, I don't give a fuck what your narrative is. I would like for you to recreate it, double down on it, and run that shit. Because I don't give a fuck about it. Now, to my doc squad, my fan base, my folks, you know, my village, it's very simple. I went to a school, Argosy University, completed an entire program. I went back online to get my official transcripts because I was applying to a law school many years ago to be a professor there. And I had to provide my transcripts, right, to get hired. And I went to contact the school and say, hey, I need my official transcripts. I need my entire thing. And there was no school. I was like, okay, I'm confused. I Google. It says this school has been shut down. I said, oh, well, they got to have records. I mean, they were accredited when I attended the school. They were accredited when I finished the program. I go and look, there is a third party that has the records. Why I contact the third party? That third party only holds records for 2 years.
I'm no psychologist, but I recognize toxic defensiveness when I see it, because I've done it. All that cussing and posturing wasn't necessary. If she was qualified, she could have just explained it in one sentence. Combine that with the iced out doc chain she wears everywhere.
Yo, bro, come on, bro.
And this is starting to feel like a rap beef. All of Argosy University's diplomas can be retrieved from the Parchment site, which I checked out. They list the school and say they can deliver diplomas from Argosy. All she'd have to do is give them the necessary info. It would take less than 5 minutes all in. This was a lie. Furthermore, a lot of doctorate programs require a dissertation. Not saying hers did, since it's a PsyD like the degree Umar has.
Oh, shit. Yo, shout out to my man, LaMike Jr., yo. Thank you for all the 25 gifted. My boy on here. Thank you for showing some love, brother. Appreciate you for following the channel, too.
But in any case, she doesn't have a published dissertation either. I checked ProQuest, and her name pulls up.
By the way, that's on Kick. Everybody on Kick, man. Get these free subs, man.
0 results. You don't need to be degreed up to call yourself a psychology expert and life coach, but that's where she slipped up. She didn't always call herself that. She used to say she has a doctorate in counseling psychology on her site, but now it just says she has 10 years of experience with that master's from the University of Phoenix. If she had the degree, she would say she has the degree on the site, especially since she says obtained in reference to her Cal State Northridge double degree. Obtained and pursued are very, very different words. She claims the master's on the homepage, but this paragraph insinuates that she didn't finish that one either. This bio hasn't changed since the earliest version of the site. So we might be looking at 2 fake degrees. I want to be clear that even if the University of Phoenix degree is real, this woman is clearly lying about that doctorate, in my opinion. That's all I have to say regarding the education stuff. She threw out.
So she went on another show too. She went on another show and got exposed. Basically, the chick was like, yo, bro, why do you keep using doctor? Like, you know damn well you ain't no fucking doctor. Like, and she started wilding. Look at this, look at this.
Question cured comedian Jamila Bell, she turned it into a skit. So we'll watch both of those.
People.
Sounds like when she gets in a
She was tight. She went on some show, and she was. Oh, this is it right here.
Y'all gotta go get this book. Because no relationship will be as healthy. The Bible says, love each other by knowledge, get weary in well-doing. And he says that because your job is to not get weary in your, and they deemed it.
Others, this may be an introduction.
Yeah.
So you often talk about, and you talk about it in your book, going from the hood to
addictions create actually thrive.
Once you've identified that this for me is my,
we really want to create a fairy tale, and traumatized out people create learning the relationship. a better time in your service. And I'll land on this. My obedience is to God, not to people. Amount of free marketing. It couldn't have happened in a better time for my book that just, launched a couple days ago. And within 24 hours, we made the bestsellers list, not only for print, but for the ebook. And so that's very exciting. Also, I know a couple of things. There's promises that God has for us. He says that all, not some, all things are working for your good. He also says that not to get weary in well-doing. And he says that I give you much territory, and your job is to possess it, and my job as God is to protect it. I protect what I give you. And so when territory is expanded, God says that the cross gets heavy.
God damn, babe, you got a license or not, man?
And if you cannot carry a heavy cross for the expansion of the territory I gave you, then guess what? Maybe you're not ready, because to whom much is given, much is required. And so it's important for people who are in service, in leadership positions, to not personalize, right? When you have folks who come in and attempt to crucify what you have going on, because your job is to not get weary in your service. And I'll land on this. My obedience is to God, not to people. And so as long as I'm in his will and I'm serving and I'm doing his his word, my sheep will know my voice, even the sheep in wolf clothing. That is not my battle.
But
That's
with the
his.
questions that are out there, why not provide the proof of your degree? Why not?
Well, a couple of things, right? I have multiple degrees, and my thing is that my proof isn't something that I have to prove to individuals. My proof is already within my credentials, my degrees, and also more than just my titles, it's in how effective I've been. All of my sessions have been live, for the most part. My sessions with Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, Shannon Sharp, B. Simone, they have all been for the world to see, right? So no one knew who Dr. Bryant was prior to seeing all of my sessions that were live. And they deemed it, as well as I did before they did it, they can't validate me, I validated myself, they deemed it as my work being effective. I am effective at what I do. I'm educated and I'm successful in my lane. And
Now, she's actually making a point that she's saying what I'm doing works. And maybe it does work. For the simps who want to listen to this chick, preach to them, fine. But that's not the question. Bro, you got a fucking license or not, gang? Like, are you actually a doctor or you're just playing one on TV? That's the basic question she won't answer.
I'll land on this. I created my own lane. And so a lot of times, Marissa, when people see that you created something that maybe they couldn't, admiration turns into envy. And you got to be okay. And you got to be okay with that in that
as an
space.
attack. But I think, and I've gotten this question from many viewers, and I owe it to them.
You
in
do.
Service to
Absolutely.
them. Why not drop doctor from your name if you cannot bring forth that doctoral degree?
So I've already covered this, right? And we're here obviously to talk about my new book. So I've earned the title. I have multiple degrees, and I'm not going to prove anything to anybody. And we're going to leave it just as that. Yeah.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing by that.
Standing by it. Yeah, because I earned it. Absolutely.
All right. Well,
yeah.
thank
She don't believe that bitch one bit, man. Straight up scammer, man. That's what it is. The next scammer we realizing, have y'all seen this? Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, I do like PBD. Well, PBD be on something like, when PBD be talking, bro, I could tell that nigga give me Ponzi scheme vibes, man. That nigga be giving me like, you know, one of them where it's like, yo, let me have, I'm gonna have CoffeeZilla like, hello, quick. I'm kind of breaking down. So PBD, if you don't know who that is, that Patrick Bet-David, right? Patrick Bet-David. He's one of these guys that I've seen, like, he's taken over the political commentary space with his show. He's a smart guy, but I've always been a little bit weary of him. Why? I'll tell you why. He reminds me of a lot of scammers online, because more than trying to gain a viewership for his content, he's always upselling some shit that always seem a little sketchy. Like, if you go on his show, he's trying to promote Minect, which is like his app. And we get it, everybody loves products and merchandise. And like, I'm not saying that because he's a YouTuber, you shouldn't have that shit. We have merch. But there's something about him that just kind of breeds just pure capitalism. And also like capitalism probably at the expense of his audience. And recently, it's kind of came out that, a bunch of people in his audience got scammed. And there's a shit ton of stories that are coming out left, right, and center, basically saying, yo, what's been happening with Patrick Bet-David and some of the things he's been running, capitalized off in his YouTube audience, is almost like damn near either unethical or borderline fraud. Okay? So he throws an event and there was a like huge sponsor. And the sponsor basically gets access to the people that went to the show, and they have a whole presentation. But essentially, the sponsor scammed his audience and scammed him for $1 million. Or not, actually, I don't know how much money, but he was paid $1 million by the sponsor to get access to his audience. But the sponsor scammed his audience. So CoffeeZilla called him to be like, yo, bro, like this company you worked with and you kind of vouched for because you took business with them. And keep in mind, this is not like some guy that's like doesn't know. This is a business guy. Like if you listen to Patrick Bet-David, he talks business. It's business. He's always talking about like, back in the office, or he's talking about like his days working, selling insurance or whatever the case is. So that's like his thing. So when you see a scam happen underneath his nose, people start getting weary of him because people used to listen to his voice unilaterally. Listen to this, though.
Quick update. Patrick Bet-David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize. He should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not going to make sense what we're talking about unless you have that context. He immediately DM'd me, said, hey, look, I want to call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards, unedited, because I want you guys to hear my call with Patrick Bet-David. I addressed the apology. You should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme. You promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million. Say, hey, can you commit right now to getting that?
Okay. Oh, that's when he talks about it. I want to... Here we go. Okay.
Just want to talk. So you can hear him address all the payment from personally, huge payment from a Ponzi schemer, and I want to know if they're going to pay it back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer.
Chat, scamming is like scamming and internet shit just go together real well,
which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware. I reached out to the PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about a week. I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, if you don't know the full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick.
Let's go.
Goliath Ventures was a Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees, business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a CoffeeZilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities, and about 6 months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged. He's even admitted a lot of this in interviews.
So what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend.
So this goes way beyond the it's just allegations.
Now, I want to keep connecting it back to Patrick Bet-David. I'm telling you, Patrick Bet-David, he's like one of those guys where it feels like anytime you're listening to him for too long, he's gonna require you to spend some money. Like it kind of comes off like he's always trying to peddle some shit, and with those guys you become weary of because it kind of comes off more than greed. Sometimes it comes off just like a finesser.
Bro, Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of this behavior. And where Patrick Bet-David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to seem legit. His entire organization kind of made this guy mainstream.
Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado. It's built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, and community.
And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David and his team only to get no response. I'm expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025 when this guy, Christopher Delgado.
Okay, so long story short, he scams these motherfuckers for $328 million. Then they get Patrick Bet-David on the phone in the next thing. And listen to this call. Like, I rock with Patrick, but I ain't gonna lie, that nigga sound like a scammer gang.
Confirming that I'm recording starting now. This is Patrick Bet David. We're talking about the Vault Conference sponsored the Goliath Ventures. Look, ultimately the big question is this. One, are you returning the $1 million paid to your consulting company back to the receivership, back to the victims? And two, I mean, you know, like, I think, look, a lot of people got hurt in this. You were the number one, probably, credibility person in this. How does that feel? I mean, are you going to apologize? Are you going to address it, like, you know, publicly? I think people want to know. People look to you, you know, as this entrepreneurship guy. It is, frankly, a bad look.
Yeah, so first of all, you hate to see things like this. Hate to see things like this that happens. And every once in a while, this takes place. You know, when an issue like this comes up.
Hang up on that nigga, man.
This is, you know, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago because of this exact reason. We literally stopped. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years. The only place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic YouTube AdSense that you get, that you're accustomed to it as well, we do the events. So if I do a Vault conference, there's a moment for networking and people set up their booth. And so this guy came to the Vault conference for the last 4 years. And at the end of it, one of my reps comes up to me. I've never spoken to him. We've seen him at the event, you know, typically with everybody else. And he says he wants to be the title sponsor. Okay, great. He goes through the whole thing. We go through the background that our legal team does. Obviously, we make reference calls. We call others to see what they can say about him. And we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged him. Nobody flagged the like 4 to 5% a year or a month. I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not one person that's done business with him flagged him. Okay. And so then we say, great.
Yo, he's laughing because he's like, yo, Patrick, you know you scamming too, bro.
Let's go through the sponsorship. Now, when you do sponsorship, you have to deliver on stuff. So meaning we have to set up the booth. We have to set up all these different places where people walk up to them. You know, these 20 by 30, 30 by 30, 40 by 40 booth that you create for them, that they have an opportunity for people to go through. So we flew in. Typically when somebody becomes a sponsor, we fly in, we meet them in Vegas, and then we show them, or whatever hotel we're going to be at, and we'll say, hey, here's your location. You're the title sponsor. We're going to put it here. And then, you know, their logo is going to be in different places, but it's not a endorsement. So it's not like I endorse. It's a sponsorship.
It does feel like an endorsement, though. You know.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree. And by the way, again, we learn. So for us, we said we're going to do two, what do you call it? The Vault conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title sponsor stuff that we're doing, bro. Where if it's not like a Fortune, 2000 company, we don't even want to entertain it. Because sometimes the best way is to make sure other investors have vetted them. And listen, in this space, there's a lot of risk in any of this space you get into.
Right, but he's the title sponsor. This is just last year. This isn't like 5 years ago.
No, you're right.
And it was 3 endorsements. You know, at one point it sounded like an ad read. You're like, the 3 pillars are this. It like read like ad copy the way you're reading it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And by the way, just so you know, there's certain things I can't talk about. There's certain things I can because we're cooperating with the federal authorities, and we're having meetings with them. We're having conversations with them. All of this stuff will be public. We've learned a lot of things about
You've been subpoenaed, right? Like you have been subpoenaed, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
So are you going to turn the money over? That seems to be an important question.
That's the conversation we're in right now, and you will hear all about it when the decision is made.
Well, what decision? I feel like we could make a decision now and do a good thing, you know?
Steven, I know what...
So remember, the guy finessed $328 million. What CoffeeZilla is saying to Patrick Bet David is like, yo, bro, they paid you $1 million to have access to your audience, which they scammed a lot of your audience. will you give back at least what they paid you? Like, they paid you $1 million. They got $328 million out of it. Yo, could you at least like throw back the $1 million you got? Like, to help pay people back? And yeah, Patrick ain't really trying to hear that shit.
What you're doing. The part that you don't know about the way I do business, you know I don't avoid you. Meaning, if you and I did something together many years, I'm not a guy that's going to be sitting there running, avoiding. When we make mistakes, we'll call it out. When we do things that is right, great, we're celebrated. This is not one of the things that we're celebrating. We're not happy about this, and we're doing a lot of things behind closed doors. The part that, I'll give you one part that I think it's important to know, and for your audience to know, the part that a lot of people, they're concerned with, and I'm talking specifically the authorities, is the people that were working with them getting paid big money. Those are the ones that they're targeting in a big way. We've not, like, this wasn't you know how sometimes you do certain crypto deals and it's like, hey, affiliate, you're going to get this much money for this affiliate. Zero. We didn't accept nothing like that. So there isn't, hey, we're going to pay you an additional, 10% on whatever that's done. Zero. We don't do business.
Right. You got paid the $1 million, right? And so,
but $1 million has
and look, I'm not, I know it sounds like I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm not. It just seems like you're going to have to fork it over eventually for the receivership anyways. Like, so many people lost money. It seems like an easy win,
And that's the part where, that's the part where I'm in right now. You gotta respect that part that I'm going with. I gave you the respect of getting on a call with you and giving you the information. The information will come out.
No, I appreciate it. So you're not sure whether you're paying the money back yet or not. You're having those conversations.
But here's the other part that you also don't know. You don't know if we're doing other things with the conversations we're having with others. There's a lot of different things that we're doing that's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay.
What we have to do right now is individually, as we're going through this, a matter of fact, I'll make a commitment to you. Once everything is finalized with this, you'll be the first phone call that I'll make to share with you, because over the years you've been fair to me and I respect the fact that we have this relationship. I think you do a very good job. This was definitely not a good look. We're not happy about this ourselves. I take 100% of responsibility as the face of this company. And we have to get better next time. We just do.
Right. So obviously y'all are about to run the Vault conference again. It might be a reasonable concern.
And guess what? You want to know something? We're about to run the Vault conference again, and we don't have a title sponsor for this exact reason.
Because you were worried about it, or nobody coughed up the million?
No, not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled.
Okay.
Not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled. Because as you run a company and you go through building a business, one of my previous companies, you and I talked about, I sold it 4 years ago. You're going to make a lot of business as an operator. You have to make adjustments and improve. You just do. And so for us, as we sat there with our team and our executive team, we said, what do we need to do for this not to happen again? Well, guess what? The criteria of becoming a title sponsor just became more difficult. And so it's not something that we spend a lot of money on this event. This is not like an event that we do that is a small event. There's a lot of hard costs for the event. But it changed the guidelines. It changed the guidelines on who we're going with, and we'll entertain different levels of sponsors. But even right now, the lowest level of sponsorship, we're declining. I would say 50% of people that are wanting to become sponsors.
Okay, so you're adjusting the sponsorship guidelines after this kind of debacle.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about the 1 million. Maybe not. You said you're having some other conversations. What about an apology? I know it's usually not that you're not the type, but I think given the context, you're the biggest name. I mean, like, I cannot overstate. This guy, I talked to a lot of the victims in this case. A lot of people, they come in, they see a big name like yours. It's just immediate trust, right? They say, hey, it's Patrick Bet-David. I know that guy. He wouldn't be at the Yankee Stadium with this guy if it was nothing. It wouldn't be the Vault title conference, guy. So to those people, to the people who may have invested because they saw your name attached, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again, fair question. This is what I'll tell you. When you and I become investors, and I'll call a guy that say,
Yeah, yo, he does everything but answer a question like directly.
guy I respect a lot. He's a billionaire, and he's done a lot of deals. And he'll introduce me to a deal, and I'll get into it, and I'll put whatever, $5 million, $2 million, $500,000, $100,000. It doesn't go right. I'm the risk taker. Okay, I'm the risk taker that chose to invest into that deal. The onus is with me, the individual that chose to take the risk. So I took the risk of accepting this guy as the title sponsor. At that time, we didn't find anything. For me to apologize, it's apologizing for a mistake he made? No. What could we have done to find something else? There was nothing else to find what the guy was doing.
The whole pitch of Goliath was 3 to 5% a month. That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like, everybody knows 3 to 5% a month. That doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space that do that in a way that's worked for them, that are slightly more conservative. But again, for us, when we're sitting down,
who though? Who? I don't even know who. No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally no. The pitch he was making was abnormal. When you actually looked at the pitch he was making, it was completely abnormal. It was not a normal hedge fund.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yeah.
This form is not abnormal. The numbers he chose was abnormal. I think the more now we think about it, what this guy was relying on is the following. This is my speculation, and you can take an angle with it or not. I think this guy was hoping that Bitcoin was going to go to $250,000 and he was going to get away with it, and it didn't. And it ended up, putting him in the situation he is right now for $328 million. This guy's going to be facing, many, many years of prison time. This is not a small little crime that he committed. So for us, if I were to tell you, hey, my guys knew and we investigated this and we knew everything about him and we did, I would apologize. We did not know.
I don't think you're apologizing because you knew. I think you're apologizing for not doing the due diligence that someone of your stature.
I've already told you, Stephen. As a leader, the way I have gotten to where I'm at in my life right now is as a leader. I take responsibility for the decisions we've made, and we have to get better when it comes down to this. So we've made the adjustment ourselves as a company. And we've had many conversations with many of the people. And trust me, it's been a lot of late night calls with a lot of different people as they're going through this. This is not a pretty situation, but...
Does anyone watch PBD? It's just, like, even when he's talking about politics, like, he has a way of, like, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. He gives big scammer vibes still.
There is nothing we could have done on our end. If this would have happened, let's just say this happens a week before the vault, a day before the vault, a month before the vault. We're not even going through with this. But it happened months after the vault. And there wasn't anything that we could have looked at to say this was an issue. Again, remember, the part like...
I think you could have looked at his pitch deck. Hold on, I just want to go back a second. There's a few things you said. I don't want to go too far without addressing a few. So you said, look, I think he was betting on Bitcoin going up. I mean, that's not true. He was just taking in wires to Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you because I looked into it. So he was just taking in money to Coinbase and just paying out people. All his story about liquidity pools, all that wasn't true. It was just a straight up Ponzi scheme. You said, one thing you said is, look, I'm a leader. I have to own up to my mistakes. Sometimes owning up to your mistakes is just apologizing. Again, it's not a gotcha. I really want to give you the platform because this is the first time you're addressing it to just say, hey, look, I'm not saying that you knew that it was a Ponzi scheme. It was the returns were completely unrealistic. You said that yourself. I mean, if someone can't rely on you to do that due diligence, it's just kind of like you're kind of saying you messed up without saying it, though.
That's an unfair statement to make, but, you're doing your part and you're asking me the questions and I'm giving you my answer. And this is my answer to you.
Right.
Again, if I knew any of this stuff before, of course I have to apologize. If we knew and by the way, what's $1 million? Nothing to us.
So why not commit it though? But why not commit it back to the people who lost money?
Let me make my point. What I mean by this, the $1 million is spent for an event. If we knew a second before the event, this is what's going on, of course we're taking a different position. But we didn't know, Stephen. It's that simple.
So it sounds to me like you're like, hey, look, we spent the money on the event. Too bad, so sad to the people who lost all their money.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I sympathize with everybody. I've lost money. I don't get to where I'm at without having lost money many
Did
times.
you lose money with Chris Delgado?
I didn't invest too much money. None. And by the way, Stephen, remember this part as well. That this is very important for you to share with your audience. Valuetainment got started since 2013. Okay, it's very important for you to know this. From 2013 till today, talk about we run a consulting firm. I have different companies that I'm running under my holding company. The Vault Conference, speaking fees that I get, everything that we do. How much money you think has gone in my personal pocket? Meaning, how much money you think every year I've taken off the table or I pay myself a salary from all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold? What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant. You and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is a wide variety of ways. So if you tell me it's $0, then it doesn't really
question, and I'm giving you the argument for this for you to know, because you said something, and I'm defending that position. Here's the position. Every year, no matter how much money the company makes, I've chosen to not take any money off the table. Meaning none of this money.
Yeah, but you owe the money. You own the company. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. PBD is one of them, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Slick talker, too.
It comes back in my pocket. 100% of the money is reinvested in what we're doing. I don't take an income.
Yeah, but if you ever want to sell the company, you own the company.
That's not like I know to the public it seems like this is, well, you make the money. I didn't make the money. The money's in the business.
Yeah, but you own the business, though. You own the business, which has the money. But you and I both know. Look, I have an S corp as well, Patrick, and I can play this game. Oh, I took X. I didn't choose to take this from the business. A lot of those are just accounting structural reasons, or hey, you're reinvesting it in the business because you expect to make more in the future. To me, you gotta get to the point of, look, ultimately, the money that was paid to you, this is the critical thing that I just want to, kind of ask you very directly about. The money that was paid to you was not Chris's money, okay? If it was Chris's money, I would understand. It was other people's money.
I told you this at the beginning, Steve.
He had stolen the money. It's stolen money you have, or your business, David Consulting has.
There's a part of this that I shared with you respectfully. I said, I have to go through certain conversations I'm having with them, and you're jumping the gun. And I said to you, there are certain things I cannot talk to you about. This is one of them. The moment we get through where we're at, you're the first phone call we're making.
I'd love to be.
To address the one question to you.
Yeah.
If we knew any information before, I wouldn't hesitate to apologize. But we didn't.
But your due diligence failed, and you recognize that. That's what you would apologize for. I'm not saying you're apologizing for knowing it's a Ponzi scheme.
I will gladly. I've already said to you, I man up on the mistake that we have to do a better job with due diligence.
Right, but you're manning up on the mistake. You're manning up on, hey, we got to do better. But you're stopping short of saying, hey, I apologize for not doing better before.
You're fairly a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Do you think if I found anything, do you think this is worth it to me to go through this? Do you think it's worth it to me to have Steven on CoffeeZilla make a video and I'm getting video saying, hey, what charity do you have that you're getting? You think it's worth it for me to do this? You think the juice is worth it? Like, you think if I knew this is who this guy was, I would have done this? What do you, Steven, respectfully, your opinion. Do you think if I knew this guy was fraud, I'd take the money from him? Your opinion.
I think there were insufficient, checks on this. And you agree with that.
The question, though, you're right, they did. Now I know.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is the question, and see if you can, at least I've been fair with you, see if you can be fair with me.
Sure.
Do you really think if I knew this guy is a criminal, I would have taken a penny from the guy? Give me the credit there at least.
Oh, sorry. It seems like you have plenty of money. Your company has plenty of money.
I already did address it with you. Yeah, this is going to end up costing me more than $1 million, just so you know that. Like, this is not going to. I'm not winning here in any way. Okay, because of that reason of last year, I can't even take any sponsorship money for Tidal this year. So imagine how much it's cost me to take that guy last year.
This guy's like, yo, damn, I can't get another $1 million this year, even though y'all lost 328.
And hire lawyers this year. This has not made my life any better. In no way. It's just become a lot of noise, and I don't like noise. So if
I think we should put it to bed. I think I think you should. I think there's a very clear path to putting this whole thing to bed, saying, hey, look, I've improved my policies going forward. We're going to make it tougher to be a title sponsor. I paid back the money, and I'm sorry to the people who invested. I mean, I feel it's kind of silly because I feel like in some ways I'm advocating for your fans who might have been there and invested. Really, it's not I don't think it was probably a lot of the people who watch me that probably were invested. I think it's your fans. That's kind of why I'm surprised the pushback.
And I appreciate that. Trust me, nobody cares about my fans more than I do. And I'm telling my fans that, trust me, the people who don't, there's nothing I can do about them. But the people that have been with us for year after year after year, if they know why they keep coming back, is people trust us, the way we make decisions. If we knew anything a day before that this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money, ever. And if I did, I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means I knew who he was and I did this. No.
Or you failed to do the due diligence.
We did the due diligence. The due diligence didn't show up any red flag for us to see.
Their business model made no sense. I mean, look. I'll be honest. Let me be transparent about my backstory with this whole case, because maybe you did.
The only thing I will tell you is I can continue this conversation. I literally just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. If you want to FaceTime me, sitting by the water. My kids are waiting for me to go in. It's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday, and I'm on the phone with you. So if you can keep it to 5 minutes, I'll go 5 minutes with you, and then please.
Yeah. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine.
Go ahead.
No, I'll just give you some backstory on this case. Okay, so I got sent this case by somebody. It was very quick to understand. That this was a ridiculous Ponzi scheme. Okay. This wasn't a complicated fraud. As soon as I got his marketing information, as soon as I got a hold of the pitch, it was very clear what they were doing. So that's why that part of it's failing for me. As far as you're saying, look, you
can have that opinion. And by the way, maybe next time we send a message to you and you bill me, so I don't have to deal with something like this. You think I want to deal with if you have this service for me, I would send every one of my.
I think it's going to be $1 million. I think it's going to be $1 million. I'm joking.
Anyway. Yeah, man. I don't know. Patrick Bet-David, for whatever reason, man, he kind of gives a little sleazy vibes. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I rock with him, but I feel like he always trying to sell something. Then there was another thing where the people who have bought into some of the things that he's been selling, they're accusing him of just kind of having and running a whole Ponzi scheme. Let me see if I could. I don't even know if I could find that at this point. If not, we'll just move on. Can I find it? History. Give me a second. Can I find this shit or no? No. I think Traplo Ross covered it.
Get me back in, and I
hit a target. And man,
I don't know what PHP stands for. To a successful career as a podcaster, as a presenter, as a
you keep your work options open, all that. And at the time, I was actually 17 years old.
So they're actually accusing Patrick Bet-David of kind of having this pyramid scheme where it's you have to recruit people that kind of come underneath you, and then those people recruit people, and it's really the definition of what a pyramid thing is.
I was going into my senior year of high school, and I basically just went through the PHP to get it in the system so he could hit his promotion or something. That was my first exposure. And
so a lot of people been kind of, have come across Patrick's company, and it just don't really add up. What do you mean $200? I'm no big city lawyer, big city, big money person, but I've got a few people that work for me.
Yeah, man. Shit's not looking good. Anyway, let me look at some. There's a few other videos that's kind of circulating. Also, I want to get to this Lotto and Cardi B shit too. They said there's a YouTuber, Lil Baby. They said Lil Baby tried to bully a nigga out of his section. YouTuber refused to give up his $2,000 section for a Lil Baby.
No, we're not going nowhere. We're not going nowhere. We're not going nowhere.
So I know you paid already for this side.
So what's up?
All we're doing, so that side is gonna be with Baby and the rest. They will lie to people. We know that y'all paid. We're not telling y'all that y'all not gonna have a section. We're just have to move y'all to make room for Lil Baby's other people. That's all.
To where?
We got 3 booths for y'all right now on the other side of the booth.
Well, no, because you gotta understand, if niggas pay for to be on stage, that's what we supposed to be at.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? If you pay $2,000 for something, what you gonna do? You gonna be on stage? You're not gonna.
Oh, this is some Houston shit, I could tell. This is some Houston shit, man. I could tell, man. They are rinsing niggas' pockets in Houston. Everybody wants to be a celebrity. Everybody got a iced out chain. You heard a nigga. This is not even a regular section he in. He said, I paid to be on stage. What the fuck? These niggas said, I paid to have my section on the stage. Now, W to him, man, tell Lil Baby and his crew, eat a dick, nigga. Like, nigga, I ain't moving, nigga. Or he should have probably told me, yo, I paid $2,000 for the section. If y'all refund me my money, give me that plus $1,000. I get the fuck up on out of here. You let you and Lil Baby, y'all can hang out on the stage. Look like he was not.
Oh, nowhere.
So I know you paid already. We got 3 booths for y'all right now on the other side of the booth.
Well, no, because you gotta understand, if niggas pay for to be on stage.
What's this guy's name? I feel like I've seen him before. What's his name? I'm pretty sure he has like an explanation of why or what ended up happening, because we only have like a very short clip. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not Lil Baby's fault. It's the promoters. The promoters are overselling these joints. These days, if you go to the club, it's basically, if you're not in a section, you're a fucking bum. Like, don't even go to the club if you don't have a section these days. So I got to imagine the promoter is overselling. Sometimes they oversell thinking that, some people's not going to show up, or they oversell and then a celebrity wants to pop out and they want to they all want to look cool next to the celebrity. And that's when problems happen, right? Let me see. Yeah. Y'all know this nigga's name? What's his name? His name is Mike Adelabu. All right, let's see. Maybe he addresses this. Is he on YouTube or something? Mike Adelabu. Oh, he's one of the 20v1 niggas. Those are the niggas getting money these days, chat. These 20v1 niggas, because all they do is get million views on every video. Let's see. So this is the video he uploaded. Oh, he just reposted it. Is he going to address it or no? Oh, all right. He's just cloud chasing. Okay. All good. Let's hear what's going on with Lotto and Cardi B, man. So, did Lotto drop some new music? People are saying that she dissed Cardi B. I'm wondering why she would diss Cardi B, though. Don't they have a song together? They have a song that I like together. Put It on the Flow. I like that song. Anyway, they said Lotto responded to Cardi B rant in her new album track, Gimme That. What was the rant? Cardi B tweeted out, I was ranting and hot at the moment, but I fuck with Lotto heavy. Oh, that's when Cardi B said to somebody, man, I ain't no Lotto ass bitch. Yeah, I forgot she said some shit like that, right? Cardi B mentions Lotto. Yeah. She had something where she mentions Lotto. I can't remember what it was. This was it right here? This is it. What'd she say? Oh, this was her versus.
Wait. What?
This is when she said she would beat up Ice Spice.
What'd she say? Wait. What she said? Why you wanna act dumb? Why you wanna act dumb?
shit.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna beat her ass. I'm gonna get riot beat up by my niggas. Y'all gonna see what the fuck is up. You think I'm fucking pussy ass Lotto?
Sorry, tell me, what's that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm on vacation.
Bro, I don't gotta fucking tell y'all.
She said, you think I'm pussy ass Lotto?
Pussy ass Lotto?
Sorry, tell me, what's that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm on vacation.
Bro, I don't gotta fucking tell y'all shit that she said. Because y'all know exactly what the fuck the bitch said. Go on the phone right now. Go on the phone right now. Go on the phone right now.
Could you pass an Ice Spice in so they can speak? She's about to do this Empire State joint.
Nah, she about to get. Oh, she in New York? She in New York? Try to link up. Try to link up.
Yo, Cardi ready to scrap.
Try to link up. Try to link up. Where y'all at? Where y'all niggas is at? Where y'all niggas is at?
Nah, Cardi a real blood, man. All right, let's hear Lotto supposedly responding back to Cardi. And by the way, she did respond, like, so Cardi had said, I was ranting and hot at the moment, but I fuck with Lotto heavy. I respect everything about her, including her team. That's so sweet. And nope, I'm not too prideful to apologize to someone I really respect. So this is my public apology, and now I'm going to privately buy her a bag. So she basically said, hey, that was a private conversation that I said that Lotto was pussy in. And I was ranting because I was mad at Ice Spice. I wanted to beat Ice Spice's ass up. And, you know, my bad. And, you know what, Lotto, I love you. I'm going to buy you a bag. So apparently Lotto responds to that. Let's hear Lotto.
Wait, let's clock it. Really got a Hermes throwing my closet. Talking about buying big mama a bag. Like my nigga ain't already bothered. Like my nigga ain't coming off racks. Big bank over here, big facts. Wish a bitch would get in that booth. I'm calling up Playboy Max. Wait, let's clock it. Really got a Hermes throwing.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to keep it a bean, though. Let me see. I like Lotto rapping. And I do like Cardi rapping, too. I got both of these women close. I hope that they're not beefing. But if they did, like, you know, start, like, dropping tracks at each other, I got this being a close matchup. I like both of them. They both be popping their shit. I like both of them. I will say, though, Cardi a different animal, man. I really think Cardi beating bitches up out here, man. Cardi's just different, man. You know what I mean? Like, Cardi a whole brim out here, man. She not playing fair. But if this was a musical competition, I got it close. I got it close. By the way, salute to Lotto, man. Yo, she can't stop bragging about, you know, she want to let y'all niggas know that 21 Savage her man. You feel what I'm saying? She was like, yo, nigga, I don't need your bag, nigga. The fuck? My man got me the whole closet filled with them shits.
My closet. Talking about buying big mama. Really got a Hermes throwing my closet. Talking about buying big mama a bag. Like my nigga ain't already bothered. Like my nigga ain't coming off racks. Big bank over here, big facts. Wish a bitch would get in that booth. I'm calling up Playboy Max.
Is that an invitation to rap battle? Now I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. If I'm Cardi, I'm not rap battling none of y'all chicks. I think Bia, she shouldn't have rap battled. JT, she shouldn't have rap battled. Don't rap battle none of them. Yo, Cardi B got too big of an audience. Like, she don't got nothing to gain. If I'm her, the only person I would rap against is Nicki. And I don't think she could rap against Nicki. So don't rap against nobody. You get what I'm saying? Like, again, I know y'all gonna probably not look at it the same way, but these days you gotta look at who's the A side in these situations. It's not in the favor of Cardi B to rap with Lotto. Lotto's not that big of an artist compared to Cardi B. Lotto isn't a slouch, but what you gonna do? Turn your audience and pipe her up if, you know, she get, you know, the best of you in the battle? Fuck no. So if I'm Cardi B, I'm not even rapping with her. Actually, if I'm Cardi B, you know, hey, I just let it be. You know why? It wasn't that disrespectful. You the one who kind of kicked it off. You had to imagine a response. I don't think the response was too crazy. You gotta eat this one. You gotta just let it live. You gotta let it go. So yeah, Lotto got some disses, man. I know she just gave birth. Is her album out? Maybe it is. Is her album out? Big Mama. Oh, it dropped 2 days ago. It dropped 2 days ago. Did Hits Daily Double come up with what the first week looking like? By the way, if you don't know, chart update, Drake was #1 second week in a row. And also, Abiti was number 7, Maid of Honor, number 8. But I'm wondering for the upcoming charts, what is going to be the thing? Let me see if I can look at. I'm looking at Spotify for Lotto's like numbers. Actually, I can see it right here. Wait. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to see them numbers for Lotto. Let's see. No, nothing. Where the fuck are the Lotto numbers? Lotto got to do like 70K, right? What's Lotto's range? Like 70K? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Let me see. Big Mama by Lotto receives 1.8 million unfiltered streams. Is that the first day? No, that's the second day. What was the first day? It looked like it was about 3 million. I got to do the math on them numbers because, like, I'm too used to, we've been talking about Drake numbers too much. So, like, when I'm seeing 1 point something million, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I forgot that shit. Maid of Honor still doing more than that, right? Like, look, Maid of Honor doing 5 mil. Lotto just dropped. But, you know, it's Iceman season. We all know, you know what that is, you know? Wait, let me see if I can find it. What did Lotto do first day? Okay, so first day streaming, right? Yeah, so first day streaming is 2.9 million. Wow. It's kind of low. Not gonna lie. How much streams did Cardi B get first day? Cardi B first day streams. How many for her album? Oh, damn! Only Drake doing over 100 mil? Okay, so Cardi B did 14 million, and Cardi B ended up doing like 200,000, right? Okay. So Cardi B did 14 million. Lotto did 3 million. Let me see what them numbers going to look like. I think a 50K. I think a 50K is going to be the thing, right? 50K. I think if Lotto does 50K, 50 to 60. 50 to 60 would be fine, right? Now, the thing with her streams too is that she already has some songs that's been out. Like, let me show. Like, some of these songs been out. Like, for example, Business and Personal, that been out. The Glorilla song, that been out. But these other songs, you're trying to see what's going to catch, pop off. Right now, the leading song is her with her man, 21 Savage. It's called Hostage. And then Anxious. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If I'm Cardi B, I'm not responding. Respectfully. I'm not finna help you sell your album. Respectfully. If I'm Cardi B. But I do think it's a toss-up if they actually engage. Toss-up. All right. Now, we didn't cover All-Star JR. So, All-Star JR caught like 2 separate charges. Well, actually, he caught new charges, but these are state charges. If you don't know, All-Star JR has been hit with a new charge in the Ben 10 shooting. First of all, he was charged federally with gun possession by a felon, and now the state has decided to indict him by, or actually charge him by saying that he has now caused great bodily harm with paralysis or something of the sort. So that's one of the new charges. They're charging him for paralyzing NBA Ben 10. Now, here's a problem with that. How could this guy be getting all the charges and he was the one robbed? Now, according to the feds, they're also confirming that NBA Ben 10 has suffered irreversible paralysis. Okay, and they said he suffered irreversible paralysis in the shooting, and he's now facing I'm talking about All-Star JR. He's facing a felony charge of aggravated assault and with a amplification of traumatic brain or spinal injury. This charge is a Texas state court charge. It was announced last week, though the case is actually listed in inactive. They're claiming that the shooting resulted in irreversible paralysis for Ben 10, and said that the authorities learned from Ben 10's medical team that he sustained a spinal injury as a result of the shooting that has left him without sensation from the waist down. His prognosis, the complaint continues, is irreversible paralysis of the lower extremity. So the doctors in this particular case are saying that they don't expect for Ben 10 to walk ever again, and they think that the paralysis will continue and won't be reversed. He said different. He's actually, posted a video where he's basically kind of trying to show that he's having some type of movement. This is what he said.
I thought it was the other niggas. Big ass lizards. I know this was. What up, cuz? What up now? Got Pistol P with me. I got Poola with me. I got Queasy with me too. I'm going through that situation right now, but we still taking it out. They got 50 with me. I pulled a 3.
Okay. That motor on that scooter or wheelchair you got is crying out for help, man. Put some oil in that junk, After that, he also wiggled his toes. I don't know if you guys seen that one, but he was showing that he does have some sensation. Yeah, he's moving it, right? Somebody says, my cousin been paralyzed for 10 years and he could do the same shit. What? What the fuck? Somebody said, what happened to all the trolls now? This is great to hear. Can't take your blessing for granted. Someone said, Brick Baby was paralyzed and learned to walk again. It's actually pretty common. Somebody said, well, he did wiggle them toes. Somebody said, just spasms. Buddy ain't walking again. Oh. Anyway, let me try to call Dogface. Dogface claimed he had some information. I wanted to catch up with him.
Your call has been forwarded.
My boy got that D&D.
Back, what's the word?
Dogface, what's going on, man? I'm on stream. I'm over here trying to cover this All-Star JR stuff. I figured you'd probably know a little bit more than me. I don't know if you have time to talk, do you?
I got time.
Okay, so I want you to put us up on game on what's going on. I'm kind of a little bit thoroughly confused. I haven't still gotten the criminal complaint for this new charge he caught, but he caught a state charge for aggravated assault, causing paralysis to the spine or some nervous damage. What is going on? Especially, I thought we all were under the understanding that he was getting robbed, and a lot of people thought this was going to be self-defense. But it looks like not only the feds are coming at him with a charge of having a gun, he's now being charged with a shooting. How come none of these things are reflecting the story we're hearing that he was getting robbed and maybe other people had the gun? What's going on?
The magic question is, how come none of the things that are happening from a legal perspective are reflective of what we saw taking place on that video? That is the magic question. That is it. That is all. I have a couple of theories based on just knowing the legal system and having a bird's eye view of what's going on here. I talked to JR 4 days ago, and we were all surprised that the state took the aggravated assault charge is a state charge, it's not fed. So let's just back up for a second. What normally happens when the feds move in and take over a case? Everything surrounding whatever that particular thing is becomes federalized. Like, for example, the feds moved in and they charged JR initially with being a felon in possession of a firearm. Well, what normally happens is that anything involving or surrounding the firearm, any incident, any case, whether it's a robbery, whether it's a shooting, the whole thing normally becomes federalized, not just the felon in possession of the firearm part. So we were surprised the state picked it up because the feds had the opportunity to examine everything that happened in its totality. The feds had the opportunity to examine the assault that took place. They had the opportunity to examine the robbery that took place. They had the opportunity to examine everything. They talked to multiple people. They eventually talked to JR. They wanted JR to tell them where the gun came from. He does not know where it came from. He was being robbed and assaulted by multiple people.
Okay, so do you believe that the feds are kind of trying to, they want him to cooperate somewhat or give them some information?
Well, that is as it specifically relates to the being a felon in possession of a firearm. This whole state thing, this is an overreach of epic proportion and of extreme magnitude. Because like I just said, let's back up for 1 second, Act. When the feds move in to take over a case, they take over the whole thing. The feds moved in, they had the opportunity to examine everything that happened that night at Confessions in its totality. They've interviewed people, they have the video footage inside the restaurant, they have innocent bystander video footage, they have the video footage from the parking lot outside. They know what happened. They know that Jay Prince Jr. did not arrive late to a party that was already ongoing. They know that. They know that OG3 and his whole entourage were at Atlantic Oceans, and that's where he was enjoying himself for his birthday celebration. They know that the whole theory that Jay Prince Jr. arrived late to a party that was already ongoing, they know that's not true. So let's look at the felon in possession of a firearm. The feds charged him with the felon in possession of a firearm.
Yeah.
Right? The state moved in, and I'm finna blow your fucking mind as we start to talk about this shit in more detail. 3 people got shot. Ben 10, Daddy and Ron, and an innocent bystander got hit in the ass.
Really?
But yet All-Star JR, Daddy and Ron got his fucking index finger blew off. Why aren't the feds charging him with all 3 shootings? There are 3 people that got hit. Daddy and Ron, Ben 10, and an innocent bystander who was unnamed. Why isn't he charged with all 3 on the state level?
Do you think that they're looking at the fact that Ben 10 is paralyzed and
No, they're not. See, listen, and that's another funny thing. Normally, when you talk about injury or when you talk about somebody getting shot, bro, what happened and the injuries they suffered, that really comes out in trial, either pre-trial or trial itself. The fact that they articulate the fact that he suffered paralysis that is something that comes out in discovery. That's something that comes out when we go to trial, where it's like a mitigating circumstance, because whether he was shot and killed or whether he was shot and not paralyzed, all that information would come out in trial. All these things are being introduced in my opinion, to try to sway public opinion against him. Because now we have people you don't have a shooting, you don't have a gun without first having All-Star JR being assaulted and robbed. That's first. And even in the initial criminal complaint from the Fed level, they said that in the criminal complaint when they charged him with being a felon in possession of a firearm, it articulated inside the criminal complaint that while being assaulted and robbed, he came into possession of a firearm. It didn't say where it came from, didn't say who initially had it, didn't say he had it, didn't say Ben 10 had it, didn't say Ron had it, didn't say OG3 had it, didn't say anything. It just says he came into possession of a firearm and he shot somebody while being robbed. When you back up even further and go to the night that it happened, when the officer did the press conference outside, the white guy, the older white guy who did a press conference outside, right, All-Star JR wasn't there. So all the information that was gathered that police officer talked about during that initial press conference the night that it happened, all that information came from innocent bystanders or onlookers or one of the NBA members themselves, because All-Star JR was nowhere around. So when the police officer gave the initial press conference that night, he said, based on the information that he had received, based on the footage that he saw, based on eyewitness testimony, based on talking to the employees of the restaurant, it appears as if a person was being assaulted and robbed, and that person shot the people who were assaulting and robbing him. That was the initial police report. That was the initial police statement. That was the initial press conference.
So do you think they're like switching it around now that, you know?
I think that Jay Prince Sr. has put his hand on the scale, because if the feds didn't pick up the assault part of the crime, because this is all one continuous thing. So All-Star JR being a felon in possession of a firearm, that's not a singular event. He was a felon in possession of a firearm, and then that firearm caused great bodily injury. The issue is, did he have the right legally to possess it and use it? So people are saying, well, he went one step too far. Okay, going one step too far, it has nothing to do with whether he initially had the right to possess it. And if he did have the right to possess it, we can argue and we can haggle and we can debate about whether he went too far. But when you look at it from the initial vantage point, when you look at it, he was being robbed. When you look at it, he was being assaulted. None of that has been taken into consideration. How in the fuck is Diddy and Ron and the rest of the fucking stupid ass NBA demons, how the fuck are none of them charged with a robbery or assault? Because you don't have a gun. You don't have a shooting without first having All-Star JR being victimized on camera by a group of motherfucking demons from hell.
Well, maybe he has to make a statement, though. Is he going to make a statement?
Hey, listen, academics, they have it on camera, brother.
No, I hear what you're saying, but a lot of times when we're talking about...
Yes, they do want him to make a statement. They want him to confirm what they already see. We know how the feds work. We know how it's not even just the feds. That's how law enforcement works in general. Even though they have video footage showing what took place, they want him to confirm. He can't. What do you want him to confirm? You want him to confirm where it came from? He does not know where the gun came from. He wasn't looking around to see who had what. He was being hit about the head, neck, shoulders, back. He was knocked to the ground. He was stumped, kicked. People were picking up chairs and trying to hit him upside the fucking head. He don't know where it come from. All he know is that he heard somebody say, "Get that gun, grab that gun." He looked over a peripheral vision and he saw the gun and he used it to defend himself against people who were attacking, assaulting, and robbing him.
Yeah. So I mean, he's missing chains, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, he's missing chains and watch.
So yeah, why do you think the police don't give a damn about that?
Hey, listen. Your guess at this point is as good as mine. Because like I said before, when the feds normally pick up a case, they pick up all the elements of the case. They don't just separate it. We're going to pick you up for the gun. Wait a minute. If I was wrong for having the gun to begin with, then I was wrong for using the gun. So why didn't the feds take over the entire motherfucking case? That shit is weird. So they're going to pick up a gun case, but they're going to say, oh, fuck the fact that 2-3 people got shot. We don't even want to talk about that. We're not going to prosecute him for that. Even though we're saying he was a felon in possession of a firearm and he wasn't supposed to have it because he was a felon. We're not going to we're not going to talk about, we're not going to prosecute him for all the violent acts that took place with the firearm. We're going to let the state of Texas pick it up. What? What that shit? Listen, I don't give a fuck if a motherfucker is a jailhouse lawyer or if a motherfucker graduated from Howard or USC with a law degree. None of this shit makes sense. It all stinks to high hell.
Hey, so what I was actually thinking, I was thinking that the reason why they haven't locked up Ben 10 and them, they're in another investigation that would require them to stay free right now.
What? What kind of investigation is that? Are you saying federal informants?
No. I'm saying it could be a racketeering thing. It could be something ongoing. We've seen it in situations. Obviously, like the feds usually move different than the state. But let's look at what happened in Memphis. Big Jug. They didn't pick Big Jug up immediately. Like he was pretty much part of a larger thing. Also, let's look at King Von. King Von, who a lot of people felt like they shouldn't have dropped the case on statewide when it came to the whole thing with the shooting in 2019. That was going to get picked up by the feds. Actually, they're trying to put it on Dirk now again. So sometimes they allow someone to be free because maybe they got a bigger investigation going on and you locking them up now for this. You know, granted, it is a charge, but it might fuck up the larger scale investigation. That's the only thing I could think because I like if it's on camera, robbery should be pretty clear as day. The guy came with chains. He don't got chains at the end. At that point, what are we talking about? Like it shouldn't take this long, right?
Hey, I listen. So what you said was that's plausible, which means it could be, right? It could be the case. However, so even if that was what the feds were thinking as they were proceeding, why then charge JR with anything? Why not just leave it in limbo?
Because they need JR to give statements to get that conviction.
Oh, okay, so the only statements that JR has made is, right? The only statements that he's made is, I don't know. I used the gun to defend myself. He said that in rap videos. He said that in Instagram posts, and he said to them, he doesn't know where the gun come from. He can't pinpoint where it came from because he doesn't know. Like I said, when you look at the video, he was not looking around. He was confronted by multiple people. See, the one thing that people are trying to say is, well, he was attacked. He was jumped on by 5 or 6 people. Hey, listen, he was confronted by a mob of people, men and women. When he started to get attacked, he didn't know how many people had jumped in. And we know women nowadays can jump in on shit too. We dealing with a bunch of midnight fucking marauders who from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who some country neck bone, pickle pig, feet eating ass niggas. So he didn't know. He wasn't counting 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. He was being attacked by a mob of people. He doesn't know where the gun comes from. He couldn't tell them where it came from if he wanted to because he doesn't know. He was ducking, trying to protect himself, trying to protect his jury. That's it. He doesn't know where it came from. So they needed him to make a statement about that. His statement is, I don't know where it came from. I saw it on the ground. I picked it up and I used it to cut them bitches down. That's it. That's all.
So what could probably also be is not only about the gun. It could be about the sequence of events leading to it, right? So if they need him to say, okay, who did you have a confrontation with or a conversation with? Who said what to you? Okay, who hit identify the people who's on this video. Right? Because remember, if a lot of people start scattering, right? Nobody stuck around till when the cops come around. We need somebody to do some identifications. So now they need you to do
the first person who wasn't around was him. So I get it. They need him to give them his rendition of what took place from the beginning to end, from the point when he initially came in contact with the mob of people. I get that. The whole thing is all that's on camera. It is on camera that Jay Prince Jr. met up with the NBA squad outside of the confessions. They were out there talking for 10 minutes before they all walked in together. So that destroys Jay Prince Jr.'s initial statement on Instagram when he says that he arrived late to a party. OG3's birthday celebration was the party that was already ongoing at Confessions. OG3's birthday party was not at Confessions. It was at Atlantic Ocean. We have the video footage. We have the video surveillance footage we have the footage. We've acquired it. We have people who are down with them who don't like what's happening. We have people who are down with mob ties
by the way,
and NBA.
They might just need like, just some context to be like, okay, what were y'all arguing about? Right? Like, just like these questions is going to help set up the motive and this and third. And if they're not getting that cooperation from All-Star JR, they might be like, all right, we're going to have to kind of force your hand in a way because, okay, let's see if you don't want no justice for you getting robbed and beat up. Well, we could charge you. So, like, some way, somehow, somebody's going down. You could only help yourself by cooperating with us. Your case could go bye-bye. But we got to get somebody here.
Okay, so academics, listen. Let's all imagine. Let's get rid of our black skin and let's all jump into white bodies, bro. Right? If All-Star JR was white, whether he was a rapper or not, they would be singing his praise for defending himself against some ruthless fucking attackers, bro. It's as simple as that. Texas is a stand your ground state. True. So when it comes to not knowing or not having an understanding of what's going on, they know what happened because not only do they have the footage from the onlookers who provided the footage that we all seen, that footage didn't come from the restaurant. The restaurant footage, the law enforcement has the restaurant footage as well. And it is crystal fucking clear from beginning to end. There's footage by the elevator. There's footage outside in the parking lot. There's footage that's more clearer than what we have saw. What we have been able to see is the footage from one of the onlookers who were filming it with their cell phone. But the restaurant had surveillance cameras as well. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just simply saying that what you're saying does not make sense. And it doesn't take a legal scholar to be able to say, that shit don't make sense because they interviewed people in the restaurant. And don't forget, there was an innocent person who had nothing to do with it at all, who wasn't NBA, wasn't mob ties, wasn't with JR, who got hit as well. They interviewed that person as well. So listen, let's move forward to what has to be true, what we know is true at this point. NBA Ben 10 made a statement and said the gun was All-Star JR's. All-Star JR said, I don't know where the gun came from. That's where the initial charges came from to begin with because NBA Ben 10 said that was All-Star suggesting when you're saying what you're saying. Because if it's about power, connections, and least amount of this and least amount of that, it's supposed to be about no motherfucking who got more political ties and connections. It's supposed to be law enforcement in the legal system is supposed to be blind. We know it's not, but it's supposed to be. And the way this whole thing is shaken out, it looks like to even the casual observer that something is not fucking right. And I am accusing mob ties. I'm accusing Jay Prince Sr. of putting his finger on the scales of justice to try to protect his son and to protect them stupid ass niggas that his son had do his bidding. That's what I'm saying.
Well. I mean, I'll speak directly. I definitely feel some of that's going on. I don't think that if you go to Houston and you involve yourself with the Prince family, that law enforcement is going to protect you. I feel like they are favored there. I think they have influence there that's going to reach beyond what you got. And I mean, we could tell from how the Takeoff case has gone.
Jesus Christ, academics, bro. Do you realize what you are suggesting, bro? Do you understand the impact of the words that you're using right now, bro?
Well, I mean, I think it's just kind of clear. I think it's kind of clear.
Oh, yeah, I get it, though. But to hear somebody like you, to hear a person who's as well-informed and as influential as you are, to hear you even say that out loud, that shit sends chills through my spine, up and down my spine, and it should send chills through the spines of anybody who's watched this whole thing unfold, because the shit that's transpiring is not right. The feds just don't pick up a gun. If the feds gonna step in, they'll pick up everything surrounding that whole case. But they only picked up the gun. Why? So if the gun was a federal offense and he was in violation of federal law because he was a felon in possession of a firearm, then everything that transpired from him having possession of the gun should have been federalized too. When does the Fed split jurisdiction? When they stepped in. When does that ever happen? I'm telling you, I've been getting in trouble since Jesus walked the earth. When the feds move in, bro, they taking over the whole goddamn case, and they will decide whether or not something or some aspect of the particular case surrounding the crime they stepped in on is prosecutable. They decide that. They didn't prosecute JR for shooting anybody, but the state moved in. And when the state moved in, that told me, and it tells you, and it tells anybody who's watching this shit, everything you need. Jay Prince Jr. has bankrolled the political careers of state legislatures, from the Senate, the Texas State Senate, to the Texas House of Republicans. He's bankrolled lawyers. He's sent lawyers to school who have become prosecutors. He is the devil made manifest. And that's why everything that you see, going back to the whole Big Mike situation, when they tried to do the same thing to Big Mike, they doing the finesse 2 times. And Big Mike wasn't bad in that shit. People forget about the shit they did to Big Mike. People forget that motherfuckers came to court and testified against Big Mike from New Orleans when he got into it with the whole Prince family and Rap-A-Lot, and he went to prison for arson and a couple of other goddamn things. People forgetting about this shit. They forgetting about that shit. They starting the whole thing at Takeoff, and then Duke the Jeweler, and now the situation All-Star JR. But the corruption and all the shit that's going on in the state of Texas, bro, I don't know whether to cry or clap because a black man has that much power. Because normally, having money and influence, it does not shield you from the long arm of the law. And it looks like Jay Prince and his whole family and anybody connected to him, they're like Donald Trump. They can grab a bitch by the pussy.
By the way, I've always heard that about Houston. I've heard Houston, they operate a little bit different. It's a lot based on respect. Knowing the right people could get you a long way. And, I've heard from natives there, they basically say the police department, the way how policing is done there, it's more of a, I'm not going to step on your toes as long as you have the respect overall for authority, which means, let's say, they're not going to, and at least this is local police we're talking about, obviously, but right. They're going to have the respect for the Prince family as long as the Prince family, say an incident comes up, they're going to work with law enforcement to make sure that, and when I mean work, I'm not talking like snitching, but like, hey.
Whoa, cause you better be careful. Cause I don't want to, I got a little money, but I can't afford the round-the-clock security for you. Because what you're about to suggest is that as long you work, you scratch our back, we scratch your back.
Well, I guess the best way to kind of describe it is like how it works. Like, have you ever seen like how the cartels work with the police, like local police?
Yes.
Where it's basically like, hey, listen, if somebody does a murder, we're not going to have you fuck up the whole city and shut down the whole city. We're going to almost provide the guy, be like, hey, listen, the guy who did this, y'all go prosecute him.
Up, academics. It's called serving him up.
Yeah, you serve him up, right?
That's what it's called.
And I believe that's how Houston's kind of ran to a certain extent. Like, I know people, it's laughable when people in most parts of the country, they hear this mob ties, this and third, but I think there's enough examples where they could show how normally either a police precinct would work or the mayor, or how a city would treat certain incidents or certain people. And clearly when it comes to Houston, there's different rules. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree. You have no argument. For me, you're actually making my case because I'm screaming to high hell. I just sent out a federal petition to Donald Trump asking him to step in to review what the fuck is going on with this situation because it is prosecutorial overreach or misconduct. That's what's going on here.
On what particular case? The state case or the Fed case?
With the state case. I'm saying this is prosecutorial. It's on my Instagram page. I actually sent it out. And I've actually spoken to, because, I mean, it's obvious that somebody has their hands or their finger on the scales of justice. So I sent out a petition, right? I sent out a petition to the Trump administration to have them step in to do a review of what's going on here because this shit is not normal. It's not normal. And everybody who's watching this thing, I don't care who, listen, even if you believe that All-Star JR went 1 step or 2 steps or 3 steps too far, right? Even if you believe that the protection that he normally would have had was negated by the fact that he went too far, he fled the scene, he did this, he did that, he came back and stood over him. Even if you believe that, everything that has happened after that, none of this shit is normal. So even if you do believe that he is going too far, that's on you to make a decision. But I'm going to tell you something. If he was white, nobody would be saying he'd be going too far, because the threat is not over until you believe in your own mind the threat is not over. The threat is over. When you're being attacked by 6, 7 people, got chairs in the air, they done ripped your jewelry off. Don't forget, they done ripped your jewelry off your neck. They done pulled your watch off your arm and in a federal complaint. When he charged him with being a felon in possession of a firearm, it says that somebody took his watch off his arm and put it in his pocket and put it in their pocket. Somebody took the chains off his neck and
they have to be like still doing an investigation, because I'm telling you, whoever took that chain, those chains, if they're real, they're high priced items. You can't just not. I mean, I guess somebody could say, well, maybe he didn't make a police report for them, but no. Again, to a certain extent, it's a public incident. It's caught on camera. It's like
it's a public incident. Listen, bingo.
Now, granted, I will say the politics in certain places might say, "Hey, we're only gonna do a legit inquiry into that if you're pressing charges." But in reality, in any place, the police it's in their they should be doing their due diligence to make sure crime is not occurring, especially if it's caught on camera. But again, they, just based off politics, they might be like, all right, well, we'll go make an arrest for that, or we'll file some charges, but we need a statement from the victim,
So we need a statement from the victim. If the victim is able to make a statement before we will push forward with charges, because we want to make sure that we don't have a reluctant witness or reluctant victim. So All-Star JR was charged with aggravated assault on Ben 10, and the general public, especially the people that come out of Texas, trying to make it like he's a victim. So what statement did that son of a bitch make to law enforcement officials? It's going to come out. We going to trial. We're not laying down. We're going to fight this shit. We're going to fight this shit, bro. We're not laying down on this shit because something ain't right. And it don't take it don't take Sigmund Freud. It don't take Michael Eric Dyson. It don't take motherfucking Bill Gates to know this shit ain't right. And something's wrong. And I'm going to stand up for this shit.
By the way, this coming week and the week after this week, we're going to find out a lot from what they were saying, and from what I looked at the federal case. He's still not made it to Harris County yet. So when he gets to Harris County and he gets his first appearance, even by the way, the state case is they have a inactive status on it, which means, yes, there is a case, but it's not actively, there's also a warrant, but they're not prosecuting it as if it's like a top priority. Honestly, because they know he has another case. So
yeah, they have it. So yeah, it's inactive because they know the Fed case is paramount. Yeah. That is where. But see, a lot of what's happening here. So the state case is going to be affected by what happens in the Fed case, because what happens in the Fed case is going to tell the whole tale.
Yeah, facts.
So just sitting back waiting. They charged him, but they're going to just sit back and wait till the information that they glean out of the federal prosecution, because him being a felon in possession of a firearm, we have to argue why he was in possession of a firearm. How did he get in possession of a firearm? That has to be determined in the federal case. So the state would be wise to just sit back and wait, which is what they're going to do, because a lot of what they need, or them just say, hey, we're not going to touch this shit. We charged him, but we're not going to move forward with prosecution because we don't have a case based on what we found out in the federal prosecution of him. Because all that, even though he's not charged with any acts of violence on the federal level, everything that transpired in that restaurant will be brought into evidence in order to justify what the fuck took place.
Hey, I believe this week after he's in Texas, I believe 100% we're going to see a lot of movement that's going to help us explain some of these questions we have. Because, they're going to be brought up in court. Hey, listen, Judge, this is not indicted. We probably need to wait for this process. This is very clear. We also need the full discovery. It's clear self-defense. There's a lot to be done, and also, you know, the reason why the state usually falls all the way back and let the feds handle it is because you're gonna get these objections made in court because now this guy is facing other charges, and you know it's the same related incident, so it could be a little bit tricky. So I think this week we're gonna see exactly what the feds have going on and exactly what he could probably expect. But I do think at some point he will get bail. I'm not gonna lie, I do think he will get bail.
Watch this act. So listen, I don't want to gloss over what you said earlier when you said that none of this appears to be right on the surface. You don't have to dig into it. You don't have to be a legal scholar. You don't have to be a legal scholar to understand that something is not right here. And when you say that the Prince family, they are like you ever watch Dallas? I'm old. Remember the movie the J.R. Ewing and Bobby Ewing? The show, you're young, so it was a show called Dallas. And they were talked about a powerful oil-bearing family, the Ewings, Bobby Ewing, J.R. Ewing. The Prince family is like Bobby Ewing, J.R. Ewing. They're powerful, and they have law enforcement on a string. And that's what's happening here. When you look at everything that took place, hey, how is you said, hey, Dogface, maybe they didn't prosecute or they haven't charged NBA, Ben 10, or Dead End Ron, or OG3, or anybody else. They didn't charge them anything because there may be an ongoing investigation of some sorts that would have made it, that would have compromised their investigation. So therefore, what the fuck so that would be a mob ties. I haven't heard anything that says that. That would be a mob ties thing. That would be a Prince family thing. That wouldn't have anything to do with NBA. Because the NBA had nothing to do with Duke the Jeweler. They ain't got shit to do with none of that James Harden shit, none of the rest of that shit. They don't have nothing to do with Takeoff's murder. NBA don't have nothing to do with that. So that shit wouldn't fly as it relates to why NBA being 10 and Daddy and Ron and the other motherfucker with the beard, I think it's a Fernando, 4-5, I don't know his name, the guy with the beard, the white t-shirt on, right? Right, he was the one who was grabbed JR, the big light-skinned nigga with the beard. And I don't have it, what the Prince family has going on, and whatever investigations are looming over their head, it has nothing, because no Prince person, so Junior didn't do anything here. Junior didn't do anything. So why wouldn't they charge the NBA members with assault and robbery? They don't have anything to do with the long-standing or the long ongoing investigation into the Prince family. So that don't make no sense, brother.
Yeah, no, it's confusing. I think the lawyers are going to try to clear it up this week. And again, it's going to be interesting how it's kind of put on the record, because the lawyers got to make a point to say, hey, listen, judge, number one, my client deserves bail. If we look at what's going on, my client's a victim. The perpetrators still haven't been apprehended. They haven't been charged. They're not being sought after. And the legal system that's supposed to protect my client is now weaponized against him. So I think a reasonable judge is probably going to say, well, or even reasonably ask the prosecutor, like, well, why are you guys following these path of charges and not versus anyone else?
Yes. Listen, that is the most. Listen, that is the heart of. Listen, so All-Star JR is on the federal level being charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm. So the conversation. So with that, we don't have to defend anybody getting hurt. We only have to answer to whether or not he had legal authorization to possess a firearm, even if temporarily. And then we can go into the conversation of initially he was being attacked and he was being robbed. So there is statute in federal and state law that says that in the event that a person can possess a firearm if he feels like his life is in imminent danger, which it was. Whenever you're being attacked by a mob of people, that is an indication of your life being in jeopardy. Whenever you're being robbed, you're a victim of multiple crimes happening here by multiple people. Not one person from the NBA camp has been charged with anything. Yeah. And you're suggesting that, well, Dogface, maybe they didn't charge because it might be interfering with the ongoing investigation. That ongoing investigation has nothing to do with them NBA sons of bitches, and it has everything to do with them mob ties niggas.
Yeah. Wow. No, I think you kind of nailed it. We're gonna figure this out, man. We're gonna figure this out. So you have a petition going on.
Yes.
What do you hoping happens? And is there any way that if people agree with you, they could kind of join in to try to like help out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a show of support from anybody. You can be from Texas, you can be from Arizona, you can be from Alaska. We don't care. I'm actually sending you the petition now, so that you can see it. And if you could please throw it up for me, man, so the people can see it, so the chat can see it. I just sent it to you in your text messages right now. So I mean, these are unconventional times. And the things that are happening here are beyond strange. So me writing this petition and have my lawyer draft this petition out and send it to the White House and send it to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has been receptive to, I don't want to just say black people or people in the world of entertainment, but he's been more receptive than people will give him credit when it comes to prosecutorial or law, the overreach of law enforcement agencies. So that's why I sent the petition to him, and it's just not right, bro. And I don't give a fuck if nobody else supports JR from where you're from. I'm rocking with JR 1,000%. And I told him that you were that initially I was mad at your ass, and tell you the truth, right? But you've come around because academics, you can't even justify a lot of this shit if you wanted to, right? At first, I thought the young boy had offered you some tickets to the concert, but I said, nah, Act came around, and he's being what Act is supposed to be, the king of the fucking hill. So I appreciate you for really delving off into this shit and really reporting this shit from an unbiased perspective, man. I want to tell you that, if nobody has told you that. I want to tell you that I appreciate your coverage as of late in terms of how you're being even-handed with what's going on, because this shit is just crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, again, we cover all type of cases here. I think a lot of times there's a valid and a followable train of thought that we could see what the law enforcement are trying to do. Yeah, this one is a little bit confusing. It's not necessarily about no sides at all. It's really like if I told anyone the story and then I said, well, yeah, the guy who was getting attacked, who basically probably had to fire those gunshots to make sure he was alive, he's the one who got charged with a gun, and he got charged with hurting other people. So I think most people would be kind of flabbergasted. So
they be scratching their head. And if you notice, listen, why is it so quiet? We know that Ben 10 got shot again, but why is it so quiet on the NBA side of things? It is definitely quiet now.
Well,
they're not saying anything.
Well, number one, about Ben 10 getting shot again, like I know they said he got shot, but I'm still wondering like where he got shot. But anyway, number two, when you said it's quiet on the NBA side of things, I don't think like YoungBoy and the main members, I don't think they're like, obviously I think they know what's going on. I just don't think that they're gonna go to the internet with this. The only person I've seen say anything is Herm, and he's been responding to Memo 600. Where, Memo 600 has been clowning Ben 10 for being in a wheelchair. So he told Memo 6 from 600, like, yo, put up 100,000, bro. Like, you're just on here chatting. So,
I got a question for you, Ak. Yeah. Have you been able to ascertain whether or not the members of the NBA have felony convictions already? Do they have felonies? Does Ben 10 have a criminal history, or Diddy and Ron have a criminal history? Have you been able to ascertain that?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I wish I did, but I would imagine that Ben 10 might have some felonies. I think he was arrested at one point. So
yeah.
So I would think, but then again, I see him post so many guns on his like Instagram. It's no way that. Well, I mean, let me not say no way, because these guys are
don't say no way, because niggas are stupid. Yeah. I wish you would say that shit and try to get that off. Chat gonna tear your ass up if you try to get off the fact that niggas with felonies wouldn't continue to do shit out in the open and put it on Instagram. We know how stupid niggas are.
I mean, if you go to Ben 10's Instagram, like every other post is like he has a gun. like every other box. You know, so.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the whole thing is, I told JR that you come down with some good coverage, man. I appreciate you. And, congratulations on being voted the most powerful motherfucker in hip-hop media. So it just is what it is, bro. Whatever you need me for, just call me, let me know, and it is what it is, brother.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as we get an update, as soon as he gets to Harris County and he's able to get a reign and kind of hear some more, you know, obviously there's a lot more to really get to with this. It's unfortunate that we're kind of like playing a guessing game, just because at the end of the day, the way this is playing out is just kind of bizarre. It just don't make no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and then on a part note, I want you to know that I'm on your side when it comes to this whole Megan Thee Stallion, Rockefeller shit. That shit stink. Just like this mob ties shit stink in Houston. The way they're treating you and what's going on in the power in the people who are trying to mount up against you, trying to click up against you, that shit stink, bro. That shit stink like a motherfucker. And I don't agree with it. I've been watching this shit.
I'll say this. Just like what you're seeing with like All-Star JR, and I've learned this as the more time goes on, and especially being independent, you get to realize that as no matter how big you get as an independent source, the way how people have kept their power over years is to have these secret consortiums and cabals, and what they basically do at a certain point, you know, just like how we even say with J. Prince Jr., like they have these tremendous influences, and then at the right or, you know, the convenient time for them, they make sure nothing goes your way. So, you know, shit, you try to fight for your life, you're fighting charges, right? So
that's a mafioso shit right there.
Shit, I think that's the thing about just power and how people conserve it and how people use it over time. Like, you know, it's happening in media now, right? Some of the people who might be losing the grip of having the voice or the amplified voice, now they're using other things as leverage to make sure that they still get what they want. You know what I mean? They could put you in a like an investigation. They could kind of bully you in a certain way. So, you know, it's happening in the media, outside the media. You know, everyone just got to make sure they understand who they're dealing with. And again, I wouldn't have said whatever I said about mob ties if I didn't see it happening in front of our face. But I've seen this for years now. Like I wouldn't go to Houston, get into it with the Prince family, and think that law enforcement is going to be fair and impartial. And then I wouldn't do that.
You better not do it. You hear me?
Yeah.
I just left Texas yesterday. All right, and I was scared the whole goddamn time.
They better lay low, man. You never know when it comes to you know, those J. Prince Jr. or J. Prince boys. You never know.
Yeah, fuck them. You gotta bring some ass to get some ass. You hear me?
Oh man. All right, Dollface, man. Listen, as soon as you have an update, hit me, man. Or if you have anything else going, just hit me. All right.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yep.
All right. I'm fucking tired, chat. Holy. All right, chat. I'm finna call it for now. I might come back later, but I'm finna call it for now. I do want to thank you guys for rocking with me. If you guys are watching on Kick, please make an account. I want you guys to hit the follow button. We're kind of slowing up on our progress to get to 100K. We're about at 70K now with our followers. I need to get to 100K. It's our last platform that we haven't hit 100K on. We're doing great on views over there, though, but we want to get to 100K. Also, tomorrow, I'm putting on sale tickets for our Toronto show. So if you're in Toronto, you're going to be there during Carabana weekend. We are having a live show there, and I would love for you guys to come. Chat, I might be back later. Might be just be on Kick. No gambling. I'm not doing gambling today. So I'll let you know if I'm back later. But we do still have a couple of topics. Nothing too crazy, but I do appreciate you guys coming, rocking out with me for a long time. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. I appreciate you. Love you guys. And I hope you guys have been thoroughly entertained. I will see you guys later.